Well, howdy, stranger. Hardly heard you come in. Been pretty slow here today since we opened up. But look, bank got real pissed at us. We had to go low budget. We ended up getting ourselves a tavern. I'm telling you, we only serving warriors. Now, welcome. You guys are more than welcome to come in here. More than welcome. All I ask is that you respect that one rule. No horse up in here, okay? This ain't the place to be mounting up. We probably ain't got the place for him in here either. So you can come in. You can order what you want. But you respect that rule. You don't bring them around here. Ain't no place for it. On the menu today, we have got some specials. The kitchen ain't open, but we're serving mixed drinks, and we're serving up ass whoopings at discount prices. All our competitors, they don't have the competitive advantage that we do up in here. They just don't make them. They just don't make them like we do. Serve them up right in the kitchen fresh. And boy, are they coming out today. We got one hell of a lineup, so I suggest you refresh yourself with something. And we're going to dive into it. You guys really want to see what's on the menu today? All right. Well, let's get it. Call in, Negan. We're going to be serving up some hardcore ass whoopings. Let's get it. Snap to it. Whew, man, who's ready for today, huh? By the way, just want to say big shout out to Abel. Big shout out to Abel, Gator Boone, Night Fury 89, Leroy. You guys re-upping on us. I think that's awesome, dude. Re-upping on us. We weren't even live. Just bringing those real good positive vibes. You guys are the best. Yeah, needed the finger pistol for that one. I think I'd have just bust out one of the guns from the other room. Bring it right on stream. Should be good. Yellowstone DFC. Yeah, boys, we had to get some other place. The spaceship is great, but sometimes we got to lay low. Remember when the bank tried to repossess that thing? Sometimes we got to hide it. Got to go all low budget, look like a legitimate business owner. Make it look like there's a chance we can pay him back. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Primo, glad you liked it. That ain't the only cowboy hat we got. We've got, I mean, shit. Bank comes and repossesses that one. They have no idea. I'm feeling the vibes today, boys. Feeling the vibes. I think it's going to be a great day. What a card, man. What a card. Joby might be the champion, but the question still remains, is he the top din? We are going to find out. We're going to find out. Hopefully tonight. Hopefully we get to see it tonight. It's Sound versus Joby. The two top dins in the DFC. They're not the people's top din. You guys know it's somebody else on the card, I think. We had to put him down here. We had to give him the second chance matchup. Nobody's on his level. So he's going to be waiting in the wings for a legitimate contender. And we're going to see if there's anybody out there that can hold a candle. That can do it right. Well, let's check out this card. Joby v Sound, Din v Din, top Din status and champion status on the line. It has come down to DFC being a war of the Dins. And today it's like a war of the mirror matches, man. We've got some mirrors. We have Riz, again, back on the card. We're going to hope to see him this week going up against Root. Look, we only make exciting matchups here today. That's all we make. That's all we know how to make. And this one should be no exception. But by the way, I just want to say, Benjamin, I see you, bro. I think the spaceship's still catching up. Again, you guys know all about that. It travels around way faster than the speed of light. But I just want to say, I see these. We're traveling so fast, they'll be in. These notifications, they'll be in next hour or so. We're so far ahead of time. But I just want to say, Benjamin, he says, din on din violence. The people's din will rise again. You're damn straight. Thanks for the 5 spot, man. Big cheers to you. I appreciate that. Leroy Sunset, what's up, man? He says, I'm not the boss of the customers, but I'm the boss of you. And I'm telling you to keep that shit kicker hat at home. Kill Bill. Is that... Leroy. Where's security? Where's security? Get this guy out of here. That's... Just kidding, buddy. Hey, thanks so much for the 5 spot, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And that's the first super chat from Leroy ever. In the history of ever. Bro, I can't tell you how much it means that you send it my way, man. Another big cheers for that. The war to end all wars, the war to fix up us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dong knows what's up. What's up, Dong? Coolio Low, how's it going, man? Laser. Yeah. Yeah, the first member. I remember that, Leroy. That was a big moment. That was a big moment. It's like it was on Twitch many years ago. I still remember. I still remember the first subscriber. It was Bilbo. And you, sir, were the first on YouTube. Hell of a guy. Big cheers to you for that again, man. Yeah. What part of the country am I from? All the way up north, man. You practically can't go any further north without going into Canada, and nobody wants to go up there. Yep. Right up in Maine. We're not quite the same as the Hicks out in Texas, but we're Hicks nonetheless. Good state, good place. Thank you, Coolio Low, for the breakdown. That is very right. Exciting card here. Riz versus Root is actually something I'm very pumped about. I hope we actually get to see it. Look, I mean, you guys know the DFC. It's not about... It isn't necessarily about rankings. It's about entertainment and good fights. And holy shit, if we get to see this, that's going to be something. Just like the title fight that we talked about. I think that's going to be something. Sound has seen other Murderins lose to Joby the Champ before. I doubt he's going to go up against Joby on a VT, but I could be wrong. We have seen him on both setups. We've seen him on VT. We've seen him on Murderin. Very, very renowned Paladin player is Sound. Curious to see what he's going to bring to the table here today. If we get to see that one, and if we get to see the Riz versus Root, goddamn, that one's going to be a Ghost versus ES Fireballer, technically doable for Root. I actually think it's a really good matchup. ES Sorceress, it can be a fun one. It can be a fun one. It puts all of the pressure on Riz to catch Root. But if he does, ooh, it could go downhill pretty quickly. That's one of those matchups where we would fully expect the Fire Sorceress to try to keep some distance and not get caught. Much like you would do versus a Paladin or a Barb, you want to lead your opponent into your Meteors. That's going to be the big one. And Root also been known to set up Hydras. We're going to see if he can do that and take out Riz. But Riz looking to make a return to the top. And hopefully we get to see this match here this week. Yeah, just avoid that open wounds, the poison. Root actually has a pretty good setup for poison when it comes to the ES Fireballer. I've seen him deal with poison before, so if Riz overcommits to that, I don't think it's going to be a good idea. But you never know. You never know. It also depends on how much Root has focused his ES Fireballer on full mana. A lot of times what you'll see with ES Fireballers is a split between life and mana, and I think that's probably most appropriate here and likely what we'll see. That way, if he does get hit with the open wounds, it probably won't be an immediate KO. He might be able to take a few hits before he's actually won. But either way, I also wouldn't be surprised, or I should say, I guess I would be surprised, but I would love to see it. Something that offers some sort of answer to Venom, right? Maybe a Plague main hand. How crazy would that be versus a Ghost? Man, shit could get insane. I don't know. It will certainly be a tough matchup for Root, but if there ever was an ES Fireballer that could do it, it's him. And then we get to see the Shaman himself, Polytheist, versus Tempest. Look, he's gone up against a couple of Murderdins for the last couple of weeks, and he's stunting on him. And now it's time for him to take on the Sin class. The dreaded Sin class. He's got a hell of a player. He's got a hell of a player he's taken on here today. Not the top Sin in the DFC, but I think probably an equal match. Polytheist, as you guys know, really knows how to deal with many different builds, and he can adapt, even in bad matchups. So if you have matchup advantage versus Polytheist, you better know how to use it. Because if you beat him once, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to beat him again. What are you saying about that poison dagger charges? When to use, what you're looking for in terms of use. Okay, good question. That would be really cool to see something like that. And if there ever was a player to do it, you can bet your sweet ass it's going to be Max. What you do with poison dagger charges on like a Sin Quatus or a Chris or like a Fanged Knife is you combine them with Venom. And due to how poison damage is calculated in the game, if an assassin hits you with Venom cast and they just happen to hit you with Poison Dagger, which extends the duration of poison, you can just one-shot, you can one-tap people and then kill them with Mind Blast. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. The poison damage takes effect so quickly, and it's vicious. Some of the most vicious poison damage in the game, but it's hard to hit people with Poison Dagger. So you have to get, you have to have an AR boost. You have to have attack speed. But the good thing about Poison Dagger charges is there's often a lot of them. So you don't have to typically worry about running out of them, like, in duels. Like you would with, like, Freezing Arrow charges that have 25 of them, which is stupid. Right, like you're going to shoot far more arrows than that in a duel or even in PvM. Like it's not an adequate amount of charges you're going to run out. But Poison Dagger actually usually has quite a bit of them. Is it possible to build a level 30 dueler like God on a budget? No. Nope. No, I'm just kidding. It probably is. You could probably get 3 max damage charms and fill your inventory with that, or 10 max damage AR lifer charms and fill your inventory with those. You'd actually do more damage. Your charms are going to be your biggest thing, though. The rest of it, you can kind of improvise with whatever you got. Just slam some max damage jewels in your stuff. But yeah, probably grand charms with 10 max AR life are way cheaper than 3x15 charms. Yeah, you could do it. You could do it. I used to do it on hardcore. I used to do it way back in the day, back before I used JSP and stuff, and figured out how accessible the stuff really was. I would always like trade in game. I would make trade games to say bring max AR lifers, and people would bring them. We'd trade a couple Isrunes for them or whatever. Yep. Yeah, it was fun. I used to do it back in the day, man. It's possible. But you certainly won't be able to compete with the big LLDs without kind of stepping it up a bit. But you should be able to step in grief pubs, though, yeah. Level 7 Poison Dagger charges, 120 charges on it. Kept it because of what you mentioned before. Good choice. The other things that you're looking for specifically on the dagger like that are increased attack speed, but most importantly, if you don't have increased attack speed, it's not a deal breaker, but the other necessary stat for it is the Fool's mod with like the AR boost. Gotta have that. Just because you're actually physically hitting your opponent, so you need it. So Poison Dagger and Fool's mod are good starters. Then IAS 2 Open Socket just makes it the top tier. Like, that's what you're going after. But yep. Yep, what a card, man. Then we got Doombringer versus GVN. This is also going to be an interesting matchup. Theoretically in the favor of the Zon, one would think. But you never know. Just the way, I mean, it's a... We've had a slight rule change in the DFC now, allowing Zon's mana pots. Sorceresses are not allowed mana pots, so that kind of, I think, swings the advantage towards the Zon if she keeps the distance and just shoots multi-shot. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's going to force sorceresses that are really committed to damage. It's going to force them to push the aggression. It's or especially in this matchup, or just die to distance. If you can outdistance a cold sorceress, it's usually a pretty good thing. Zon's pretty good at that. So theoretically, odds stacked in the favor of GVN. But can Doombringer turn the tables, be hyper aggressive, stay on top with that max block and that absolute max vicious damage and finish? It's possible. The cast frames of the sorceress are so much greater than the Zon, so if he does stay close, it could be a good night for him. But hopefully we get to see that as well. I'm hoping that people pop into this Join the Stream channel in Discord. And by the way, if this is your first time in the DFC and you're like, what the heck do I do? It's pretty simple, man. Just join up in the Discord. Make sure you're there. There is a link in the description of this live stream. If you've never been there before, you can pop in. And then you don't need any special permissions or anything, but you should have the DFC dueler tag if you are in the DFC. You should have that. But either way, even if you don't, you can pop into the Join the Stream channel. Right now, you'll see me and my boy, the Soul Dolova, just chilling in here. And then once you're ready, after you've reached out to your opponent, connected with them, you're all ready to go, you're in-game, just share your screen, and then we'll pop in and check it out. And that's how to do it, man. That's how to do it. And without you guys, we don't have fights to watch. So, a big cheers and a big thank you up front for that. And then we have Brandel, who's on a bit of a winning streak here today. Here in the last couple of weeks. On a bit of a winning streak, turning his luck around. Now going Sork v Sork, the next mirror match that we're seeing on this card. Should be an interesting one. Brandel on the ES Fireballer. Nightfall, I believe, on a Cold Sorceress. Now, this matchup will favor the Cold Sorceress if they are aggressive. But if they are not, Brandel could take another win here and start racking them up, moving up the ranks. He's really turning it around these days, man. That's going to be an exciting one to see. Can't wait until they let me be free so I can travel the world and visit people. What, are you locked up? What, are you in prison? They hold it. Are you safe? Dong, are you okay? Someone find this guy. Just send us a picture of what you see. I'll send it to the geo tracker guy. We'll find you. We'll find you. Yeah, this is hopefully going to be some good watchings. Hoping we'll get some good people in here that we can check these out. Because, man, then we also have Serenity, who is also on a big winning streak lately. And he's going up against NYC Maxim. Now, NYC Maxim higher up in the ranks, but Serenity moving up very quickly. Either way, I just think this is a very, very fun fight to watch. Max is really looking to get his revenge against the Din. He lost to Joby's VT in the title shot. He lost his title to Joby in this exact matchup, Din v Sin, and I believe Serenity is also on a VT. Very good VT skills, as we've seen in a lot of his matchups. So we're going to see if Max can actually turn it around and beat up on the Din here with his Elephant Sin, and see if he can set himself up to climb the ranks, grab himself another shot at the title, maybe against one of the winners of today. But something tells me if we get to see Riz versus Root, two previous DFC champions, I don't think there will be any denying the winner of that, despite a bit of a hiatus on behalf of both of these guys. I don't think there will be any denying the winner of that. A title shot, which is exactly why we set that up as well. It's not just dramatically entertaining to say. There's a little bit of thought behind it. You know, much like most things that we do on this channel. A lot of dramatics and a little bit of thought sometimes. So, yeah, this is one of those times. It's one of those times. Should be good. Then, of course, we got Silly versus Dio Wind in a Drew v. Drew. Silly on a winning streak. Dio looking to prove who the top Drew is. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys switched it up and did some sort of different matchup. However, I kind of, as boring as most people would think that it is, I kind of want to see a Drew v. Drew. Last time we saw this, it was Root versus Dio. And it actually wasn't really that boring. That was done in the Outer Cloister. We very easily could have set that one up for this, but usually with Drew v. Drew, you're kind of on each other's screen most of the times anyway. You know, you're just looking for that opportunity, trying to catch your opponent. It's very strategic, and it's also something Dio hasn't seen in a while. So perhaps this is Silly's opportunity to usurp the top Druid in the DFC and see about cementing that title for himself. And then, of course, we've got this guy down here. Nobody on his level. Nobody measuring up. Everybody scared. We sent out personal invitations to everybody on the card to say, hey, you want to go up against this guy? All of them. Their managers turned it down. They said, too scared. Can't do it. I ain't taking a loss like that. We can't afford a loss. So we unfortunately have to turn that one down. Yeah, Silly has neck. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys did that. The only thing about Silly going neck here, and why I hope he doesn't do it, is because I think Dio still has the advantage if he goes neck. Like, the way that it shakes out these days, I think Druid actually has an advantage on Necro, just based on what we've seen. You have to be an extremely skilled Necro to beat a Druid, and, you know, even then a Druid has some answers. So I'd be curious to see what Silly brings to the table. I hope it's a Druid. I hope we get to see Windy v. Windy. We actually just haven't seen it in a long time, and I don't really think it's as boring and as miserable as that people think. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We got a number of reflections, mirror matches on this card. Quite a bit, more than we've had in recent history, so we're going to see how that goes. Meanwhile, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire up Diablo 2 Resurrected. A, because, man, I just got that itch. But B, because I need to get some practice in, boys. I need something. They could be putting me up against any character this evening. The matchmaker, whoever makes those matches, I could be going up against anybody. So I got to be prepared for everything. So let's check it out. Thanks, Dong. He says, good luck to all the contenders in the DFC. Appreciate you, man. if anybody decides to, that they're brave enough, and I end up getting a match tonight. I appreciate that. I'm going to need... Well, my opponent's going to need all the luck. So that's awesome. Much, much appreciated. We got to get ready, man. I think we just have regular din set up here. We're just ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go. Yep, definitely going to be interesting. Oh yeah, so by the way, Silly, there he is. Silly, are you going DVD on that one? You going Drew v Drew? Or I'm sorry, no, Silly's my bad. You've got a whole different matchup, dude. You're going... Yeah. No, wait. I'm thinking of the same guy. I'm all over the place today. It was the fucking tavern, man. I stayed up late closing the deal on that shit. Y'all have to forgive me. Yeah. Are you guys going Drew v Drew? You guys making it happen? I think that would be cool. By the way, I'm in Jack 1-1. This is the game that I'm in. If anybody wants to come in, test their might, get me ready for whatever may come my way, I would appreciate it. It's going to be much needed, very necessary, because we never know. Could just join a pub and see how that's going, but something tells me there's just probably going to be a lot of fucking Oridins and wannabe Dins just trying to BM. And while it is fun just trashing on them, we need to get some real practice in. Yeah, we should have done that. We should have done that. I don't even know if you can make a game under that name, can you? In Diablo 2. I think they might stop you. Figured out how to make paladins compete in competitive in the DFC. I really want to level 1 in the new season. Bro, yeah, it's the Murdered In. Like, I honestly think the Murdered In is probably the best. That, or if you get really good on it, the VT. The VT is actually really good if you have God tier skill. The Paladin is much like a Barbarian. They have a lot of similarities. You have to be extremely good on a Paladin to get your wins, but if you are, it's actually a very powerful class in the DFC. But you have to get your practice in, you have to be very good on it. Much like you do with the Barbarian. It's technically a very good class, but you have to be very good on the Barbarian. So it's easy to learn, extremely difficult to master, and to get to a competitive level with it. But Murdered In or VT is technically the best performing Dins. Murdered In, I think, if it gets a pilot that really knows what they're doing, you know, that can really chain lock, aggress, and smite, turn the page from being lates to aggressive, I think it's an unstoppable class. But otherwise, Chuck Hams or Smite and FOH, that's actually a very good combo too. You can kind of lates a little bit with FOH, stay on the outside if you're a VT, and kind of make people aggress you. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna bring up a VT. I'm gonna bring in a VT to this. I signed up on Din, but we didn't say which Din. We'll bring in Negan. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna make a new game. Duels with a Z. It's a pub game. I hope we didn't, I hope we're not chat bugged. Yo. No, we're not. Okay. Good. Yeah, this is the budget Din right here. We kind of have all of the... We have all of our shit that isn't really that great. And we've thrown it, you know, all of our trash gear from our previous Din, we've thrown it on this one. And, you know, we're looking okay. It's an okay kind of Din. All right, let's set this up. Let's get the cursor locked. All right, VT time, boys. It's time to get in the zone. By the way, Brute My boy, Brute Pendragon. Big cheers to you, man. Thanks for the membership. You know, it's been a while since we've jetted over to the station. Let's, what do you say we go over there? You know what? It's cheers time. I say we do it right. Let's do this right. DJ, we can't be having multiple things going on here. We need to kill it just for a second. Brute Pendragon. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the tavern, the spaceship. Welcome to the crew. Thanks so much for the support. What we're going to do with that support, we might try to upgrade this bar. Buy some more signs, too. Something tells me we're probably going to need some more rules in this place. You know, but as it stands right now, this rule, good enough. It's just esoteric enough to solve a lot of problems. And I think it works. But we might need to make some more. And if we do, we're going to put that right towards the signs. So I just want to say thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Let's do this right, huh? Let's do this right. Let's see how good we are. We got to get our aggression down packed. And by aggression, I mean there could be some lates mixed in. Not 100% sure yet. It just depends on how I'm feeling. I don't have my fire gear on. I believe Battle Pants is a fire sorceress. We're just going. We're just going to do it. You also have Lord of Sanctuary. We have NLS. Go battle. Holy brute. Bro, I see you. Holy shit. Man. You know, what a special day. What a special day it is. We have so many members now, thanks to Brute. Dude, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that support. With that, we're probably going to be we'll have the capability to make 5 new rules with 5 new signs, if it comes down to that. I think we got it covered on all fronts now. And bro, I can't thank you enough. I think that's awesome. Man, that's huge. Bro, big ups, big shout out to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's really because we just needed to go to the spaceship. That's where we needed to be. Spaceship calling our name. I think she's a little jealous that we have another place that we can hang out now. But she's got to know. She's always going to be our baby. This is just the budget tavern. We bought the whole thing for 50 bucks. I'm still not really sure the person owned it. Come to find out, didn't have a deed. Just made me sign a contract. I think I got scammed. But until somebody kicks us out, it's us. We gonna keep it. All right, let's do it. Damn. We tried to do the holy freeze there. It's a little trick, but I think we should have gone Fanat. It's a little trick with VT versus VT. You can slow down their frames, really get them. But I don't get it. I've never been able to figure this out. with any character I've ever made, I always lose Smite v Smite. Like, if it comes down, I have actually pretty good DR on, too. For whatever reason, if I ever go Smite v Smite with another Paladin, 0% win rate. Never won. Ever. In my life. Like, if you just click and hold Smite. I have no idea why. I think it might be some sort of debuff Blizzard put on me. But, like, I just think it's actually impossible. Like, if it comes down to Smite v Smite. Like, that's all we're doing. We're just clicking and holding. Always lose. It's fucked up. A little late on that, boys, but would you expect any less? We were very low. We got cracked a bit. You can flash it, but it's actually still considered BM. Oh, it is, really? Or GM, yeah, okay. Yeah, he flashed it on us there. That was pretty good. All right, NLS is a Paladin. Yep, Paladin.
Good day.
Slowly but surely. That's what we do. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought, actually. Someone was telling me that back in the day, that we had banned Holy Freeze, and we should... I think it was suggested at one point to bring it back in Smite v Smite. We might. I think it's strategic. I never really understood Smite v Smite either. I never really played much on a VT. But, yeah, I can certainly see it now. I mean, especially when you're both just kind of doing a lot of damage. Holy Freeze is BM. Keep it out, it's trash, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. I feel like it's strategic in Smite v Smite, though. Like, I was using Holy Freeze against the other VT and actually lost. Like, had Holy Freeze aura up and lost. We could kill these guys so we don't get PVM'd. Are we even hostile? We're not even hostile. Damn, I was gonna go for the telly lock, but he didn't run. He didn't run. I just figured he'd probably run. Most people do. They get in and they run away. So I was trying to set up for a telly lock, but he just stood there and fired fireballs. That's what you do. That's called me being a noob. That's just what you got to do sometimes. Just stand there and attack, and that'll work. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might bring it back, dude, just in case we see VT versus VT. The fact that we got a VT champion now, you know, you never know. You never know. We could see that. That could be a thing. All right, we got the telly lock, but we didn't do anything with it. Toshank told me to practice this. Telly locking is so hard, dude. See, like, I tried it there, didn't get it. You have to re-click your telly when you land. It's so fucking hard to do. Like, much respect to anybody that can do that. It's probably the hardest thing in Diablo 2 to do. Anyone who claims they are a Diablo 2 master, if you can't telly lock, you have not mastered the game. By far the hardest thing, most mentally taxing, most difficult thing to do I've ever seen in the game. Well, actually, we got there with FOH.
Yes.
Yeah, I played on US West non-ladder. I used to do a ton of PvP, 10 plus years, but seems pretty dead now. On US West, or like D2R in general. I haven't logged on to LOD and actually done any pub PvP in a very long time, but I would assume probably everybody's playing the D2R. Yeah, US West D2 Legacy. That makes sense, man. Makes sense. Because now you got to figure the player base is kind of divided. There was a lot of people that let their accounts expire. Probably a lot of Wizzy gloves that are gone now, too, over on US West from people just switching over to D2R and playing here. Oh, GG. What are you doing, Smite v Smite? Just hit and get out? Just hit and get? Like, you don't kick around? If you get a smite off on him, you just leave? Is that the strategy? Because I can imagine it changes. Like, sometimes if you get a hit and you're the first one to hit, then you just keep smiting. I have no idea. All I know is just it's programmed in my mind. You always lose Smite v Smite. There's no point. Don't do it. Cheese them. You guys wonder why I cheese so much on my dins? I can't win. You go against Hammer v Hammer? I don't know. I always die first. You go against... actually, Hammerdin is different. I'm kind of decent on a Hammerdin. But, like, Smite v Smite... Charge just sucks. The skill just sucks. I can't kill anything in the game. It's terrible. So, I've built a ton of charges. They don't kill anybody. Smite v Smite, always lose. 100% lose rate. Never won. Pure Smite v Smite. See, now I'll never smite him again. Like, now I'm just gonna run. Yeah, we certainly shouldn't have gone in for the smite there. Best smiter on ladder, 100%? Dude, that's sick. Come on in. Teach me some tricks. Teach me some tricks. I need to know everything. I need to get good on the VT. The first thing I need to do, dude, is I built this VT to hopefully teach me how to be aggressive, but I found that I have discovered ways to be lates on it. I can't say I expect any less out of myself, but I have discovered ways to be lates on it. Like, I'm kind of impressed, but kind of not at the same time. You need to practice with jammy jams? Yeah, yeah. Alright, go dirty. Need some fire sork practice. Alright. This, theoretically, I can get aggressive on. Theoretically. I need to get good. Damn, I could have had a telelock there. I fucked it up again. Yeah, just get aggressive. I have no capability of being aggressive on any character. It is just not in my nature. Can't do it. I can't get these smite locks, and my brain just goes, okay, lates. Just, like, lates them a bit. Make them come in. And then when they do, I'm just clearly not comfortable with smite. Like, when smite is my only option, dude. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Charge with Holy Freeze. It's actually smart. Charge at angles, FOH, Holy Freeze, Smite first.
What can I do for you?
Alright, hold on. I'm just not going to FOH unless it's to grab a name lock or something. Like, I'm going to hunt for a name lock with FOH, and when I get it, I'm going to force myself to smite. That's what we're going to do. Force myself to smite. We gotta get good. Gotta get in the zone. Versus Monkey, I'll have to smite, because FOH won't do anything. That's good practice. Oh, he's a fire druid. That was good. We got there that time. By the way, what's up, RH? Dio says he'll be ready soon. GG, dude. I know years ago there's a huge mitigation of PvP West players going to East. Oh, dude, I remember that. I remember that. There was big talks long ago, too, about, like, US West versus US East. And, like, it would happen every once in a while, but it was a pain in the ass because you had to rebuild an entire character. Somebody had to rebuild an entire character on the other realm. Now that doesn't necessarily happen as much, but it just turned out that I think East was the slightly more populated realm back then, so people just started going over to East. And then if you get a critical mass of people doing it, more people do it too. All right, go dirty. I'm gonna force myself to be aggressive.
Greetings.
Sometimes, see now he's used to me Lateson, dude.
Good evening.
He's making bad tellies now. Are you in game with Cook? I'll probably just join then. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, he's talking to Nightfall. Yeah, let's do it, dude. All right, let me know too if I happen to miss it and people are in the Discord. Just give me the heads up. Be like, yo, you know, hit me up in chat here. Just let me know you're streaming, and we'll pop over to it. I'm excited for these matchups, man. They're gonna be really good. All right, we got a Zon. Finally, easy matchup. All right, we're just gonna hostile everybody. Gonna be ready for anything. Go MJN. All right, what is he? He is a druid. Dude, aggression is so hard. Oh shit, it's a... Yeah, it's an Oridin. Alright, game dead. Game dead. We knew it would happen. Yeah, we knew it would happen. GG's. Alright, I'm gonna go private. If anybody wants to join. Yeah, Oridins are just noob players who don't know how to fight. So, I mean, hey, you can't blame them. If I sucked at PvP, I would also make an Oridin. Because, like, and, you know, it's like, you just get people when you NK them, and you can feel good about yourself. You know what I mean? You can be like, yes, I'm so good at this game, I did it. I did it, man, I must be really good. Alright, we're gonna get a fail to join, but you know what? I think we got a match going on. I see both of these guys, Silly, Nightfall, in the Discord, about ready to stream. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. But you know what? I'm going to do Jack2 password 2. Yeah. Like, I mean, we could just put on Sorb gear, but here's how it goes with all Oridins. Is, like, they get their cheese kills, and then as soon as you put on your Sorb gear, they sit outside of town for, like, hours. They literally, like, if you make an Oridin, I have to assume that you are actually mentally retarded. And that's okay. I have a lot of friends who I also consider that same thing. But there is something seriously wrong with you. Because you have so much time to just sit AFK as soon as someone is actually ready to fight you. But there are other, I mean, all you do is put on 2 dwarfs and infernos and they can't win. They literally heal you for 2k every tick, and it's just ridiculous. Or you also can put on Rising Sun, and they just heal you for like 2k per tick. It's laughable. They're so bad. Like, the class is so bad. But it's just, there's never a good mannered Oridin dueling. Like, and I think that gives all of them a bad name, because it's usually the mentally unstable people that build the character, that are sick of getting picked on. They're sick of being bad at PvP, and instead of forcing themselves like this to try to smite, to try to get those locks and to learn how to be aggressive, they're just perpetual fucking cucks, and they're lates, and they just sit by town, and, you know, instead of smoking cigs, they're smoking vibrators, probably. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. That's all of what I can assume.
Not here.
That's all of what I can assume.
Yes.
All right, let's get it. Oh, boys, by the way. Fight time. We gotta fight. We gotta fight. I see Nightfall. I'm gonna peek in. I'm gonna peek in. We're gonna see what's going on. We're gonna peek in and see what's going on with Nightfall here. Looks like they might still be getting ready. They might still be gearing up for their fight. I see Nightfall in town. Yeah. Yeah, so he might still be getting ready. Might still be waiting on his opponent. Alright, yeah. Yeah, no worries. You know what? That just means we got some time to practice on the aggression. To practice getting aggressive.
Not in town.
Want to help clear? We ready to go? Oh, shit. We got multiple fights, boys. People's ready to go. All right, I take it back. I take it back. We was going to go for it. We was going to go for it, but you know what we're going to do now? I got to say, I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy about this, boys. You know what's going on now? This is what's up. We got a ton of people now up in the Discord. And they about ready to throw down, so we can't let them down. All right? We can't let them down. We gonna pop in, we gonna check out these duels. We gonna see how it is. Man, this is what we've been waiting on. This is what we've been waiting for. These epic matches between some of the most savage duelers. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. I think I gotta fix this. I made it so that I recorded Joby's match. Oh, we should definitely check that out, by the way. Joby uploaded his duels from his match with Dio. We should actually check that out from his perspective. I recorded it. I wanted to chop it up, but then I got busy. I got super busy. But you know what? It ain't no thing. It ain't no thing, because we got Joby's perspective. We can check that out. We're gonna do it right after this. It looks like these guys are ready to go. There we go. This is what we're looking at. Let's check it out. Somehow we ended up back up in game here. We don't need to be doing that. What? Look, I knew we shouldn't have gone to the tavern. We should have gone to the spaceship. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. We've got Nightfall screen here. He's getting ready to go up against Brand L. That's actually going to be an epic match in Sork v Sork. God, I'm looking forward to that, man. That's going to be nuts. But also, while we wait for these guys, Dio says he's also ready to go. Just about ready to go. I see Nightfall and Silly. Let's pop over into Silly. Yeah. Oh, man. They decided to go DVD. Oh, man. They decided to go DVD. Oh, this is going to be big. Silly versus Dio. This is how we're going to start this off, boys. Silly versus Dio in some good old DVD action. DVD like this was back in the 90s, boys, when this was the big thing. Instead, though, this is Druid v. Druid in some of the most epic Druid players that you'll ever see. We're going to see how it pans out here. Can Silly beat out the top Druid in the DFC to potentially take the title, start his reign at the top, start taking on some of the most savage duelers to ever exist? We're going to find out here. Looks like he isn't even bothering with too much DR here. He's actually keeping his cast up. You see that? You see what he did? He's using Verdungos for a little bit of added DR. Yeah, oh, look at that. Yeah, you got 39 DR here. Okay, so he might have some bear runes in the cap. I might have missed that. Yeah, he's got 39 DR, 39 rep life. Okay, he's ready. And is he keeping up? Yeah, he's keeping 163 cast. Yeah, that's what it is. He's got double bear rune in the cap. He's got the... Oh, wow. What an incredible setup here. 39 DR. He's ready to go. Okay, I take it back. I thought he was just skimping out a little bit on the DR to focus on 163 cast, which I think is certainly important in this matchup. But, I think there's a fine balance. And this is going to... I think he's struck a pretty fine one right here. What is Dio doing? That's the big question. Dio... I saw him streaming his point of view. All right, yeah, here it is. This is what Dio's doing. He's going straight bear. Wow, and he's got the antlers on. Interesting. I wonder if he's got bear runes in those antlers. Wonder if he's got that going on, dude. It's probably either a 5 or 6 NATO helm. I would guess ideally with bear runes. Easy dub for Dio, you think? I think if I was a betting man, I would be betting on Dio. But I like the fact that Silly is very prepared for this. We've seen Silly actually start slowly moving his way up the ranks here. Kicking some ass. I'm not sure if he's on Dio's level of Druid, to tell you the truth. Dio is just a phenomenal Druid. But Dio hasn't seen the DVD matchup here in a very long time. He's been going against them Dins. He's been going against them Sins. He's been going against them Sorks. Does he still have what it takes to take on a Druid? We're going to find out. All right, and this is, I believe, round 1 of the duel here. This has commenced. And we are now looking at Dio's screen. These guys, in this DVD matchup, they're going to be staying relatively close to each other. Oh, my God. Silly just got nailed with NATOs. I don't even know how, dude. I don't even know how. I think he went in for a stomp. Completely missed. Oh, is he on fire? Bro, is he on fire? What is going on here? He's got Armageddon coming down? Or Volcano? Is that what that is? He's mixing it up, bro. Bro. Is that what I'm seeing right now? Dude's doing some Volcano shit. We gotta check this out. Bro, this is insane. If he went like hybrid, oh my God, I think he did. He went like hybrid NATO's Volcano. Oh my God, that shit is nasty. That's actually some next level shit right there. By the way, Carter, what's up, my dude? I see you. We're gonna have to cut over. Oh my God, down goes Silly. Down goes Silly. Carter, we're going to have to cut over, bro. DJ, pause that music now. Pause it. We're going to have to cut over because we got a special cheers to give out. Carter, thanks so much for the 5-spot, man. I appreciate you. It's actually a good idea. He says you have to name the bar. Maybe take viewer input, start a poll. Could be fun. I agree. We'll have to think of some potential names. We got to make sure that no one comes and tries to claim this bar first. What do you think? How about this? Think of some good names, guys. Throw them in the chat. And in honor of Carter's donation here, I think we should do that. We should take a little poll. We should see what's going on. Possibly name this. I'll write down the names tonight. Maybe add my own. And much like the Chalice of Empty Dreams, I'll let you guys name it. Don't make me regret it this time, huh? That's all I ask. But regardless, big shout out to you, Carter. Thank you so much. Got to put the hat on when we go to the tavern, man. Paid $50 for that thing. All right, Silly back in this now. I think he got caught with some NATOs last time. Oh my god, and he got caught again, dude. It's like I actually don't understand how this works. Like, you just get caught. Sometimes you can stomp. You saw last time he stomped Dio and actually didn't land any damage. It was the weirdest thing. Stomped Dio, I believe, was chucking NATOs, didn't land any damage. Very strange. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and that's why I think it really boils down to who has the more experience in this matchup. I also just love the fact that that Silly has Volcano at his disposal. Oh my god, he hit Dio there. But again, didn't really do significant damage. I think he might have hit him with one clean NATO right there. Yeah, he's saying the same thing. He says in game, he's like, what, are you fucking immune to NATOs? Holy shit. That's crazy. Maybe it's just the fact that he's using Bear and the Bear's taking it. I have no idea. Dio's just taking a lot of NATOs. That's all I see. I would have thought this was an HP glitch, except for the fact that we were looking at Dio's screen earlier. We saw his life total and go down. He like teleported right into him. It could also be possible that Silly was chucking him in the wrong direction. He could have been chucking him in the wrong direction, and basically how Dio landed on him, they just didn't hit him. Because he's not exactly getting name locks for them. You know, he's chucking them in the direction, waiting for the stomp. All right, let's jet over to Dio. So far, 2-0 in favor of Dio in this DVD matchup. See, I don't know what's so bad about these. They're actually kind of cool, man. I think we all still have a lot to learn by watching them, to tell you the truth. We haven't really seen a lot of mirrors. Typically, when this happens and it comes down to a mirror in DVD, everybody always switches classes for some reason. They think it's a boring or a miserable duel. I disagree. I actually think this is, much like I said earlier, I don't think it's as miserable as people think. Sure, you could turn it into a patient duel, but basically it just comes down to that one big hit. Once you get in, you can have all the DR. It's just like you're still getting hurt badly by those NATOs, man. You got to keep that 163 cast up. You know, you got to do it. Yeah, that's true. NATOs kind of have a mind of their own. Serenity, yeah, we're just watching our first duel, man. If you don't mind, just wait till some of these, save your duel if you end up connecting with your opponent. Unless you guys are in a huge rush, then just let me know. Oh my god, Silly got him that time, though. Now, funny thing is Dio might actually be in NATO or, Hurricane PK range. This might be something. Looks like these guys have agreed to waive the mana pot rule. Dio's bow about to run out. Dio also using Volcano now. Interesting. See, Volcano does a little bit of physical damage, right? But you got to imagine that the fire damage in and of itself is not that significant. Especially if once your opponent notices what you're up to, if they just keep up Cyclone Armor, I can't imagine that does much damage. Coolio, you're a great co-host, man. You're a great co-host. Very similar names. Clearly, I copied him. Oh, those were big hits, I think, there from Dio. Let's pop over to Silly's standpoint and check him out. I think, anyway. Those are very well placed NATOs. Yeah, Silly kind of in a lot of trouble. A lot worse than he was a second ago. Now he's looking for that name lock. Now Dio getting creative, surrounding him with tornadoes, trying to make him chase him a bit. Trying to make him get aggressive and push the pressure, whereas Dio's so low. And Dio, that's just what he does, man. Nice job. Lights a volcano up under him, dude. Dio's going to make it difficult for Silly to finish. Dio might have a name lock. Nope. Ooh. Dio's whittling Silly down here. Silly had a big advantage early on, but Dio being very patient. See, this is usually what it comes down to. Patience, looking for that opportunity, trying to stomp your opponent when they're not ready. I mean, that's all of what DVD is it's a big mind game. Much like playing a Barbarian is with practically any class. Oh my god. And he might have landed some more NATOs there. I would guess, but Dio's life total was pretty low. I feel like if he landed a NATO, it would be over. Yeah, he didn't land shit, man. He's repping back. I think he's rep back so far from 130 to 500. Oh, big NATOs from Dio, and there it is, 3-0 so far. Actually, a very close round, though. I think possibly Silly is catching on. I think Silly's catching on now. Silly's seeing what's up. He might be able to turn the tide. Sometimes it takes a few rounds with somebody, but also Dio, one of those players that can really turn the tide. We've got, I would say Silly's got an uphill battle here for sure. Yeah, Silly says, I'll stop stomping. Yeah, it's hard to catch Dio off guard, man. It's really hard to catch him off guard. This is the type of guy that, man, when you get a name lock on him, if you're a VT, you think you got him, you think you got it in the bag, got a name lock, you're starting up with your stomp. This dude just is waiting for it, man. He's waiting for it. He's hungry for it. He's got the NATOs going. When you think he's teleporting away, he's got a trap waiting for you. He's probably got the NATOs flying, and he's walking him into him as you speak. As soon as you stomp him, you ain't gonna eat one NATO. You're probably gonna eat 3. This guy, great on the defense. On the offensive defense. Toshank. By the way, what's up, dude? That emoji says it all. Toshank says, clearly you're not talking about my VT. And it's an important distinction. When we talk about your typical VTs, these conversations do not include players like Toshank. By the way, bro, I was practicing that telly lock earlier, failing at it horribly. In duels where people are actually trying to kill me, failing at it horribly. It's dude, what I don't have down yet is switching. Is like when you land, this is the thing that I'm just not mentally prepared for, is when you land, when you get your initial smite lock and you telly on top of them, instead of going in for the smite right there, which I miss 99.1000% of the time, instead of clicking that smite and following up with it, you right click telly lock instead, and you have to, of course, center your cursor to the right place. But you just assume that they're going to run away, and then you chase them with it. It's so many steps. It's like 5 billion steps in one. We were just saying, dude, it's probably the pinnacle of anything you can do, is actually catch somebody in a competitive duel and telly lock them. Like, competitively telly lock them. If you can't do that, you ain't a pro. I am not yet a pro. Someday I'll be able to do it. But we're practicing. We're making steps. Oh, nice shots! And Dio follows up with a stomp, dude. I told you, Dio just knows how to capitalize on these things. Stomp his opponents when they're not ready at all. Let's check on Dio's life total. See how he's doing, man. See how many NATOs he ate. He might be hurt. Yeah, he's half-lifed from that. Those were big, man. Silly was just kind of sitting at distance. Dio was trying to get his angle, and Silly landed a couple of NATOs from range. I'm not sure, honestly. I would assume he's probably running it for like maximum DR. And to tell you the truth, it's certainly paid off a bit. He's taken quite a bit of NATOs in every exchange. He has quite a bit of DR, probably at the max. We do see Silly on 163 with 39 DR, which is good. I think that would probably be the setup that I would go with. But I gotta say, I'm a bit impressed. I'm a bit impressed with all of the DR and how well it's doing. Yeah, he's able to take a lot of NATOs. He took another NATO right there, and it wasn't really devastating. You know, so I think that's probably his game plan. I think he probably is using 99 FCR because he has confidence in his Druid abilities. That would be what I would guess. So he has confidence in his Druid abilities, and he's saying, you know what? I'm just going to stack up the DR. I think I can outmaneuver him. But he is eating a lot of NATOs here. Now at about 2,000 life. Let's pop into Silly. See how he's doing. See how his life total's looking. He's looking good, man. He's looking real good. And he's being patient here. He's not getting too hyper-aggressive. Just knowing that he's got to be opportunistic. He's got to take his time. He's got to wait for that angle. Oh, man. That could have been a hit. That could have been a hit. Let's check. It was. It was indeed a hit for 1,500 damage, bringing Dio to 500 life. Little over 500. Almost 600 now. Oh, and a stomp from Dio, but he doesn't quite get there, man. Goes in to try to finish out of desperation, and now we have a duel, boys. Now we have a duel. Looks like the FCR certainly paid some dividends there. You could see Silly was able to get off so many shots. He's turning the corner here. He's turning the corner. Weird thing, D4 got all these problems when people jump and ship. D2R has not crashed for me at all in 2 days, and I've changed nothing. I tried rolling back video driver earlier, but it kept crashing anyway. Oh, for D4? D4 kept crashing after you rolled back their video driver? That's weird, dude. D4's got a lot of problems. Bear pelt, they die in 2 NATOs. Yeah. I think he's probably got the bear pelt on. Dio does. But I don't believe he's using Suicide Branch. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like he has 163 cast, though. He certainly goes with a 99. So he might have tried to maximize his damage, which I guess makes sense. It's a good counter if your opponent has sort of sacrificed their damage for, for a little bit of DR. I think it's a good counter. It's pretty smart, man. Dio's a smart druid, dude. Good choice not to stomp there from Silly, because Dio was certainly ready for it. Ooh, he might have caught him there, though. He might have. It looked like it was questionable. Could have gone either way. But let's check it out. Let's see what Dio's at. Nah, he's at full life, man. He hasn't been hit yet. Oh, D2R did after D4 launched? Oh, yeah, D2R's been having some problems, dude. We've been seeing a lot of failed to join games as well. That happened to me tonight. When you try to create it, you get a fail to join. That's also been happening for a lot of people. Dio now hurt a bit, getting hit for about 1,400 damage, almost 1,500 off that one NATO from Silly. How's Silly looking? Silly over here in a lot of trouble. Back on the ropes. Something tells me he probably won't stomp again in this duel. He's going to probably take it easy, be opportunistic, try to get Dio to come in. His back is certainly on the ropes. Dio might get a little bit aggressive, though. Dio has quite a bit of life left. But another good thing, another really good thing about Silly's setup is he has 39 rep life. So the longer he's allowed to kind of kick back and not be punished for it, the more life he's going to rep back, which will allow him to get a little bit more brave. But right now, I think he's perfectly fine just kicking back. Because literally one NATO can do that 1,200 damage that Dio needs. One NATO can do it. Ooh, and he might have landed one on Dio. Let's check out Dio's life total, see how he's doing. Yeah, might have. Hard to tell. Got my 60th tournament win last night. Hey, man, congratulations. That's fucking awesome, man. Do you still got a list of those on JSP? I remember you sent me that at one point. A whole list of tournaments that you've won. That's impressive, dude. What did you win it on? Did you go VT? I do get the failed join sometimes, but my game was freezing and randomly closing without any errors for the last month. That's fucking weird. Yeah, it's in my profile, Trapper. GG, dude. That's fucking awesome. Congratulations, man. Toshank, probably one of the most decorated previous DFC champions. I say previous. Once you're a champion, you're a DFC champion, man. That's how you shall be introduced. He's got... I hope the DFC title is somewhere in these list of accolades, in these list of achievements, because it's a big one. It's a big one. Some would argue more valuable than that 10K Forum Gold pot. You remember back when in DFC Season 1, Season 2, Season 3 even, we had the DFC belts on LOD? I still have the name DFC. Nobody else can make those. You can't make DFC belts on LOD. This is just a rumor. You know, can't confirm. Someone was telling me. The latest offer on one of those things was 6 billion Forum Gold. Man. Crazy to think. DFC. It pays to be a DFC champion. April 15th, new DFC champion. Druid. Fuck yeah, man. 1v1 DFC champ night. $100 US trap v trap. Dude, sick. Now, here's the real question. How many of these tournaments did you drop your charms on the ground and rep life back? I gotta know. Which one was that? Was it a tournament? Did it count? Did it make the list? Because that was always the one that I'll remember from LOD. That shit was amazing. Changed my life. The balls. The testicular fortitude. I only did that once, drunk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that shit was nuts. Dio in a bit of trouble here. Silly trying to turn the tides. Let's see what he's at. He's rep back a little bit of life. He could probably take a NATO now, but he certainly doesn't want to. He definitely can't now. He just got clipped by one. And just got clipped by another one there. That was crazy. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now. Or maybe he just lost his oak. Never mind. Never mind, he's good. He's good, he's just losing his oak. Alright, he's back in this. Didn't take too much damage there. Alright, my bad. My bad, he's still looking good. Ooh, but that volcano actually doing some damage. Actually did about 100 damage there. It's not much, but I mean, that can add up. You get those direct hits with that. And there it is, man. Dio gets there for the 4-1 victory against Silly. Absolutely unbelievable. The top tier druid skills from Dio, man, it's hard to beat. That was nuts. Next up in the queue here, we have Brandel versus Nightfall. These guys are ready to go, but wow, I gotta say, round of applause for the DVD from Silly and Dio. See, I don't really think that's too much of a boring match. It always seems like there's a lot going on. The screens are filled with NATOs. It really comes down to who's opportunistic, who's paying attention. You know, and you could see it from both players in some of those duels there. You know, in just about all of them, especially after the third round there. I think Silly really turned it around, you know, and caught on to Dio's style, as I thought he might. An incredible dueler. We've seen a lot from him, and this guy's getting good, man. Tested his skills against the Druid champion. Couldn't quite get there, but I would say, man, given a few more duels, I think this guy's picking it up now. I think he's picking up what Dio's putting down. Bros, this one about to go down. What are these guys doing? These guys going SVS here? Oh, it looks like these guys are ready to go. Well, shit. Let's just make sure. Let's go over to the pub real quick. I'm running low. I gotta go fill this back up, if you guys don't mind. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna pop over to to Brand versus Nightfall in this SVS. Another mirror match in DFC Reflex. And we're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna have to place our bets. A lot of people betting against Brand, but I think that's a bad idea. This guy has come a long way, and we're gonna see how he does tonight in a mirror match against, I believe, a Cold Sorceress in Nightfall. But we're gonna see. While we do that, boys, I gotta go refill this. I need another mixed drink, so I'm gonna jet behind this bar. I'm gonna get that taken care of. And while we do that, I want you guys to do the same thing. Make sure you're well hydrated. Well hydrated and ready to go. Let's freaking do this. Oh, shit, we switched to the wrong screen. Shit, sorry about that, boys. Look, we got this. We back in this. Might have missed the end of that duel. Look, could be worse. These guys could have forgot to hostile each other, you know? We got the special, the tavern special. We've got lemonade and vodka. They had that back in the day. That was the drink. All right, it's 0-1, I believe, in favor of Brand. 0-1 in favor of Brand. Brand is up. I told you guys, don't bet against this dude. We have seen him. People used to make fun of this guy when he was on a losing streak, but let me tell you something. Big life lesson, okay? Losing is contagious, but so is winning. And Brand is right back onto this winning streak here, and he's looking to take out... He's looking to take it out on Nightfall here tonight. Dropping a little bit of frames over here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Hold up, we'll get that taken care of here. Okay, so it looks like 2 ES fireballers. This is fire versus fire here. Okay, so this is a mirror. This is a complete mirror. This is what we signed up for. Nice name lock here from Nightfall. Nightfall pushing the aggression. Brand trying to trap him here. But I have noticed this with Brand before. If you can do this right, if you can get him, you can push that aggression, you can punish him for pushing his. Man, you can punish him. You can punish him good. Oh, those Hydras. Those Hydras that Brand set up, man, that hurt. I love that, I gotta say, I love the belt choices. I love... Sork has to be 200 FCR, right? Dude, I don't know. I would doubt it, honestly. Doesn't quite look like it. It looks and feels like a 105. Looks and feels like a 105 just from looking at it. I just gotta say I love the belt choices. You can tell this guy ready for some pub BM. I'm gonna kill the music for a second. I think he might be playing some in-game music. It's hard to tell. Hate to have the dueling banjos. Yeah, he is. Oh my god, and he gets there, evening it up the score, dude, at 1-1. All right. Nightfall, bringing it back. Here we go, baby. We got a mirror match, and it's going back and forth. Can Brandell make a big comeback? Somebody created this game with item spacing on. What, these guys just lay out a bunch of mana pots? Did Brand go... Hold on. Wait a minute. No matter what, they're both a sorceress, so none of them can use mana unless they agree on waiving the rule. But did Brand go full Vita? Did he? I can't quite see. Did he go full Vita? He ain't got ES over his head, dude. He's full Vita. Allegedly, they say full Vita has the advantage in this matchup. In Sork v Sork, they say full Vita has an advantage. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but man, oh man, I guess technically when you go full Vita, you can actually stack your fire res up. So that kind of makes a difference. You can't do it if you're an ES sorceress, but you can if you're full Vita. So I guess technically, with that technicality, there could be a slight advantage. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, I think for sure, dude. I can't imagine Brand would have forgotten to cast his ES here. Like, there's no shot. Yeah, he's strictly Vita. And you can tell that Brand has really studied this class, and he knows. Because it's like I said, it's been a long known thing that they say full Vita has the advantage in this matchup. So I wouldn't be surprised if, knowing that he was going up against Sork v Sork, he made the swap. But if you notice right here, Nightfall is also full Vita right now. Might as well be, because his energy shield is down, and it appears as though he forgot to recast it. He could be in trouble. And he gets there. Somehow he gets there. I thought that stomp was going to go the complete opposite way there, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as he decided to stomp, I was like, well, shit. Yeah. It could be that they joined another game. I'm gonna guess it's because they joined somebody else's game. Maybe they joined up on Dio's game or something? They probably were in, I don't know, maybe they were practicing dueling some other matchup or something. Nightfall Sorceress, though. Is this the one you were talking about, Maddie? This one right here? Nightfall Sorceress with 200 FCR? There's no shot. If there was one, this could be it. Look at the armor. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Dude. No shot he has fortitude, right? And that's why chilling armor is cast. He can legitimately cast that from a staff. But I wonder if he's gone fortitude. Did you hear the speculation that was going on with a fortitude sorceress? Somebody had built one. I really don't feel good about it. I don't think it's a great idea. But, dude, fortitude would be an interesting thing. Yeah, he has chilling armor from his staff, so he's actually legitimately casting it. But I was wondering there for a second. His armor looks a little weird. Like, he could be using Viper Magi, but I doubt it. I think Viper Magi looks a little different. I think you can only hit that 200 FCR breakpoint if you're using Viper Magi, but holy shit, he's casting fast. Okay, yeah, this certainly feels like 200, bro. Nightfall Sorceress feels like 200 to me. Yeah, this is certainly 200. There's no way it's not. So he's using some weird armor, whether it's fortitude or whether it's Viper Magi. Hard telling, but this looks like 200. I gotta say, I play an ES Fireballer. This looks like 200. Getting that mana ripped away, and I don't think he's noticed. He hasn't gotten the pattern yet of, like, when you lose your mana, whenever you hear your sorceress say, I need mana, recast your energy shield, because it's down. I don't think he's quite in the habit of doing that yet. And it's certainly something you have to get in the habit of doing. Because I swear, energy shield falls away far more in D2R than it ever did. That's not proven, just kind of speculation at this point, but it just feels like it does. It could also be that back in LOD I had fucking B mana charms and shit, so I had a billion mana. Oh my god, and here we go again. Fire, making it 2-1 in this mirror match in ES Fireballer versus full Vita Fireballer. He don't need ES in the streets, you're damn straight. This guy's straight thug magic right here. Think he missed a big opportunity. Named his guy Fire, should have been thug magic. This is 3-1. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, we missed one. Hey, look, we've been at the tavern. If you couldn't tell, okay? We've been at the tavern. That's where we were earlier. And if you couldn't tell, when we're here, things are different. We tend to put these things right down. They pile up real quick. All right, here we go. This is the 5th and potentially final round if Nightfall can pull it out. This is a big win for Nightfall, ruining the winning streak of Brand here if he can do it. But this fight is not over, and Brand is no stranger to the ES Fireballer, but I bet he's regretting his decision to go full Vita against this seemingly 200 FCR ES Fireballer. Oh, big hits. Big hits from Nightfall. Nightfall really good at grabbing that name lock and getting in. Really good at pushing the aggression. And there it is, man. He gets there. 4-1 victory for Nightfall coming up the ranks. This guy showing what it takes in DFC Reflex. Talking about all these reflections, all these mirror matches. He's really showing how it works. Proving against all odds he's got what it takes. Very good fight, man. I was surprised. I thought Brandel might get there. Honestly, if I was a betting man, I probably would have bet on Brandel. Yeah, that's a huge win. Huge. Man. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? This is... Where does Brand go from here? I can tell you one place. I can tell you one place we can go. We can go back to the Bloodmoor. We can practice on those aggressive chain locking skills while we wait for another match. Or actually, you know what we could do? We could check out Joby's match. Y'all remember this, right? Y'all remember Joby tearing it up. I'm going to go see if I can find his video. I think he shared it with me. I'm not sure if he actually posted it on his YouTube though. I think he might have shared it with me, and it was like might have been a private link. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right, here we go. Yeah. This is private. All right, so this is his full matchup. While we wait for some more fighters here, let's check out the Joby fight. This shit was crazy. By the way, Javier, my dude, €6. That's like $500 US. Bro, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. Bro, that's huge. Holy. Man, I can't thank you enough. We certainly are going to have to put up another rule here in the tavern for next week. Going to have to do something, because that support right there means a lot. And I don't know, what do you think the rules should be? Maybe we should put the name of the name of the tavern down, or, you know, maybe right down here on a sign, just right out front, so people know where they're at when they show up. What do you think about Beaver Motel? Even though this is not a motel, has nothing to do with beavers. Beaver Motel, no whores. Don't bring your horse up in here. St. Mount time when you come in here. 5 max fire res. Yeah, he's using flicker and flame. If you use the energy shield, max res cannot exceed 75%. Oh, is that what it was? Is that what? Bro, was he using flicker and flame? Was he? Is that confirmed? Oh, I'm just noticing that. Sorry about that. Was it ES-Orc using Flicker and Flame? If you use, yeah, Energy Shield Max Res. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Do we have a confirmation on it? Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back. We gotta rewatch this. We gotta rewatch this now. Let's check it out. Let's give her a shot, man. Let's go back on this. Let's go back on the stream. Let's check her out. We're looking for the Holy Fire Aura is what it's going to be. Let's go back. Let's check it out. This might look a little weird. You're going to see, like, look at this. Ready? Man, this is going to get real weird here in a second. But, all right, let's go back. Let's do it like this. Yeah, he was. That's the Holy Fire Aura, isn't it? Boys. I didn't notice that. That's the Holy Fire Aura. All right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yep, caught in 4K. Yep, there it is. There it is. That's the Holy Fire Aura. So he was using Flickering Flame. So that is technically against the rules. So this is what we'll do. This is what we can do. If these guys still want to duel, I would gladly watch that again. I was wondering, man, like something was up there. That was crazy. This is what we can do. We'll start it out. We'll give Brand his win, and we're going to have to nullify all of the wins from Flickering Flame. This is what we'll do. If these guys want to redo this duel, we can remedy this. We'll start it up and we'll go, we'll start it up 0-2 for Nightfall. If he wants to duel again without Flickering Flame. Can't use any max res or absorb on the ES version of this. That's like the big advantage to being full Vita, and it looks like he took advantage of both of these. Having the ES, the added protection, and added resist here, so that was certainly an unfair advantage. Makes sense. I would probably do it in a pub. But when it comes down to doing it around here, around the tavern, boys, we can't allow it. But what we can do is we can remedy it. If these guys want to redo the duel, we'll just call it 0-2 in favor of Brand. And we can move on from there. If you guys think, what do you guys think? Do you think that's fair? If these guys want to redo that? I think that's cool. I'm cool with it if you guys are. Seems fair to me, especially if these guys actually want to redo it. They actually want to go to town, make it work. I would gladly watch that. I think that was really good. My apologies for not catching that. I'm usually pretty good at it, but this time, maybe not so much. But hey, you know what we can check out? We can check this out. We can check out Joby.
And everyone says go. If you get it,
oh, he's got Max's voice in the background. You can tell this shit was raw. This shit was raw. Hold on. Let's get this set up without the border. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this will be good. This will be good. All right, so we'll give those combatants a little bit of time if they want to redo that. Otherwise, if we don't redo it, it'll just be a win for Brand. But if Nightfall is interested in redoing it, that's what we'll do. If Brand can't redo it, then we can just wait. We'll just postpone it. But that's the current decision. It all kind of goes on Nightfall. If Nightfall wants to redo the match, we'll give it 0-2 for Brand. That's the current score. And then if Brand for whatever reason can't fight right now, we'll just give him the week, see if he can fight again. And if not, maybe we'll continue it next week. But yeah, that's how we'll basically solve it right now. My apologies for not catching that. We probably could have solved it earlier. But yeah, we have to unfortunately strike all those wins. Good catch, Matty. Good catch, bud. Appreciate that. They were both in there discussing it. Do we got? Sorry, I watched the rules for Fire Res. Didn't see the ES rules. Yeah, no problem, dude. There's so many fucking rules. That's the thing. Is like it's so matchup specific. It's probably slightly my fault too. I got to work on a way to make those a little bit easier to find. So don't worry about it, dude. It happens. It happens. There was this one time I went up against Joby and LLD. I totally didn't see the rule where you couldn't use an ethereal weapon that didn't repair. Didn't see that. But luckily the judge didn't catch it. Gave me the win. Just absolutely slaughtered Joby. It was a fun night. Great highlights. It happens, dude. That's all I'm saying. It happens. Nightfall says he'll rematch. No problem. All right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. So yeah, take some time. See if you can get in game with Brand. See if you can get in game with Brand and do that. We'll just start it off 0-2 in favor of Brand. So Brand will be 2-0. He'll have to get 2 wins. You'll have to get 4, my dude. No worries. No worries at all. This shit happens. Shit happens. All right, boys. Let's check this out. This is courtesy of Joby. This is his duel with Dio. This was for the title. Thankfully, gotta love this guy. Recorded it, uploaded it, and this is what it looks like, man. This was insane. He says he obviously didn't put the losses on here, but let's just review this real quick. You can see that he's got a couple of things. Let me see if I can shrink myself down a little bit so you can see what's going on, because you're going to see some insane shit going on here. Joby is one that will make this look BM. He'll make it look real bad. And by that, I mean the life tap. You notice he's got that life tap off right here. Healing back to full. Dio's doing what he needs to do. Dio actually played very well. You notice his stomps. He's stomping down below Joby, being careful not to stomp directly on top of him. Look at that. Joby charging in on him as he's running down. Gets that life tap again, dude. Heals himself right back up, and Dio's in a lot of trouble. Nice chains from Joby, and he just finishes just like that. I mean, topped-in style, bro. Just like that. I believe at that point it was potentially 1-0. It might have been 1-1. I think Dio got a win early on. I think the final score might have been 4-2. But some nice hits there early on from Joby. The life tap RNG was certainly in favor of Joby this match. He also did go with Exile, and he had made a suggestion about potentially banning Exile if you use Zeal on a Paladin. You know, at this point, I had thought about it. I saw his suggestion. Look at that. Okay, so right here, actually, I saw this live. I was actually watching this as these guys were doing it. Dude, tell me I'm wrong. If Dio would have kept doing this exact thing right here, he would have won this. Look at this. Look at this shit that he's doing right here. Like, he's throwing a NATO, teleporting to it, throwing another NATO the other way, teleporting to that, and Joby's just like stuck in that loop trying to chase him and getting hit with NATOs. Look at this. If he would have stayed doing that, that could have been good. Like, check this out. So Joby gets the lock, Dio chucking the nades, going back and forth, chucking the nades. If he would have stayed doing that, I feel like that's a winning strategy. Like, especially with the way that Joby does the traditional chain lock, where he grabs the name, teleports on you, takes that little step and walks. He's just always walking into NATOs if you can do that right. And then Joby gets the life tap again there. Spoiler alert, tap, tap, tap. To be honest, Nightfall didn't have ES up half the duel anyways. That's kind of true. Coolio. But unfortunately, whereas he did start out with ES, he was an ES sorceress. Got to do it. Well, we don't want to. The reason it would be 0-2 is because technically he, we don't want to. We want to punish the deed, right? Of making the mistake, but also not rob Brand of his win, because Brand also did get a win there. So it just kind of like is a way to, I think, appropriately remedy the situation. And we get to see that sick duel even more, dude. I think that's the best part. And Joby tapping again off of the player. This is what it looks like. This is how he defended his title versus Dio. Just so much tap. Look at this. Getting blasted with those NATOs. Now he's using that up Zeal. You can see it now. You see how Zeal is hotkeyed on his left click? That's what he's doing. He's teleporting around and up Zealing. Just hitting those pets. And the big mistake here, this is a mistake that Dio made in that moment, is he didn't CT teleport away and resummon his pets, or you don't even need to. You can just kind of resummon those pets after you get tapped, just kind of passively. Just teleport, resummon. But you certainly need to resummon all of your pets as soon as you get tapped. Joby noticed that he didn't do it, and that's why he was up-zealing. Looks like he tapped him there again. Potentially. No, he didn't tap him. But that's why Joby was just up-zealing. He noticed that he didn't get rid of his pets that were tapped. So he's like, well, I'm just going to, I'll go in willy-nilly and just hit these pets. It's just one of those things that, you got to recast the pets. Make it so they have to hit you in order to get that life back. How do I enter Arctic Blast Doo-Doo in DFC? And there it is again. A tap really just to kind of put the cheese on the cake, right? I think he probably would have had that without tap. But it just puts the cheese on the cake. Dio, biggest mistake is not going 163. I would completely agree. There was actually a time, I believe, possibly in this duel right here, where he did switch to 163. But that's actually a good point, Serenity. A lot of people overcompensate for the Din, right? They'll go 50 DR. I say this all the time, right? Like when I went up against Joby, granted I didn't win, but it was the best performance I've ever had against Joby's VT. It was 4-3. It was a very close duel. I had no added DR besides Enigma. Like, just don't get hit, man. Just don't get hit. The way that you don't get hit is you just be faster, right? In my matchup and with my Din versus his VT, I had faster cast than him. I had 125 cast, right? Just be fast. Don't get hit. And that's certainly the way to do it with a Druid. Be fast. Be able to teleport around, throw NATOs, and just mount a serious offense, right? And with that offense, when you start stacking up DR, you're typically giving up damage. And that's certainly something that you can't do because the Paladin has also prepared with damage reduction. So you got to really put it to the test. I think that's certainly a good point, Serenity, is that not being on the 163 setup is a mistake. Nice chain from Joby. Incredible chain. But look, right there. This is, I believe, Dio now. Yeah, I think he's now on the 163. And you see how hard it is for Joby to catch him. Yeah, this was one of the duels where he was on the 163. And there it is, man. The finish. Did he get him with the... What did he get him with? Did he get him with the up smite? I missed it. I was looking over to chat. Yeah, he got him with the smite. There it is. Joby remains the DFC undefeated, undisputed champion. Gosh, what a savage. Who's going to take this guy down? Who's going to put him in his place? Who's going to bring him to where he needs to be? Who knows? Yo, where's Brand at? Have we heard from Brand? Any word on Brand? Would be cool to see the rest of that match. But right now, I don't see nobody. You know what I see? I see a game up here with a lot of people in it. A lot of paladins trying to din v din the people's champ when he's not on his murder din. That's okay. It's going to force me to get good. It's going to force me to get good. Let's do this. Let's get good. Let's get in the zone. Against Battle Pants here, I can practice these telly locks like Toshank taught me. We got to practice getting the lock, teleporting on, recentering. That's what we got to do. This is all the steps involved in a telly lock. You grab the name lock, right? You bring your cursor back to the left shoulder, okay? Because you're getting ready for a telly lock. This is something new that I learned, right? Left shoulder. You let it go, you walk, you teleport, but when you land, after you do this, after you bring this back, there's so much shit involved with this. After you bring it back, you teleport, you have to unclick, you have to literally let go of all buttons on the mouse and re-click teleport. And just hold it down like that. It might seem simple, but the timing is so, like, you have very few frames. Like, you can't let go too early because you'll lose the lock and you won't stomp on them. And then as soon as your animation is on just the right frame, that's when you let go and you wait until you land on your opponent and then you re-click immediately. And you have to be quick. It's so crazy, dude. Telly locking is like the hardest thing. I'll redo. I'm Vita. I'm allowed mana pools. No sorceresses are allowed mana pools. Sorceress is not allowed mana pools at all. None. But an ES sorceress is not allowed mana at all. They can't have mana at all. The full Vita can use mana, but no pools. Sent you a PM, Coooley. All right, I'll check it out. Joby and I are planning our duel for tomorrow. Oh yeah. He said he had something going on tonight. He said that he may or may not be back, so I wasn't sure. Mage versus VT. Oh, me Mage, Joby VT. All right, dude. I can't wait. I can't wait for that. That's gonna look good, bro. I got to tell you, I think that's probably the best matchup for his VT. I think it gives you the best shot of beating him. Mage is pretty good. I do like the Murdered In too, because usually when I duel Joby with the Murdered In, I'll kind of lates him a little bit and try to encourage him to get in. But you can kind of do the same thing with FOH, right? You can punish him from the outside. You can set up with Griffins. You can make it so that you can really punish him from the outside with FOH. So I'd be curious to see how that's going to go too. Very good, man. Yeah, you'll have to let me know when you guys actually throw down. I'd love to check that out. Maybe we'll get that recording, be able to check that title fight out next week as well. But I definitely wanted to show you guys the title fight at Joby's from last week, because that shit was insane, man. Dio, the top druid, taking on with a clear class advantage against Champion. Champion gets there. He was using Exile for his source of life tap. That's what Joby was on. He was on Exile. So, yeah, clearly the better way to go, right? All right, we got to plug this mouse in. Says it's gonna die. We can't be having our mouse die mid-duel. We got to be on point. All right, let's lock this cursor in. Let's get locked in. All right, go someone. I'm in the zone. Full aggression mode in the zone. We're not losing anything. Oh, is that what I say in the rules? All right, bro, I'll trust you. If that's what we say in the rules. Mind you, they did recently change. But yeah, if it's in the rules, it's in the rules, yeah. I might be wrong about it. I thought we just said sorceress. All right, yeah, you're right. We'll check it out. I'll check it out just to be sure. But you might be right. It sounds about right. Energy shield. Pools. No, I am right. So the sorceress is not allowed mana pots, or mana pools. An ES sorceress is not allowed mana pots. Yep. Yep, there was a recent rule change with that. We posted an announcement. So sorceress cannot use pools and ES cannot use pots at all. Did I update the wrong rules? Hold on. What happens if let me make sure. Let me make sure we updated the right rules. I'm gonna type exclamation point rules. Make sure we go to the right one. That is the correct one. That is in the official rules. That's in official rules. Yep, that's legit. Sorceress not allowed pools, but definitely allowed mana if you're full Vita. If you're ES, you're not allowed mana at all. Doesn't matter your ES percent. Don't matter, homie. All right, let's do it. Go someone. No, I think it's more than that, honestly. I think it's more than whoever spams wins. It's more of like you kind of have to be a little smart with it. Like you have to be opportunistic. All right, we got a full matchup, dude. We got a full game, full grip.
Good to see you. The Order welcomes you.
Look at this. Oh, are we chat bugged? Is this game chat bugged? Am I chat bugged? I think I might be chat bugged. This game might be chat bugged now. All right, hold up.
Follow me.
All right. All right, Lotus is going. Let's just fucking do it. All right, late's time. We got some lates in to do, boys. I think I was using Holy Freeze there. I probably should just unkey that. That was probably a pretty bad thing to do there.
Greetings. Good evening.
We got there, barely. I don't know who Laser is, but it's a very aggressive Sin. A very good Sin. Put us right to the test there. Put our late Sin skills to the test. But as the great Joby once said, you can't out-late Coooley. No. Can't do it. It's pretty tough. But you know, it ain't always about that. We trying to get aggressive. We tried to get aggressive. But it just didn't work. We had to go back to our roots. Alright, I'm going to take off Holy Freeze unless I'm going up against the Din specifically. Or against a non-IAS based character, then I'll swap back out to it. I'll hotkey it again. But I have it in place of Vigor, because I don't have Vigor on this guy. So that's why I was flashing Holy Freeze so much, is because I'm so used to swapping to Vigor, and I have it on the same hotkey. So, like, I just figured, hey, that's a pretty nice one to have when I charge too, right? Like, get in the habit of putting Holy Freeze up when you charge, and just have it be as natural as Vigor. In my head, it makes sense, right? Because I'm just used to doing it in my head. Like, Vigor charge, but instead Holy Freeze charge. Makes sense as long as I just remember to unhotkey it against people that are IAS based, such as an assassin. We're going live? Oh shit! Yeah, we're gonna call it O2 brand. We're gonna call it O2 brand. We're just gonna do it like that. O2 brand. Unless these guys want to go 0-1. Hell, I'll watch that fight all night, man. I think that's cool. I think those guys did a hell of a job. All right. Popping back in. These guys firing it right back up. Let's get in the heat of the action here. I hear it going on. Boom, let's pop over. Let's not waste a second. These guys continue in the duel. They have contacted each other. They've gotten back in game here. They've remedied this. We no longer have an illegal ES Fireballer, and we just have a regular ES Fireballer going up against Brand, the full Vita Fireballer. And now it's a fair match, 2-0 in favor of Brand, unless these guys have agreed to something different. But that's technically what we're going to give it. We're going to say 2-0 start for Brand. God, I'm glad these guys were able to get back together and do this here. So this should be a little different. I was wondering, dude, it was a little sus. You remember that time that, you remember when Nightfall's ES ran out and he stomped? And I was like, yeah, he's dead. Like, he's just straight dead. I was like, there's no way he wins this. And he won it? I was a little surprised. That should have been a key to me right there. I should have looked into that. I should have looked a little harder. But here's the thing, too, is you've got this constant, like, you know, when you cast Meteor, you've got the constant flame around the Sorceress, you've got the Battle Orders, you've got the Oak. There's so many yellow things around the Sorceress that it was hard to see. Like, the Holy Fire Aura, or the, Fire Res Aura, whatever it is, doesn't necessarily stand out. So it can be hard to see. But good catch, Maddie. That was good. Mana Pool was more of a factor than ES. Probably. But ES plus Absorb, I would argue, is certainly, yeah, see, look at that. Like, I think it matters in those exchanges, which happened a lot in the last duel. Now it's 3-0 in favor of Brand. Now he's looking for that final win. Brand's win streak not quite over. Okay, it could be. It's within his grasp now. But I gotta tell you, we saw some slick moves, some very slick chain locks from, or some very slick name locks from Nightfall in the last duel. So this could be, we could continue it here. Let's pop over to Brand's point of view here. Brand's perspective, the person who is 3-0 currently in this duel due to a little bit of a technicality, a little bit of a redo. We're going to see how it goes. Can Brand pull it off in this final technical round 4, but really like round 9? Kind of cool. Brand trying to lead his opponent into this here. He's very keen on the fact that his opponent likes the name lock. His opponent loves those name locks. He's very good at them, and he's respecting that. Look at this, setting up the Hydras, trying to get him to come in. Wouldn't be surprised if he kept the Blaze up, too, with how much he's running around. Probably pretty good in this matchup. Nice shots from Brand. Actually landed a couple there. That Hydra, man. The Hydra is very interesting because you noticed it in the last duel absolutely obliterate the mana pool of his opponent. Those things ain't nothing to shake a stick at, man. Those are really good. Using them offensively, or defensively, I should say. Kind of trying to set these traps up, get his opponent to come in, punish him for his aggression. But alternatively, what Nightfall can do is just stay far on the outside. You can see that Brand is trying to light the map on fire, which may suggest that he might not be confident in going after his opponent with stomps, which kind of makes sense. You know, it kind of makes sense. I think it does actually still end in his favor if he goes after him and stomps him now, especially whereas his opponent does not have added fire res. But he's still just trying to look for his angle here. But what Nightfall wants to do, I think, is just kind of stay on the outside then. If he's trying to punish him for coming in, then Nightfall certainly wins on the outside anyway. He doesn't win by getting hyper-aggressive. All right, boys. Nightfall making a comeback here. Brand at half life. He's landing some shots, landing some more shots. Yeah, this is ES Fireballer versus Max Vita Fireballer. And we're watching Brand's perspective, who's chosen to go Max Vita Fireballer. And there it is. Brand gets their 4-0 victory, was able to rip up his opponent. Rip him up and tear him down. Oh, man, it's really a shame. I gotta say, though, I'm actually happy we got to see a couple more rounds with this. These guys are actually really, really good. I appreciate the aggression in Sork v Sork, because these things can so easily turn into something late, man. So it was really good to see some aggression on behalf of both of these guys. Nicely done, and a full turnaround from Brand. Ends up being a 4-0, just due to some technicalities. What basically happened, in case anybody's tuning in for the first time, is what happened was in our first round of matchups there, what we had was a little bit of juck fuckery going on. In the rules, if you are an ES sorceress, you cannot have any added max fire res, max res, anything like that. Can't be having that shit, right? And not noticing this, our competitor, Nightfall, had actually stacked up his fire res. He'd increased it to, I believe, 85%, which is what... that's what Flickering Flame gives you. So he was wearing Flickering Flame. We went back, confirmed that. So he had added max fire res, which is not allowed if you have ES. So what we had to do is nullify some of those duels, all of the duels in which he won. And then what we did was we remedied it. We just gave him an additional loss, still awarded Brand his loss, and let them continue the duel from 0-2. And that's why we were able to reconnect with these guys. They got a couple of more rounds in, and Brand was able to turn it around, secure the victory in dominant fashion, dude. That's, I gotta say, pretty impressive. And, hey, look. I guess my Vegas betting odds here. DFC Vegas betting odds. I said I would technically put my money on Brand. We've seen him a little bit more, but I wasn't sure. Slight advantage to Brand. Looks like he took full advantage of it, man. 4-0 victory. With one of those wins technically coming from when his opponent had added fire res. Impressive. Very impressive. But also some very impressive stuff from Nightfall there. I actually liked his aggression. I liked his ability to grab onto his opponent, hunt him down, push the aggression when he needed to, and stay on the outside. I think that guy's going places, man. ES Fireballer is also a very strong build. I think it's a very underrated build right now. Much like the Zon. That's why we're building a Zon next. I just got my Zon to level 95, boys. And we're going to see how she does. We might be building that next.
Follow me.
Why am I chat bugged? Do I have to reset? All right, yeah. All right, Lord's just going. I'm chat bugged. I'm going to try to restart. See if I can't get back in. I'm just going to restart the client. A little bit chat bugged, but it doesn't look like... It doesn't look like everybody is. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with it. Yeah, see, my game is now freezing upon trying to leave. Means we're going to have to do the hard... Means we're going to have to do the hard restart here. We're going to have to do the hard kill. Task manager kill. All right. Let's try it again. CS or hybrids on? Hybrids on. Brand versus Serenity bonus? Well, Brand 1, I would be interested in Nightfall versus Serenity bonus. Now, that, I don't know, man. I think it's a little lopsided in favor of Serenity because he's got those VT skills, man. But technically, I give class advantage to an ES Fireballer versus a VT. Bros, I mean, I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to make a big deal of this. But last week on stream, I beat Toshank twice on my ES Fireballer with Toshank on a VT. That shouldn't happen, right? Just imagine a good ES Fireballer, right? I think ES Fireball certainly, if you play it right, has the advantage on a VT. But it all comes down. How good... How much better is the VT than the ES Fireballer is what it comes down to. Like, you could be super good VT, but if you're kind of a slightly above average ES Fireballer, you might get there. If you know what to do, you know what to do. All right, we're going to try this again. I'm going to try to get back into this game. See if it works. See if we're still chat bugged. Still bugged? Hell yeah. All right, we back into this. All right, we back in this. Yeah, I mean, I think that was a cool duel, man. Just both of those guys, big props to you. Big cheers to Brandel and Nightfall for actually making that happen, being patient. I know it's an honest mistake. Like, there's so many rules in PvP, dude. It's kind of hard to follow them all. And man, there's so much involved, especially with sorceresses. It's so weird. So thanks so much for getting in, making good on that honest mistake and redoing those duels. Appreciate that, Brand. Appreciate that, Nightfall. Big cheers to you. It was fun to watch, man. It was a good duel. Battle Pants, great name. All right, let's do this right now. Let's hostile everybody. Who wants the smack? Who's up? Go battle. Here we go. We're locked in too. We got the cursor locked in. It's time to get aggressive. Force ourselves to be aggressive. Hold on, we're gonna... He's not IAS based, so we're gonna go... He's not IAS based, so we're gonna go Holy Freeze. See, I'm wanting to do the traditional chain lock, and I need to telly lock here. I need to telly lock. I need to learn this. Need to get good here. I need to get aggressive and stop being a bitch. Get aggressive and stop being a bitch, boys. Just like that. That was a classic chain though. It wasn't telelock. When I got that little chain, it was classic chain, no telelock. It's just not in me, dude. I don't know it yet. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right.
Greetings.
Like, I just want to keep the lock going, you know what I mean? Like, every time I land, it's second nature to just re-click left click and not re-click right click. I know it seems like a simple change, but dude, I'm telling you, when chain locking in and of itself is so fucking hard to master,
Greetings.
making a simple change like that after you've programmed your brain to do that, like, just imagine switching your teleport hotkey to like something all the way across the keyboard, right? So like you're used to having it on your left-hand side, right? Imagine switching it to something on the right-hand side. That's basically what it feels like. So that when you switch back to teleport, you have to reach all the way over the keyboard. It's basically what it feels like in my head. Even though it's a simple change, it's like you're breaking years of chain locking practice like that. It's next level chain locking. It's what I got to do to hit the next level on a din, to be able to get aggressive, dude. Plus a mid duel, yeah, exactly. Like when you're trying to do it in a like semi-competitive duel too, when someone's trying to kill you. Oh, Nightfall versus Serenity? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's do it. All right, this is cool, man. We got a whole bonus match going on here. Nightfall versus Serenity actually happening? Is this for real? Y'all are trolling me. Y'all are I thought it was going on. I thought they were sharing their screens or something. I was ready to go. I don't see it. I'm definitely down for a second chance matchup. Nightfall versus Serenity. Definitely down for that.
I can't carry it.
You know what? I'm also down for Brand versus Coooley. I'm also down for that. If Brand wants to get a second chance as well. Technically has advantage against a VT. Okay? You have class advantage. I'll go VT. I'm going to try to do my thing. I won't even go Murdered-in. I mean, I would fucking slay it on a Murdered-in. Wouldn't be fair. I wouldn't feel good about it because I'm just too good. I'm just too good. Very few ES Fireballers or even full Vita Fireballers can beat that Murdered-in, dude. It's just the next level. It's definitely not easy, even though Sync makes it look so. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Brand got a second chance? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, why not? I say why not. Basically, Coooley needs a matchup. Alright, Cooley's just kind of hanging out lonely at the bottom, preparing for anything. And this will force me to get good. It'll force me to get good. This is good. He's ES Fireballer. I didn't even get my fire gear on. God damn. I gotta get this tele lock down, especially on a sorceress, dude. I gotta work on recentering my cursor. That's another thing too I'm so bad at.
Not in town.
Good day.
I felt the inner Marvel coming out. That's what it was. Just getting aggressive.
Good day.
Hell yeah, Brand. Let's do it, dude. Make a game. I can help you clear, too. Let's get it. I just need a matchup. We got to get ready for the fire. We got to get ready for fire. Fireballer matchup. What do we do? Man, how does this look? I think we go here. Look at this. A little bit of Griffin's Eye. A little bit of cheese. We don't technically need... Yeah, we need this. Because we don't need Cannot Be Frozen, really. Do we? I guess he could have... If he surprises us with chilling armor or whatnot, whatever. I don't think it's going to matter that much. We'll just hit with FOH then. We don't need Drax technically, but we should have some open wounds. So I'm actually, controversial opinion, I'm going to keep Drax because I don't want to give up all my open wounds. So we're gonna go this route. We're gonna go 85 added fire res, and he's gonna have a lot of minus fire res to actually put us in the hole. So yeah, this looks good. This looks good. No, you're fine, dude. You're fine. No, you don't need to go live again. Coolio, the people's champ. Is that Lotus? Is that Coolio? That's kind of cool. Yeah, actually pretty good on Lotus. Go Lotus. Go round. What is round? Round is a druid, so we're fucked. We just switched off from Cannot Be Frozen and everything. So we're pretty much fucked. Yeah, we're pretty fucked here. And by pretty fucked, I mean, it always matters the skill of the din.
Good evening.
The skill, the aggression, the testicular fortitude.
Good evening.
Alright, bro. Headed your way. Let's friggin' do it. We got the fire set up. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes ES, but if he goes full Vita, that's fine too. Full Vita might make sense. Yeah, I'm going to keep my open wounds. What's my cast at? My cast is at 100, so we actually have a little too much cast. Oh, I guess we still do have Cannot Be Frozen. What a dummy I am. What a dummy. Man, oh man. By the way, my dude, we gotta make something out of this. Eduardo. Bro, thanks so much for the 30R. Bro, big cheers to you. Big cheers, man. Did you see the tavern? You might not have seen it. Hold on. Let's go to the tavern real quick. In case you haven't seen, what we're putting all donations tonight towards is more signs. In case we need more rules for this place. Right now, it's very simple. More than welcome to come into the tavern anytime you'd like, but the only thing we ask, okay? Respect the rules. Bro, thanks so much. Appreciate that, Dono. Means a lot. Big cheers to you. Let's make it happen. That's the first ever super chat from Eduardo. Eduardo Sicca, bro, that's... To get that first ever super chat from you, bro, means a lot that you're sending it this way. That's huge. Big cheers to you, bro. No bagpipes. Maybe we ought to invest in it. Maybe we'll put it towards a band to play in the background or something. Keep us going. Going against Nightfall live? Well, shit. Well, shit. All right, it's happening. Serenity versus Nightfall. Let's check this out while Brand gets ready here. While Brand gets ready, we're going to check out Serenity versus Nightfall. The growing din in the DFC at Nightfall. This guy's a savage, man. This guy's a savage, and the one true question is going to be, is he a lot better of a VT than Nightfall is an ES Fireballer? What Nightfall needs to do is exactly that. That's exactly the strategy that he needs to employ. He needs to lead his opponent into these nasty meteors. He needs to set him up. He needs to walk into him and just lead his opponent right into him. Just like that. That's actually beautifully, masterfully done from Nightfall. And can Serenity adapt? One of the ways that he can get there is by hitting on the outside with FOH. That actually frustrates the Sorceress quite a bit, can rip away their mana. When you're talking about a character that, of course, does replenish mana quite a bit, it does rip away their mana quite a bit. So that's what's nicely done. Waits, look at this. Top tier Din skills from Serenity right there. Gets in, lands a smite, and instead of waiting to get hit by a meteor, teleports out, and then teleports right back in. The amount of shit this guy's paying attention to in the duel and adapting to on the fly is impressive. Very nicely done. Nice win from Serenity there. Absolutely insane. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if Nightfall can actually pull this off, can do this a little differently here. Let's see if he can turn it around. You got to be extremely patient versus the Din, man. Extremely patient. Patient and ballsy on an ES Fireballer. Like, ballsy enough to stay in the pocket, know when to leave. Like, when you get smited for the first time, you will never fucking see me on screen versus a VT. If I get smited so much as once, I am off screen until those swirlies are no longer a thing. Because that's how you die. You get smited once, you get the swirlies. I learned this the hard way, dueling Marvel. He taught me this, and he didn't even know he taught me this. It's just when you get your head caved in enough, that's what happens. You eventually learn. Just like when me and my brother were kids, when you slam your head against the refrigerator enough times, you eventually learn what pain is, right? So that's what happened. Me versus Marvel, I eventually learned what pain was, why I was dying, and it was because of this stuff right here from top tier Din skills, just like that. Serenity keeping that nasty chain lock on. As soon as he gets that smite and gets those swirlies over your head, any amount of damage puts you in FHR animation. So what a very good Din will do is continue with that lock. They will smite you, they will FOH you as you try to teleport away. That FOH will come down, stun you, and immediately they will jump on top of you with a smite. That is a perfect FOH telestomp combo, and to execute that so many times in a row is very difficult, man. It takes a special kind of cadence, special kind of Din, and Serenity showing that he's got those skills, man. Really, really tearing it up. That was insane. Yeah, very, very good chains. Impressive. All right, let's look at it. Let's look at it from Serenity's standpoint, shall we? Let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got. He likes to, he likes to play in window mode. Classic. Just classic window mode. Just like this was LOD. Easy window mode. And he's set up here with, just looks like a dwarf star. That's all he's got. Just added 5% coming from somewhere. Hard telling exactly where that 5% is coming from. Where is that coming from? Phoenix? I would assume. Was that what his shield was? Was it Phoenix? Ah, he puts points into fire res. There we go. That's what it is. Smart. He's ready for this duel. He's very ready for this duel. It was Spirit. Okay, that's what I thought. Root special DFC match. My Necro versus your Druid. Let's fucking go. I would love to see that. Look, Root Root needs some practice before, you know, he needs to get warmed up before he goes up against Riz the Ghost. Have you been able to get a hold of him, Root? Nightfall using the wrong setup. Is he? I like Shaco versus the VT. I like 105 cast, no added DR. Like, just go full mana. Don't worry so much about DR. A lot of times sorcerers over prepare again for you know, for the VT. Just don't get hit. And as soon as you do get hit, run like a madman. CT cast. Get like now he needs to get the fuck out of there. He needs to CT cast his and just stay on the run. Make it so that his opponent can never catch him. Don't ever stand still. You never, like, literally, I stop throwing fireballs. Like, I legit stop throwing fireballs when I get smited. Like, I'm on my fucking bicycle, dude, and you gotta catch me on foot. You know, that's how I feel when I'm on that sorceress after I get smited by a VT. I'm on my goddamn bicycle. And good luck. Because I know how to CT cast. Like, that's how I feel. Yeah, he might be, dude. He's got some serious din skills. He's got some serious din skills, man. Yeah. Guy's really good. It's so good to see so many dins in the DFC. Tells me it's a healthy format. Clearly the din, the best class, most fun class. It's the way things ought to be. The fact that the din doesn't really exist much anywhere else, it's very shitted on, right? Very shitted on. But technically it can beat a lot of shit the more you BM, right? The more you cheese, the more you BM. So the fact that the din wasn't ever good just tells us we need to allow some more BM, some more cheesery. And here we are now, a lot of dins. Now we start to see very skillful people like this, like Serenity in the DFC. I believe that's 4-0. Is that 4-0 right there? Was that a solid, or is that 3-0? I really need practice versus VTs. It's tough, dude. You basically have to lead them into the meteors. It's a simple game plan in my head, but it's a lot harder to execute. Lead them into meteors. That's basically the only way you're going to win. If you sit there hunting for their name, they're going to get you. They're going to beat you to the punch. You have to lead them into meteors. Cast them, walk into them, try to make them charge at you, you know what I mean? Like, that's what you want to do. And as soon as you get smited, as soon as you have swirlies in any way, you are gone. Like, you are gone. That is the beginning of a death sentence right there. Like, literally, the judge is going to have to call me for being late when I have swirlies. I'll teleport to the goddamn cold plains. They going to have to call me on it. Because you ain't going to see me at all. Not at all. But look at this. Oh, big hits. Big hits. He was able to lead him into some meteors there, but Serenity just kicking ass and taking names. I told you when we were over at the tavern earlier today, boys. What did I tell you? I told you one of the specials on the menu today was what? It was ass whooping. That, in its entirety, is what we deliver here at the tavern. And I wasn't fucking lying. Look at this. You hear this in the background? A lot of people just throwing out cash at this tavern right now. That's them paying for ass whoopings. You hear it? Stacking them deep, selling them cheap. That's what we do here at this bar. Today's special, ass whoopings and mixed drinks. Big cheers to that. You know what we should do? Let's get over. Let's go over to my match. Let's get over to my match. Versus our boy. Versus our boy Brand. Let's make this happen. Let's see if my VT skills are on point like Serenity's. I'm hoping I don't just get absolutely slaughtered. That could very well happen. It's a possibility. I'm certainly not as good as Serenity on VT. Oh, there's one in the back. It's a special cost route to get there. You got to go around the corner. Pay the entry fee, go around the corner. We don't put it on the sign out front, though. Don't want people knowing that. Keep that on the hush. All right, boys, let's make it happen. Ready, bro? All right, here we go. Round 1. Look at all these monsters here. Let's clear these up, huh? Let's clear these up for him, huh? So my FOHs don't get stuck. So I end up blocking fireballs. Don't worry that we're healing. That's not the point. Gotta get my telelock skills down, man. This whole map is on fire. I ain't chasing him through this shit. Holy shit, boys. We got him. That conviction kicked in there.
Good to see you.
By the way, Kyle, big shout out to you, man. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of the bankers rolling up here. We paid $50 for this. I'm actually not even sure if we legally own it, to be completely honest with you, which is good. Might not show up on government papers. And you know us up here. We don't take kindly to the government coming in taking our shit. They don't even know we have it yet. $50 for this place. It wasn't really. I think I got scammed. But just as long as they don't show up, they really don't technically know we own it. So I think we're fine. But bro, I just want to say, hey, thank you so much, Kyle. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you. We're putting it towards more signs. Maybe we'll put a sign to the lounge either here. Maybe. We'll have to do some interior decorating. But bro, gotta let you know I appreciate it. All right, the sheriff's back in town for this duel. Coolio low out. Is that Coolio low? Bro, I gotta say, for someone that talks a lot of shit, Coolio low actually has some good sin skills, man. We were dueling in that other game. He's actually got some sin skills, I gotta say. It's pretty impressive. Nah, I bought it off some guy. We used a spaceship. Ran into him in the future. Yeah. Said he's from the future anyway. We're gonna see. Alright, my field of vision is slightly inhibited. But that's okay. The sheriff's back in town. Did he cut his cast down? Did he cut his cast down for this shit? Fuck this hat. I can't even see. I'm bad enough at chains. What the fuck is this, whack-a-mole? What is this, whack-a-mole? Alright, I'll stay here. He'll be back. I don't even think he notices I'm not chasing him anymore. Man, I miss my bow. Yeah, Din is definitely the aggressor. Yeah, it's on me to get him. This guy is set up more like a TV. His FOH is meant to hurt a bit. And that's exactly what we do. It's actually kind of good that he's full Vita, because he also has to stack up light res, whereas we're a TV, which is like a VT but backwards. Instead of focusing on so much damage on smite, which we still do a very considerable amount of smite, let's be real. Instead of focusing all of our damage on that, and our skill points, we actually max out FOH and its synergies first. So we do predominantly FOH damage, allowing me to be a little bit passive from the outside, which fits my style a little better. I'm not the best aggressor, but I'm trying to get better, boys. I probably should have repaired, but is what it is. Yeah, he's a best AI I've seen, dude. Great co-host, too. I don't know how they programmed that into the AI, but shit. Alright, I have to learn to recenter to left shoulder, too. This is another chain-locking habit of mine. I go to right shoulder. It's not there. It's left shoulder, which is where we want to go now. That's exactly where we want to recenter. We want to get this. We want to teleport left center, but then we don't left click. We grab it, we teleport, and we that's what we do. We re-click, we teleport. God, it's so hard to do, man. High-level PvP. It's fucking tough. Yeah, I wouldn't overcompensate with the DR, honestly. I think it's very rare that I'm actually going to hit him with Smite. I'm just so bad at being aggressive. So the more FOHs he can take, he can probably kill me. I think that's probably what he's switching up to in the stash. Probably preparing for that FOH. Joke's on him. I'm about to pull out the Toshank skills, about to pull out the inner. Get ready. Toshank told me how to telelock. Taught me how to do it. It's time to bust out those skills. It's time to show the world. Coooley's got it in him. Yeah, it's become sentient. It's crazy. By the way, random thought. But you know how people name their builds in D2 like VT, Vindicator, Templar, Ghost? Why don't people do that in D4? Probably because... much like they probably don't do it a lot in D3 either, right? I would guess. I didn't play a lot of D3, but I would guess they probably don't do it in D3 a lot because they change so much, right? Like, just think, in a few patches in one season, how many different builds have we swapped to on so many different characters? Like, how many skills have switched hands to actually be good? That, like, you have limited builds as to what you can even use on a character anyway. You kind of have to use the best in slot for a lot of characters. So that's probably why they're just called, like, Blood Surge Necro or a Bone Spear Necro. Because that's, like, basically the only thing you can use at that point. There's really no variance. Alright, Toshank skills. Let's fucking go. What would Toshank do? We got him. We just couldn't telelock. Rio, boys.
Greetings.
Whoo! Told you I was gonna bust out. It's gonna bust out that Toshank. It's only 1 point, one hard point into it, I think. Yeah, all res minus 95.
What can I do for you?
Minus 95%. Probably chain with one hand while lighting a cigarette and singing a country song. Yep. Pissing in a bottle on stream. You know? Yeah. Dude, one of the most epic kills I've ever seen from Toshank is like he was in the middle of this Sin duel. Like, I think he was on his Sin against another Sin or something. And the other Sin was getting super late, so he just like teleports to, like in the center of the map, just fucking like lights up. It just takes a bong hit. He's just like... And then just fucking, like, goes in and kills the Sin seconds after. It was just so crazy. Dude's a legend, man. Speaking of which, we gotta fill up this e-cig. We gotta fill this up, man. We can't be going without nicotine here. Brand's backs against the ropes. Coooley about to get his win. Coooley about to get his win if we can keep up this aggression, this sheer topped-in skill aggression. People's topped-in skill. Of course, you know, Joby, by technicalities only, topped-in right now. But look, that's probably going to change. Okay, we're practicing on this VT. Technical class disadvantage. But, you see, I'm familiar with that ES Fireballer. I know how to cheese a din on this, and I ain't falling into those traps. I ain't falling into those meteor traps. You notice that's what I'm looking for. Every time I go down, I'm looking for these meteor traps. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for them. I ain't walking into those. I ain't walking into them unless you give it to me. Unless you give it to me. All right, here we go. What could be the final round? Boys. I told you the sheriff's back in town. We might not have got the tally locks like we should have practiced. But the sheriff is back in fucking town. God damn, it feels good. He says, I have 450 LR and your FOH 2 shots my mana, quick 4-0. ES, right? ES, was it? And it 2 shots it? I'm happy to hear that. 72 ES. Words. So he's probably getting it off from, he's probably getting ES just off from being granted it by a skill. Look at this. Look at all these 69 gold he lays down. I'll take that shit down. Broke as fuck. I'll take that.
I can't carry anymore.
Hold up. What's the Discord look like? I don't see anybody else going. Dude, you want to get a couple more rounds in, dude? Want to get a couple more rounds in for practice? I need practice on smite aggression. Yeah, he says, yeah, I'm a retoken now. Yeah, for sure. Do your thing. I need practice on smite aggression. I feel like just as the Din player that I've been for so long, I just rely on FOH so much. Joby walked in to me practicing with Dio before their match, and he was watching my match in Discord, and he was like, why are you using FOH so much? Like, against a druid, which technically, you know, doesn't make sense. But I was so used to it. You know what I mean? My logic was that I could kill a pet. I could kill a pet with it, and that gave me like 15 life, so it's like some additional rep life. But also, it allows me to look for a name lock from a safe distance. And also, much like using the bow, like I do with the Murdered In, much like using the bow, it makes them think that you're on a different plan, right? Makes them get ballsy and stomp you. Like, which, if you haven't figured it out by now, that's practically my style. I want my opponent to come to me, and I want to try everything to, like, make them do that. It's kind of the Coooley style. Like, recognizing that I don't have the inherent skills for aggression, I try to annoy my opponent as much as possible and get them to come into me. Even a player like Dio, I'll FOH him with it, which doesn't, you know, the point of it is it doesn't do any damage to a druid. Like, your FOH doesn't matter how good it is. I do 6k. I'm not getting through his Cyclone armor. And if I do, it's not going to do much, and he's just going to recast it. So, I mean, that's the point. A PM Tempest? GG. I'd love to see that, dude. Just got home. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. That's going to be an interesting match. Who's you guys' money on for that matchup? Polytheist versus Tempest. Tempest is on a Sin, which is has a good matchup percentage versus any Druid. But it's Polytheist on a Fire Druid. If I was a betting man, throwing Forum Gold, throwing money down on it, I don't know where it would go. I think that's going to be a tough match, but it's going to be fun to watch either way. Yeah, that's sick, Paulie. Yeah, keep me posted. If I don't immediately see it, just let me know in the chat, dude. We'll pop over. Yeah, dude, if I had to do it, I would say Paulie. But I feel like Tempest could do it. Tempest is a good Sin, dude. He's a good player in general. But, I mean, he's joined that Sin army, dude, and he ain't letting them down. Like, he knows what to do. Probably Paulie in a 4-3 match with 10 life left. Yeah, yep. I could see it going that way, too. Gonna be close, though. I hope it is, man. I mean, that's the reason. When we set up this card today, when we went through, we made these matches and we set this up, it was all to try to make some good, fun matches to watch, right? That was the goal. That was the point. Fun matches to watch that, you know, when we make matches for DFC, we try not to make them, like, too lopsided, unless it has to be done. Like, sometimes there's just not enough variety, and, you know, you gotta match some people up. But, dude, I think we've pulled it off here tonight, man. All of the matches that we've seen, and mind you, some of them have been what some people would consider late mirror matches. Sork v Sork, Drew v Drew. They've been really fun to watch. Like, they've actually been good, because you got to figure, we've seen so many duels at this point in history in the DFC, right? We have seen, you want to talk about lates, we've seen some lates. We've seen some long-ass duels, man. You ever seen Necro versus Sin before the rules were changed? Some of you might have been lucky around to be around in the time of Bowie versus Elite. And let me tell you, that duel right there, probably 2-3 hours at least. And that wasn't even Elite's longest duel in the DFC, longest title defense. It was crazy. He defended the title against Go Gators at one point, won, but I believe it was a 4-hour duel. At that point, literally, that duel, I think Elite is responsible for the most amount of rule changes or rule adjustments to the Necro class or and beyond than anybody else in DFC history, possibly any other player. After that duel, we literally made a rule that duels can go to decision. So, like, if you're in a duel and, you know, it's taking forever, you can call a mod in, and they can just call sudden death on the round, or they can, you know, just look at the score, look at how the duel's going, and stop the round, and, you know, call a winner for the round, or possibly even the fight. Like, it was meant to make it, to protect people's time and make it so people couldn't completely lates their way to a win. You know, so it's not all on technicality. But yeah, that's basically how it is, so that we have some sort of out to these very long duels. But holy shit, we've seen a lot of them in the DFC. Go, bro. Drew v. Drew is definitely Dio. Yep, Dio is an absolute champion. Oh, I almost had the telly lock, boys. You see that? I almost had it. That time it was my cursor. I didn't center my cursor correctly. I'm so fucking proud of myself.
not in town.
Yes?
I almost had it that time, dude. I think it was my cursor. I'm gonna have to go back. Let's look at the replay. Let's look at the replay. I clipped it just in case. Like, I wonder what it was. Let's check her out. So, like, there was a time I got a couple of tellies. See, right here. He's going to teleport away? Yeah, it was my cursor. My cursor was at my feet. It was so close. It was so close, man. Getting better. I'm getting better. I just need to work on that cursor centering. Oh, I thought I had a telelock. I was ready to telelock. Damn it. I gotta say, boys, this aggressive mindset. He goes, fuck your FOH. It's so good.
Greetings.
I love this character, dude. I love him. It's gonna teach me how to be aggressive, but also give me some sort of cheesy backup. You know what I mean? Which is exactly how I would love to learn aggression. Have some sort of cheesy backup that when I can lates from afar, if I need to. But the best way to win is to be aggressive. Let's do it. Look, I think that time it was me being able to go back to my cheese strategy. Like, literally, this is where it is in my head. I'm just like, I'm gonna lose this fight. I'm so low. So what I do is I try to fuck with their head a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I'm on the FOH plan, man. I'm on this late FOH plan. And then they push the pressure a little bit, and I'm just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just fucking, that's it, dude. Just they change their mind for a split second, and it's too long. Just boom. It's that fast. Dirty gonna get on so we can rain day up our duel. Shit, dude, that's gonna be sick. Dirty versus Doom, that's gonna be a good one, man. That's a duel from a couple of weeks back, I believe, but still on the books, still legit. Would love to see that get done. There's, I mean, really no time limit, right? Time is a construct artificially created by man. We ready whenever? Take your time. All right, let's do it. Let's go one more. One more. Pure aggression. Pure aggression. I'm going to try not to FOH unless it's fucking right there. Unless it's right there. Unless he's giving it to me. Unless he just presents it to me. Silver platter. We got life tap off the Oak Bros. We ain't fucking around. We weren't fucking around. Dude, did you see that? Brand... I thought he was gonna... I started telly-locking on him because I thought for sure he wasn't gonna sit there and get smited. I thought for sure he wasn't gonna sit there and get smited, but he did. And then I just ended up taking fucking fireballs for it. I just ended up getting beat on for it, dude. I thought for sure, I was like, there's no shot that he's just going to sit here and take this. He's going to teleport away. So I was taking that time. I got ready. I had my cursor centered. I was like, teleport away. Teleport away. Let's go. Like, this is how I have to do it. I have to practice it in these opportune moments. And that time he just flipped the script on me. Just started chucking fireballs. He almost got it. That almost cost me the duel, dude. I got to get it to be second nature. There was a couple of times there I had a nasty lock, and I was like, dude, I thought about FOHing, but I forced myself not to do it. I was like, that's not the combo I'm practicing right now. Like, he's stunned, and I could FOH him, but I don't want to do that. What I'm practicing is getting this telly lock down. And I still am bad at it. Telly locking is next level, level 1 million difficult to do. If you can finally figure out how to telly lock people in a competitive duel, you, sir, now know how to play Diablo 2. It's just simple as that. Heartbroken, I heard the life tap. I forgot I had this shit on. I just kept them on for open wounds, but that's also there. It's also a life tap thing. Ah, life tap's so good, man. Gosh, it's just so good. Fair, balanced, the way Diablo 2 should be. All right, boys, let's cut over to Mr. Polytheist. Let's check this out, man. He's ready to go up against his opponent. We're going to see how this is going to go. Let's check it out. It's going to be Polytheist versus Tempest. Very difficult duel in favor of Polytheist, but if there was ever any shaman that could pull it off, it's definitely this guy. Let's check it out. Let's see how this is going to go. He's getting set up. He's getting his sin set up here. Looks like, what is he doing? He's got a lot of stuff going on. He's got added lightning resistance here versus, oh yeah, wow, look at this. He's setting up. He ain't fucking around, dude. He's switching out his cold Scold Charms here. He's probably going to stack up on either Lightning and Fire, I would guess, probably. Just in case his opponent decides to go that way. Dude, what is this? Polytheist with basic FHR Charms? Bro, somebody help this guy out. I didn't know he was in such trouble. I didn't know he was in such dire straits. Bro, this guy... One of the first orders of business at this bar is we gonna start up a tip jar for Polytheist. Anybody's got one of them faster hit recovery charms with literally anything else on it, be sure to set it aside for Polytheist. Send him your condolences, your best regards. Man, oh man. I didn't think we'd see that. This guy's got like decked out shit too. I think he's got like 45 lifers or 40 plus lifers at least with his LE charms. He's got like the nastiest gear. But he switches out for FHR charms in this matchup, and I was surprised to see basic FHR charms on this guy. I gotta say, odds probably going down slightly. Down slightly. Yeah, that's probably what he wants too. FHR and light res or fire res or something. Something helpful for the Sin. It would definitely be... It would be efficient to do something like that, that's for sure. Only basic FHR. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're like $1 on Yes Gamers too. You can probably get them for like $1. Like those ones don't sell. Get Polly some light res FHR. Bro. Will do. Big cheers, my friend. Kyle, thanks so much, man. We're going to have to do that. We're going to put that right towards the fund for it. Big cheers, bro. Thanks so much for that, Dono. Let's cut back over to the fight. Man, I appreciate you, dude. We wouldn't be able to buy these taverns and these spaceships, be able to dodge the bank and the government without stuff like that, man. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thanks, Kyle. Big cheers to you, man. All right, let's pump it up. Let's pump it up. You know what? I think we need to get in fight mode for this. This is some DFC themed Brooklyn and a bridge shit. This is getting heavy. This is Sin v Shaman. Polytheist off to a great start here. He was trapped in some traps there and has not really taken a lot of damage for that. He is going to try to punish Numa, aka Tempest, from afar. Light up some volcanoes under his ass. Light up some fissures under his ass from a distance if he tries to sit there in 5-stack traps. But regardless, this is going to be a duel of attrition. Who's going to give up first? Mind you, the assassin is limited in her mana pool, but Polytheist does have a way to fight from far on the outside if it comes to that. So, much unlike some other matchups, if the Sin doesn't push the pressure and runs out of mana, it's actually a detriment to the Sin. Because Polytheist can fight far from the outside, and it looks like he's actually landing some damage here, actually getting some shit done. Boys, let's check it out. Is Tempest going as well? Tempest streaming as well? I don't see Tempest streaming it. It's unfortunate. We could pop over, we could check out how things look out from his end, see his life total, but it looks like I got a little bit of a glimpse of it. He's probably at like 60%. Oh, look at this. Polytheist just got lower resed from Plague. An interesting choice. That must be the offhand. I would guess that's the offhand claw for Tempest. And it really makes a big difference here too. He's trying to sort of lead Polytheist into his traps here. I think the thing to do is get a bit aggressive, right? Get a bit aggressive as much as you can. But the thing is, it's a catch-22 now. With the DFC rules, you see Sins slow down a little bit because they have to budget their mana. They can't mana pool, right? They can't just spam traps and be hyper-aggressive and ping you down over the course of a 2-hour duel. They got to conserve their mana. They got to do it right. A lot of times it comes down to them sitting in 5-stack traps anyway, so look, boys, you better do it. You better do it, and your opponents needs to figure out a way to fight against it. And while Tempest doesn't necessarily duel like that, Paulie definitely has an answer for just about everything on this Druid right here. We didn't expect any less. Look at this. Yep, now Tempest probably at about 35% health, maybe a little less. But I gotta say, probably Polytheist right at about the same life total, and he can't keep that. He can't keep that lower res off of him, man. Every time he gets in, he hits. He's taking that lower res curse, and that can seriously hurt. If he gets caught, if Tempest can actually lead him into a trap, man, that's gonna feel bad. I can't imagine he stacked his light res up to deal with that. I don't know for a fact, but I can't imagine he did. And even so, he's a shaman, so his cyclone armor doesn't actually absorb much. It won't take much more than 300 damage or so before it actually wears off. See, like one trap rips away his cyclone armor? That's very bad, because right there, he just teleported in there with no cyclone armor, took a lot of damage from those traps, and Tempest has the opportunity to turn this around now. Polytheist attacking from the outside. Tempest gaining a slight advantage here, turning the tables a bit after a solid start from Polytheist. Both of these guys walking, opting not to teleport. Ain't this just the most interesting duel you've seen? Both players walking down the map at one point. Now that's what we sign up for. This is what we look for, boys. Probably both of these guys trying to conserve their mana, trying to be opportunistic. Now, technically, by the rules, Polytheist is allowed mana under the new rule sets. Only Tornado Druids are limited on mana, and this is just literally a statistics call. It's a statistics call that Druids and Assassins have the highest win percentage. Druids and Trap Assassins. So what we did was we've modified the mana rules a bit as of lately, and those classes, among some others, are ones that are banned from having mana pools, but we've sort of laxed them up a little bit. We've sort of let the reins go a little bit on it, noticing that mana pools can be very good to push the aggression, but certain classes just don't need them. You know what? If it comes down to the fact you got no mana, so be it. And a Wind Druid and a Trap Assassin, technically the best two classes in Diablo 2 PvP right now, so those ones can get fucked. They don't need those mana pools. Yeah, GG, dude. Tempest is really turning it around here, to the point where Polytheist might actually be in danger of being Mind Blast PK'd. It's going to take a few of them. It's certainly not going to be a one-shot, but if he can blow that Oak up, it's probably a two-shot. And the risk is he could probably grab any of these pets. Now, the other risk is, oh, bam, look at that. There it is, man. He's sitting in he's walking in these wide set traps, setting them all around the map, trying to force Polytheist to look for an angle from the outside and completely fight up against his strategy here. Did a great job of it. That was an insane adaptation from Tempest right there. Let's see what Polytheist does to rebut that. That was insane. Yeah, but that's crazy. What was I saying? Something about something. Yeah, that's what he needs. FHR light res, probably. Or FHR all res. I can imagine that's probably... He probably uses it versus Fire Sorks as well. Those are probably more expensive, though. Let's be real. Maybe $2. Like literally, I can't... Like, nobody uses them. Like, only the top tier PvP players in their stash use them. South Park, by far, it's not even close, Luke. Not even close. South Park, hands down. All right, Polytheist going in for round 2 here. He's going to have to adapt. Yeah, it's a good show, man. Randy Marsh, best character ever created on the show. Favorite dude. Someday I hope to be just like Randy Marsh in my life. Hope to be retired and living like Randy Marsh. All right, there it is. Very nicely done. Okay, so we see Tempest implementing... I can't tell if that was his shadow or if that was him trying to implement kicks there. He could be trying to use open wounds. So he might have Chaos on his main hand. It's hard to tell. He might have gone hybrid here. It would make a lot of sense, to tell you the truth. It honestly would make a lot of sense for a Sin to go hybrid versus this build. You know, hybrid in the sense of you just switch to the Chaos Claw and stack up a Life Leech ring, right? A Life Leech FCR ring, like 11% Life Leech, Fire Revs, 10 cast. Reason you would do that is if you do go hybrid and he has Chaos in his main hand and the lower res one Plague on his offhand, he still has legitimate trap damage on that, right? Like legitimate trap damage, but he can leech life back, and also Polytheus is not going max block in this setup, right? Like he's not going max block. So those are practically free hits. If he hits the bear, he gets life. If he hits the opponent, he cuts him open. And he could also kick them as well. He could kick his opponent when he gets a nice name lock with Mind Blast. It's a way to conserve his mana a bit. You know, that's the thing with Mind Blast. With the no mana pools for a Sin, it makes it so that you can't necessarily spam Mind Blast as much. That's the biggest hit to the Sin, right? If you spam Mind Blast, you better make it methodical, right? It just can't be the whole fucking duel. It will piss away your mana. And when it does that, you have to get a little bit more creative. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tempest did that. That or just has a nice IAS claw, trap IAS claw in his main, and is relying on open wounds coming from somewhere else. Maybe gores, maybe something else. It's hard to tell. But that's certainly something. Certainly something he could be focusing on, is trying to kick his opponent, cut him open, bleed him out a little bit, do some damage over time. Just what the Sin wants to do. Polytheus having a hard time getting on the inside. Polytheus trying to lead Tempest out a little bit and having a bit of success there. I believe he lit a volcano up under him when he got out, and now, yep, there it is, another volcano. He's trying to fight from the outside. He says, fuck all this 5-trap shit, man. I ain't staying in that. I ain't staying in that. He's looking for an angle. He's looking for a name lock and looking to utilize volcano. Now, honestly, the Mind Blast kind of sucks as a druid, but when you notice that it really pisses through your opponent's mana, let him use it. Like, that's what I say. Let him blow through it. Live with integrity. Or live with integrity. 5-stack and Sin looks fun. Yeah, right? It's, makes me wonder why I've never built one at this point. It seems kind of my style. About to duel? Alright, you want to just let us run this duel for a little bit, Doom? And then we'll pop over and check that out. Just let us check out the Poly versus Tempest duel. This is pretty intense. It's insane seeing how Poly's going to try to solve this problem here. If it goes on for long, or maybe it'll finish quickly, but regardless, we can swap back and forth between the two. I'll let you know, but if you want to wait, that would be, I think people would appreciate it. It's going to be, I believe it was a Necro versus Cold Sorceress matchup is what that one was. And that's going to be an interesting one. Technically, the Necro can outdistance the Cold Sorceress, which is the biggest weakness of the Cold Sorceress if you can do it correctly. Yeah, I was noticing that too, though, Kyle. He's having a hard time getting in. Well, you notice why. Tempest isn't necessarily sitting in, like, your typical 5-stack, right? He's pulling a max. He's pulling a max. He's taking a page out of Max's book here. Max was one of the first players that we saw that did what I call the spread stack. Like, he stacks 5 traps up, but he spreads them out in this, like, circular area that he thinks you're going to approach, or that he's trying to lead you into, right? He's trying to literally trap you. And when he does, there's almost, you might not take the entire 5-stack, which, you know, has its merits now in D2R, right? That was one of the secret buffs that the Sin got. Back in LOD, you could only get hit by one of those traps, and if all of the other ones hit you on the same frame or close to it, you were actually immune to them. You could only get hit by one. That's not the case in D2R. You can actually get hit by all of those traps on the same frame. So, it's a little different, but it just makes it so that you can spread these traps out, and sure, you're not hitting with maximum damage of all of those 5-stack traps, but you're making it so your opponent has a very difficult time of getting in. And that's what Polytheus is seeing right now. He's choosing not even to engage. He's saying, look at this. We ain't doing this. He's like, we ain't doing this. I'm going to look for my opponent. I'm gonna look for my opponent. I'm gonna get these angles. I think we're probably just gonna see him casting Fissure and casting Volcano. Yeah, he's actually having some success with it too. He's actually dealing some damage versus his opponent. Now, also something to note with a dual claw sin is they cannot, much like the ES sorceress, a dual claw sin, because they have claw block or weapon block, they cannot enjoy any added resistance. So right now you have to figure that Tempest's fire res is 75. So when he gets hit by these things, he might have the DR from his Fade, but that fire damage is hitting good. He might not be bowed. Yeah, he's definite. Well, Polytheus is bowed, but his opponent might not be. It's hard to tell. Hard telling, not knowing. Polytheist, a little frustrated by it. He knows he's not going to go in. He's not going to hunt those traps. He's probably one wrong move away from just getting smacked around and killed by those traps. So he's certainly not going in. He's going to look for a name lock from the outside. It's definitely a very tough duel. He got very lucky right there. Didn't take a lot of damage from that trap. Low roll on the damage from the trap, luckily, because that hit him from afar. He's being very conservative with the mana. Gets a name lock, but the Sin gets out of there. I gotta say, this doesn't seem like as miserable of a duel as I thought it would be. I thought it would just be straight up Mind Blast oppressiveness, but that time, pretty high roll on those traps, and he got hit with 2 of them on the same frame. Tough getting on the inside. What does Poly have to do here is the question. It seems like Tempest's strategy is to set this spread stack, and as soon as Poly gets an advantage, gets that name lock, starts trying to cast stuff up under him, he just teleports away and resets.
Yes.
So I think what we can do here is just kind of expect the Sin to aggress until she can't, which I mean kind of makes sense. Technically, it's a statistical advantage in favor of the Sin. So like, I would expect the Sin to aggress until she can, until she's out of mana, right? If she aggresses... Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, what he's saying is if she aggresses, then she just gets hit with a bunch of shit. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Poly understanding the nature of this duel probably more than we are. This guy has a lot of experience with this stuff. Yeah, if it's true, because if the Sin aggresses, they not only do they run out of mana very quickly, but like it's just hard. It's hard to. You're just going to end up eating a lot of Armageddons trying to chase your opponent down, and unless you're whirlwinding them too, or kicking them, or doing something else besides traps, you're probably not going to hit him with it. And look at this, Polytheus actually landing some hits, and the only reason I can tell is because he had lower res up on him, which means he had to have hit his opponent somehow, whether it was with Armageddon, Volcano, something. Yeah, he's got some good damage so far. Both of these guys probably at about an equal life total. He can cast into the CC and Kano. Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. He technically can. That's true, actually. I didn't think of that. Yeah, so when the Sin is sitting in this spread stack, he can CT cast his Volcano and the Fissure to try to push him out of the stack. But you also got to figure, though, Dio, the Sin can also CT cast traps. So, like, they're probably hitting at about the same range with that. And Volcano and Fissure are a lot slower. Those traps, like, you don't want to get hit by them. It's just KO shit. Oh, look at this, man. He's actually working him down. Actually working him down here. Tempest changing strategy a little bit, getting a little more aggressive. Polytheus strategy is working from the outside. You notice now, Tempest changed his strategy a bit. Oh, I would completely agree, Primo. Very well played. Like, was able to avoid a lot of damage. Just take a little bit of chip damage here and there, but he was actually working him down. Tempest's strategy completely changed. Now Poly looking for that CT cast on these Fissures on that Kano. Looking to go back to that strategy. He's probably run his opponent out of some mana here. Okay, now it looks like Tempest has turned the tables a little bit. done a little bit more chip damage to Polytheist. This is a back and forth duel. What a fight, man. What a fight. I expected it to be miserable, but this is kind of enjoyable. I gotta say, it's enjoyed misery. That's what it is. It's certainly an uphill battle for Paulie, no matter how you slice it. It's an uphill battle. But I gotta say, man, it's just so different. It's so different than seeing like a wind druid trying to do it, right? Like a wind druid trying to get in. You have to stomp. You have to get close range with those nados. The shaman has some options, and Paulie really showing him off, dude. Oh, and he gets hit again with that lower res. Oh, yeah, and he's still got... It doesn't matter. He just... I love that he just showed off his res right there. He might have just been checking it, or he might have just been showing it off. Like, hey, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. I still have 85 resist, even with the lower res. But also, you got to figure... I didn't catch exactly what the number was, but the Sin probably has Griffin's Eye as well, which is probably going to rip away another 15 or 20, whatever it is. So it could still hurt, depending. I didn't catch the number. If somebody wants to go back and check it out, let me know what his actual light res was after lower res. You got to remember he had lower res on at that point. So if it's like 15 away from the max from 85, if it's like 100 or so, like, or any less than 100, he probably is taking more damage still. Can I stat to fire a dual Tempest? I mean, you can. You can. We'll check it out after Doom's Duel if they get it going, dude. I'd love to see it. I'd love to check it out. I'm always down to watch fights on a Thursday night, boys. I think they ought to make the damage quicker on it. Like, I think they ought to make it so that as soon as you cast a Volcano, it just immediately does damage. Like, that's the problem with Volcano. Is you can cast it and it just doesn't do damage. Like, it isn't like it's a very efficient thing to do even in PVM. Like, your target, it should just do immediate damage on them. Like, if you get a name lock, like, that should be one of the perks to playing it. But, I mean, we say that, but the Fire Druid has gotten a lot of buffs over the, you know, in their time in D2R. They're certainly far better than they've ever been. Now, it looks like Polytheist in the danger zone. He has been killed at this life total before by a well-placed trap. Look at him, CT casting this Volcano, CT casting these Fissures. Very good placement. Happy to fight from the outside, but being very strategic about the angle that he's trying to get. He's not coming in too much. It's a very strategic duel at a distance. Just misses that trap right there, too. Very narrowly dodged. Looking for that name lock. Cast the bear up there, too. I love that. Now, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Sure, it you know, it can get in there and it can slap pretty hard. And as some of you know, oh my god, good hit by Paulie there. Good hit with that Kano. As some of you know, Polytheist does max out his bear, so that bear actually does legitimate damage when he gets up there. But it's sort of a double-edged sword, especially at a low life total, because Tempest will actually heal off of it. He'll actually heal a little bit of life if the bear doesn't hit him, and he kills it. You know, he'll get 15 life per kill from his Enigma. Because Enigma is just the best armor that's ever been created in so many ways. Alright, so 233 lightning res with lower res. Okay, that's what he had. That's what he had. Okay, yeah, so he's got plenty. Yeah, he's got plenty. You got minus 100 with the difficulty, which brings him to 133, which still puts him at plenty after lower res. The only way to bust through that is to be an Elephant Sin, dude. I think you need 360, Max was saying. If you have an Elephant Sin, if you're going up against an Elephant Sin, you better be at 360. Because they can surprise you in so many ways. I mean, not only do they have Infinity that they can just randomly swap to and hit you with the Conviction Aura, but they also have, you know, in Max's setup, he has a sword. Oh my god, and Polytheist gets there, boys! 2-1, we have ourselves a duel! We have ourselves a duel! Polytheist adapting to his opponent, much like we've seen him do many times again and again. God, it feels good to see a Druid win against a Sin. boys. It just, even around, it feels good. It feels good.
Greetings.
2-1 in favor slightly of Tempest, but now Polytheus is learning the ways, learning what he's got to do. Happy to approach this from the outside, take his time, be methodical. Both of these classes, which is what is making this, I think, an interesting duel. A long duel, but a very interesting one. Mainly because you don't see a lot of teleporting as much as you do in other duels. It's more slow, methodical, people looking for angles. The big thing with both of these classes that they have in common is that both of them are really just doing chip damage over time. Unless your trap gets a really high roll, you're just doing chip damage over time with a trapper, right? You're doing mind blast damage, you're doing trap damage, you're probably hitting with one of them, usually not a 5-stack. And so is the Fire Druid. It's doing, you know, chip damage over time. Just so much AoE damage that it's hard to get away from. So many different ways. Polytheus off to a great start, but Tempest brings it back. A nice hit from Tempest. Polytheus quickly switches to Molten Boulder, expecting the aggression from Tempest. That's also a trick that he hasn't forgotten that he's got up his sleeve if Tempest decides to get a little bit aggressive. Just like that. Oh my god. Polytheus seemed to be stuck there for a second. Not sure what happened. Got to be 163. Druid's just ass. Yeah, the tele frames are so slow. I would think so. I would think he's at 163. No reason for him not to be. He doesn't have his max block set up on. And I think that's the only way that a Druid comes off from 163 is if they have a max block set up. Yeah, anything else. I mean, just Druid is so slow. Cast frames are so slow. Polytheist with some big damage early on, getting a very nice start against Tempest, but Tempest catching up there with a nice trap that he lured Poly into. This is back and forth, man. You can't ever take your eyes off the prize in this duel, man. It could turn around so quickly. Yeah, incredible setup there. Wow. Poly being very methodical. Being very cautious. Knowing that it could be over very quickly. One mistake, and he falls into 5-stack traps, and that's real bad. Oh my god, and he gets there with a perfectly placed Volcano and Armageddon for his opponent to teleport into, making it 2-2. Boys, we have a duel. Did you ever doubt this guy? Just because it was 2-0 there for a second. Did you ever doubt this guy? Did you ever think that there was no way? I've learned you never bet against Polytheus. This guy can turn up the heat. It's incredible, man. It's so good. It's so good to see, man, because honestly, when we set this up, like I said, we try to set up good duels, right? We try to set up good duels. And I said this is going to be tough for Poly, but I think he has a chance at doing it. I think it's going to be back and forth, but I think he can do it. But also, Tempest can pull it off too. I think the skill level is so equal on, or I should say, the matchup in total is so equal. Obviously, Poly's skill level on a shaman, you can't. It's so hard to directly compare it to anybody else's skill level on any other class. He's leagues above. Like when you break it down to the level of understanding that this guy has for this specific build, I don't think anybody else understands their build as much as Polytheus understands his shaman. Like, I seriously would disagree with anybody that says otherwise. Like, this guy does the impossible. This guy does the things that you don't think a fire druid, most typical fire druids, couldn't even do. He does it. He pulls it out. He knows the setup. He knows the strategy. He knows the style. He learns his opponent and adapts. He knows the capability of his build, and he makes it feel like this shaman is an extension of himself. This guy is a living legend on this thing. Oh yeah, I mean, it's like a little bit of learning time to learn his opponent's style, adapt to it, which sometimes makes him more aggressive, makes him less aggressive. I think in this case it's made him more methodical, just knowing that he's seen it in the first couple of rounds, and even arguably in the third and the fourth, turn around so quickly. You know what I mean? He just knows that with one bad teleport, one bad mistake, the whole thing can turn around. So now you're seeing Polytheus be a lot more methodical. Yeah, that's what it means, Luke. So like CT casting, every once in a while you'll see Poly like open up the skill tree, open up the stats tab, and that's basically just giving him leverage. It shifts your character to one side of the screen, giving you a little bit more leverage on one side, allowing him to cast spells a little further. So when you're talking about a distance duel like this, where the Sin is basically doing that same thing, the Sin is CT casting traps on you, it helps to be able to range them a little bit, right? To compete at their range, and that's exactly what Pauly's doing. He's both looking for name locks to get those automatic volcanoes and fissures right up under him, and also CT casting when he doesn't have them. Looks like that was a pretty well-placed fissure or volcano, whatever it was right there. Could have netted him some damage against Tempest. Yeah, I just didn't know the shorthand. Funny story, Luke. I didn't know it either. When I first started out doing PvP, well, I shouldn't say started out doing PvP. When I first started streaming it, especially HLD, there were certain things I didn't understand, and I would see players like Maddie do it, and I didn't know what it was called. I was like, is there a name for this? It was when I did my, I believe it was the first tips and tricks video. And I talked about it. I had no idea what it was called. I just trusted Maddie. Maddie could have lied to me. He called it CT casting. And I was like, for something that's so universally utilized at the top by the best of the best, I was like, that's the shittiest fucking name. Let's be real. That's the shittiest name. You know, they could have called it literally anything. They could have called it God casting. They could have called it I don't know, anything. CT casting. Weird. If you lance a Kano, you just hold on with Fisher to follow him after he tellies out. Well, that's dangerous because you don't really know what's waiting for you on the other side of it, right? So the fact that there's two situations that could happen there, right? You get your name lock with Kano, and the Sin just CT tellies away and breaks your lock, so it doesn't really matter if you try to follow him anyway. You got your name lock at such a distance, they're going to break it with a CT, and Tempest has shown his tendency to do that. Right? He's shown that he will do that if he's in trouble and doesn't have the second scenario set up, where he won't CT cast and break your lock. He wants you to try to follow him. And if he notices you're just holding a name lock with Fisher or whatnot, he'll break it. But if you're not, and you're going to try to follow him, he always walks to his stack. He always walks to his 5 spread. So, like, you know what, at that point, if you're paying attention, you know exactly the center of his 5 stack at that point because he's walking to it, like right there. You know at this point, unless he's changed it now. Yep, he just walked to the center of it. So you know that there's going to be one down. There's going to be one around that corner area. Like that's exactly what he did right there. So it's kind of hard to follow him. He's going to either walk out and break your name lock if you hold it, or if you try to actually teleport onto him, that's probably a mistake 9 times out of 10, I would say, because you're going to end up in a stack of traps that's surrounding that area. He's always walking towards it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is with CT casting is they called it, I think they called it that because it's most commonly on the C and the T skill back in LOD and even in D2R. Like, you know, it's most commonly on the C and the T that brings up character screen skill tab. But you can also do it with quest. You can do it with inventory. It could have been CI casting. Like, you know, it just, like, why not just call it long cast? Like, that just makes more sense. Long cast is like a bit more intuitive. You know what I mean? Like CT casting, nobody understands what that is from the name. But if you call it like long casting, people are like, oh, okay, you're casting your spells from a distance, from a greater distance. Okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like it's like intuitive. I thought it was gonna be something cool like that, but CT casting, it's like, what are you doing? Running radiation on your video game or something? You going for a CAT scan? What are we doing this from? We playing from a hospital? I don't get it, you know, like it's just, yeah, QE, yep. Play too much Overwatch, RT baby, yeah. Does it matter which screen you use? Like if you have a T screen or is it only one? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could bring up any screen that brings up that side of the map. C and T just typically bring up right and left side. So, you know, they'll allow you to cast, far cast to the left, or long cast to the left, long cast to the right. But you could do it with your inventory screen, you could do it with your quest screen, you could do it with literally anything that brings up a screen on any one side of the map. Or any one side of your screen. And there it is again, man, this distance. And now Polytheist finishing with a bit better life total than he has in other rounds. This is now 3-2 in favor of Polytheist. Now Tempest having trouble figuring out how to get on the inside. Having trouble figuring out how to do this here. He's going to have to switch something up. I might even suggest. I mean, it's... I don't know what to do. This is a... I thought I had Polytheist figured out at one point, but it wasn't the case. I would just open wounds him, dude. Like, this would be me. This would be the Coooley strat. I'd stack up as much open wounds as I could. Do not use Dragonflight, because then that will limit the open wounds that you can have. I would stack up as much open wounds as I could, and as soon as he steps out and is looking for that name lock from afar, Telly Whirl, get the fuck out. Like, you know what I mean? Telly Whirl, get the fuck out. Reset the traps. You know what I mean? Sure, you might take an Armageddon, but that open wounds is going to do about 1k. Maybe more. Right? He has no block. You could leech life off the bear if you have a life leech ring. I'm just saying. King of cheese right here. Right? That's what I would do. Admittedly, I'm not sure if it's the right strategy. Yeah, dude, no problem, man. CTing is not very intuitive. It's certainly something that, well, the first time I ever saw somebody CT cast, it was just somebody randomly. It was far before I ever started making content, but it was like randomly just watching D2 duels on YouTube. And I saw somebody, like, I thought it was a mistake at first. I thought it was like a misclick because those screens started popping up and I was like, this looks so jarring. Like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, I didn't understand it at first, but then I caught on as to why. Oh, just don't break his name lock so often, yeah. Oh, for sure. I think that's always on Pauly's mind, is like to not break the name lock. But just watch, like sometimes when Pauly grabs the name lock, mark my words, Tempest is gonna break it. Like as soon as he gets a volcano cast up under him, he knows he's name locked. There it is, he just whirled him. Bros, he just whirled him. Tempest doing something different here. Now the score's a little even. Probably slightly in the favor of Tempest. Probably slightly in favor of Tempest here. I think he just whirled it. That or Shadow Bay hit him. Now Pauly throwing those boulders, dude. Throwing those molten boulders. See, look, Polytheist adapting on the fly to this whirlwind shit, dude. He says, all right, you want to play that way. There it is, yeah, there it is. I think that's what he did. Now Polytheus on his bike, dude. Now Polytheus on his bike, making him chase him. Looking for those angles from all around. Now Tempest has got a couple of different attacks up his sleeve. Especially when you run into these duels where both players are kind of running. They're like running down. They're not always teleporting. Just like that, man. Oh my god. Yeah, and he cut him open here too. He cut him open. Did some big damage to Polytheus. Bro, that's the strat. That's the strat, man. Polytheus less than half life here. Alright. Give him the long DFC belt, yeah. Bro, I thought Polytheus was going to beat Joby. We saw Polytheus versus Joby recently. Joby's ability to cast Life Tap is just insane. We might have to do something about that. I say that, but every time I think about it, I think about how bad Dins are. But now that we got a Din champion, I don't know. He has ripped up 2 of the top druids in the DFC. 4-0'd Polytheus, 4-1'd Dio Wind. And that Life Tap was looking pretty good. Now Polytheus down at 1k life, and I believe Tempest is sitting a little bit more pretty than that. Polytheus backing off a little bit, hoping that his opponent goes back to that old strategy. I think that Whirlwind certainly made a difference, or whatever he was doing, whether it was kick or Whirlwind. That physical attack certainly made a difference. He cut him open there, and that made a big difference in the duel. Polytheus not looking for the name lock from the outside anymore. Oh, caught in these big traps, though. Now Polytheus in trouble. Casting that Molten Boulder. I think he's assuming that his opponent is looking for the Whirlwind here, but he might be trying to go back to the long game. Yeah, Tempest looking really good with his life total right now, probably at about 60%. Polytheus has got his work cut out for him. He can do it, but man, he's got to be cautious. He's already adapted the right strategy here. He's got to be cautious. And he did hit him there. How do we know? He caught that lower res. It's the only way we know. Oh man, he actually hit him really good too. Tempest now at about 35%. Holy shit, what a duel. 3-2 in favor of Polytheus. Polytheus trying to cinch it up here. Polytheus getting whittled down a little bit by that Mind Blast, recasting that battle orders on cue. Now that's some top tier shit right there. A lot of people don't do this. I see a lot of people, even high level duelers in the DFC, do this. When your battle command runs out, that's an indication. When that little yellow aura from your feet disappears, your battle orders isn't out, but it likely will go out very quickly. The top duelers will notice that, and they will recast their battle orders when they see battle command go down. But also, Battle Command, a very good skill to keep up, right? +1 to skills. You kind of want to rely on that. You kind of want it up. But if you wait too long after that happens, after your Battle Command goes down, it gets very dangerous. You run the risk. But Polytheus, right on top of it. Ain't missing a beat. I would guess, based on the way that Tempest is playing right now, oh my gosh, there it is, man. He gets there. Very nicely set traps, and now we really have a duel, boys. It's 3-3. Both players figuring the other one out here, adapting in stride to what could be the most epic round coming up. Wow, look. If I hadn't already run out, I'd give a cheers to all of you guys right now for being here and witnessing what could be one of the most intense PvP matches we've seen tonight. Dude, you would be, Kyle. I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that. I said it could be that Kyle's right here. It could be a very tight duel, 4-3 in favor of Polytheist, but it could also be in favor of Tempest. We're going to find out in the final round right here. These players ready to go. Let's cut back over to them. Tempest trying to make it count. Tempest off to a great start here, dealing some damage to Polytheist. I'm not sure if Polytheist has got any damage in yet against Tempest. Tempest really figuring things out here, pushing the pressure early on. He's noticed really pays off. He can always kick back a little bit. Even when he gets low on mana, he can kick back in a little bit and turn this into the duel that it's meant to be, is this long-range stuff. But if he pushes that aggression early on, and he does it methodically, just like this, cuts Polytheist off, casts these traps. Yeah, he is looking good. Well, I think Polytheist might have actually just hit him right there, but that was the first tiny bit of damage that he dealt. Poly looking for a name lock, looking for some damage from the outside. Yeah, this is nuts. I knew it would be. There was something in my gut that tells me this is going to be a good duel. By now, we know. Ooh, look at that. Tempest stepping a little bit out of his comfort zone there, trying to go for a kick. Now, I heard the little ninjutsu sound there that the assassins make, which makes me think that he's probably using Dragonflight, possibly, maybe kick. It's hard to tell. But you can certainly assume Open Wounds is on his agenda. It's on his agenda. He's going to use it very opportunistically when he thinks that Polytheist is not ready. That time he had him caught, Mind Blast locked from around a corner, which doesn't do anything to Poly, but it will suck the mana dry of Tempest. So what he did there was switch up and go for the kick, but Polytheist was already out of there. Polytheist seen it coming. Poly taking his time. Recasting the battle orders, recasting the Armageddon. Getting set up for a very important 7th and final round. Winner of this wins the fight. Nice trap placement from Tempest. Great trap placement from Tempest. Actually surprises Polytheist there. Lands some damage. Poly hasn't been able to land too many hits on Tempest here so far. Taking his time, slowing it down, trying to get his opponent to play his game. If Poly stands south of the puddle, the boulder explodes when he gets dove on. Yep. Yep, that's a good point too. If he can aim that at a puddle, it's a great point actually from Fax. If he aims it at a puddle or even a wall or something, especially when you know your opponent is going to stomp, it can blow up when they try to stomp you. But the problem is knowing when your opponent's going to stop. Now, Tempest does have some tells. He'll get that name lock, but you know that because he's trying to conserve his mana for this long duel, you know that he won't hold it for long. So as soon as he gets that name lock, you know he's coming in. If you let him have it a little bit, he's coming in. So you may see Poly try to bait him into that. I've noticed it from Tempest so far. That he'll get the name lock, he'll keep it for a couple of blasts, and then he'll go in for the kick or the whirlwind or whatever he's doing. The open wound strategy comes soon after the mind blast. It's not a surprise. It's never a surprise. There it is, couple of mind blasts, wouldn't be surprised. Okay, here we go. Managed to get out that time. Polytheist leaning him into deep territory here, trying to get him to chase him a little bit. Trying to reset these traps. the more Pauly gets him to run around this map and recast his traps, the more he drains his mana out. The more he turns this into a long, grindy duel that he technically has an advantage in. He's waiting on that lock. He's waiting on that lock. Tempest might give it to him. Tempest, I was surprised Tempest didn't go in for the open wound strategy right there. Here it comes. Here it comes. Nope, he kept the Mind Blast lock that time. Now, Tempest might be listening. Tempest might be listening and knowing, and he's getting a little predictable. Now he's trying to switch it up. Keep that Mind Blast lock going. Polytheist is also very keen to it, though. He also understands it. You see him kind of getting out of the way when he's getting this Mind Blast lock. That's certainly something you don't want to have be the case as a druid. When you start getting Mind Blast locked, like, it's just all downhill from there, right? Like, not only is that Mind Blast actually chipping away and doing a little bit of damage, but you just don't have the mobility when you're getting Mind Blast locked. Like, sure, we don't have the complete FHR lockout anymore. However, in this duel, as you've noticed, it's all about walking down, cutting the angle on your opponent. And when you don't have the ability to do that at will or as you wish, it makes things a little different. But wow, Pauly just actually landed a couple of big hits, either with Armageddon or possibly Volcano. Now, putting Tempest at probably about 40% life. So this duel, slightly in favor of Polytheist in this final round. Yeah, Joby definitely is, dude. He's top tier Din, man. Top tier Din. Polytheist pushing the pressure. Polytheist trying to finish. This could be dangerous, though. He's trying to bait his opponent into a Mind Blast lock there. Very nicely done from Polytheist. He let him cast all of his traps down south, teleported up north, and re-grabbed his name lock, casting a Volcano up underneath him. Tempest in a lot of trouble now, and name locked, potentially out of mana as well. You notice that he didn't teleport out of that name lock. That tells me he's probably low on mana. He's probably in a lot of trouble here, and Polytheist is going to try to capitalize on it. He was looking for the signs. But now it looks like Tempest is set up. He's got his traps that he can sit in, and he can make this a long duel. He can fight back against this aggression as long as he stays in this area. If Pauly can push him out, Pauly certainly has the advantage. Did it really? Is that what he got him with? Oh my god. Was it the bear? Holy shit, man. Bear OP. Wow. Bear is so underrated on this character. If that's what it was. But yeah, Tempest is in trouble. We're talking one Armageddon tick, dude. But now so is Pauly. Pauly also in trouble now. All it's going to take is technically a couple of trap hits on a high roll here, and Pauly's down. He's in that critical range, especially if the trap hits the oak first. If he teleports the wrong way, that could be bad news. One bad teleport is what this could come down to, and he knows it. He is, dude. He's letting that bear go after him. He's casting it up on him and letting it go after him. Technically, the bear has the best range out of anything. Ooh, potentially almost a bad teleport there from Pauly. Now Tempest is going to make him work for it. He's going to make him work to get on the inside. He's setting this wide 5-stack trap. And that has historically been hard for Polytheist to penetrate. But did he learn from that first round? Does he know how to do it now? Does he have the trick? You can tell by the way that Tempest is playing, he knows he's in trouble. He knows he's very low. Man, that bear is tanky. That bear is also setting off traps, giving Polytheist an idea of where the traps are. Oh my god, Polytheist Armageddon I don't think was up there. Or at least it wasn't coming down consistently. Wow. This is a nail biter. Polytheist re-upping on the battle orders. He took a little bit of damage from the traps there. He's certainly in the danger zone. Using that bear to sort of probe those traps. Especially if Tempest has all of them stacked up too close. It can really punish his mana. Because all of them will start going off after the bear. And then eventually the traps will die. Getting in close. But not staying there too long. I think Polytheist is hoping one of these Armageddons comes down and hits his opponent. Now he's going to do some CT casting. Especially at this angle, that's a perfect angle to CT cast at. You're casting up, your opponent is probably also CT casting traps. But wow, and it is proving to be a very deadly strategy for Tempest here. Extremely difficult for Poly to get on the inside. Both these guys taking a very wide, very distancey strategy. Tables might have turned a little bit here. Now it's very even. This could go either way. Yeah, this is insane. We have no idea how this is gonna go. It's so close. Shadow Bay getting in for some damage. Can Pauly solve this distance problem here? Taking a second, recollecting himself, figuring out what to do. Noticing that he's not being... It's not a successful strategy here. He's going to have to go in and surprise. I like that. Oh, and here it is. Now Tempest pushing the pressure. Seeing his moment there. Polytheist in a lot of trouble right now. On his final leg. He has one option. He's got to finish. He has got to finish this duel. And there it is, boys. We have ourselves a winner from the most epic. The most epic match of the entire night. Always a great sportsmanship from Polytheist. This guy is an absolute savage, man. What a grindy, long, grindy duel where this guy adapted, figured out what he had to do. Changed his game plan, but so did Tempest. Right back and forth. What an incredibly close duel. Fun to watch, man. Hey, look. Not all duels got to be super quick, right? Oh, look at this. He had an interesting claw. Plus 3 to Lightning Sentry. IAS. Wow. 3 socket claw with 2 ums in it and an IAS resistance jewel. Wow. Incredible. You know, I think it really came down to those 5 FHR charms that Pauly was using. And if only he would have had light res. Well, shit. I think he knows what to get now. But holy hell, what a duel. What a nutty one, dude. That was crazy. That was absolutely nuts. Yo, is Doombringer still going at it? Or did those guys duel? Are they done? Yeah, it looks like those guys finished up. Damn, bros. I gotta say, what a night. When we're in the tavern, things get real. Dio now getting inspired by this duel, firing it up, trying to go up against Tempest, thinking he can do a lot better. But I'm telling you, Tempest joining that Sin army is really showing and proving. This guy's insane. We've also got GVN. Oh my God. All right, you know what? I think I know. I think I know why they finished their duel off stream, because you know what we got now? We got GVN versus Lilith. This is going to be another long distance duel that I think technically favors the Zon. But we're going to see. We're going to see if Doombringer has what it takes to get out there and finish his opponent with some aggression. It's definitely going to be on him to do that. Let's see how it goes. This is full Vita Cold Sorceress versus GVN on his Amazon, which I think is a very underrated build right now in PvP. I think it has all the right tools to beat all the right classes. The Druid, the Assassin, and even the Sorceress, which I also think is probably the third best dueler right now, if played right, in the right hands. We saw Root absolutely tear it up, take a DFC title with it. That thing is insane. It's very good, very well positioned right now. But this is going to be, I think, a duel between two underrated classes in the DFC, and we're going to see how it's going to go. Who will win? Who's you guys' money on? If I was a betting man, if I was going to throw it down, if I had to put my money where my mouth is, I would say it's technically in favor of GVN. But Doom is a different kind of dueler. Way different. This guy's insane. By the way, Jeff Anderson, I'm going to have to tip my hat to you, bro. If I had anything left in this drink, I'm going to have to go refill this, dude. Because we need to give a proper cheers. Jeff, hey, thanks so much for the membership, man. And welcome. Welcome to the tavern. Come on in, have a seat. We're serving ass kickings on the menu today. The only thing we ask, you can be as rowdy as you want, but just obey the one rule, right? No horse in here. We don't need that kind of shit. And these guys are off. The first round. The first round, and here it is. This is quickly turning into a distance duel. This is, I think this is exactly what GVN needs to do. Turn this into a distance duel. Under the new rules, he can use a mana pot. Doombringer cannot. Or a mana pool, I should say. Unless they've agreed on otherwise. Nice shots from GVN. Gets out, lands a strafe. The problem with casting strafe here over multi-shot is that strafe locks him in place for a little bit. So it makes it so that Doombringer has his opportunity, that if he gets aggressive and GVN casts that strafe, he's locked down. He can really get punished for it. Blizzed, Doom can just blizz and get out. And it almost doesn't matter how much cold resist you stack up. Those sorks hurt, man. Now, granted, the Zon has dodge, avoid, evade, all to hopefully not get hit by this blizz, right? Gives him a little bit more survivability than most builds. But still, that blizz can absolutely KO you, dude. And look at this. GVN taking some snipe shots with guided arrow. Now, I can attest, Lilith, a.k.a. Doombringer, one of the hardest people to hit with that guided. There's not too many people that I struggle with figuring out their pattern and where they're going, but Doombringer is one of them. It's so hard to figure him out. I almost think Doombringer doesn't know where he's going in the duel. And there it is! GVN gets there with some sick multi-shooting guided arrow strafe action, man. Playing the Telly Boa. Doombringer Pissed off. Says use something with skill. You know, some would say that Blizz sorceress. I ain't saying I would say it. But some people would say that Blizz sorceress should be an ES fireballer. I don't know who would say that, but Doombringer clearly pissed. Let's check out how round 2 is going to go. Let's see if he's going to use his pissed off state of mind, state of being to turn it around, push the aggression, use that max block, get in, use the chains, use the telelocks, get in and smash. Let's see if he can do it. Or will GVN use the strafe again to finish this duel? We're going to find out. This is getting intense, boys. Yeah, it's fake lemons. They're hopefully gonna last a while. I got the fake ones. I hope people don't come in and try to eat them. They're not real. So you can come into the bar. I guess maybe that's the second rule we could put up here. Don't eat the lemons. You know? That could be the next sign. Don't eat lemons. And no horse. Yeah, I honestly think, like, this is the thing, man. You got to figure with the Amazon, and this is what I've noticed. I got a little salty, too, when I lost to, like, basically a Teleboa, right? And it was really because I wasn't used to seeing the Teleboa. Like, we didn't see a lot of Amazons in the DFC. And honestly, there's certain matchups where when you can get one-shotted, that's kind of the plan you have to be on, right? Like, it's up to your opponent to aggress you. And that's the thing. It's single-handedly the reason why I use, you know, the bow in with most of my paladin builds, is because the range on arrows is just so huge. You can practically compete with anybody. It forces your opponent to push the aggression on you and have a plan, right? Which honestly, it's not to say that the Blizzard Sorceress doesn't require skill. It's just that type of gameplay is very difficult for Doombringer to handle with his playstyle, right? Like, if you have to push the aggression, and, you know, it's much like me, he would rather methodically pick you apart from the outside, right? So, like, if you force him, if you blow the map up with multi-shot, it's tough for him to get on the inside. A nice strafe. A very nice strafe from GVN. GVN took a hit. He took about probably 700-800 damage. Got clocked again from that Blizzard. Doombringer in a lot of trouble here. Doombringer probably one multi away. Guided, I think, is a liability here. Yeah, I was going to say, Guided is probably more of a liability. Because that Guided, can attest, is probably going to get eaten up by the Oak. And then the other ones are just going to get lost because their original target is no longer there. Oh no, Doombringer actually at a very healthy life total. Actually taking this duel. Taking control of this duel here. Now this is what he needs to do. Get on the inside. Now this is his style. Doombringer, very methodical. Will pick you apart from the outside, but I think he's having trouble figuring out the exact angle from which to approach GVN. So what he's going to do is he's going to treat this like a freight train, dude. He's going in and out from long distances and unpredictable angles is I think what we're going to see Doombringer do. It's going to be on GVN to predict the angle that Doombringer's coming in at. It's also a very long distance duel that the Sorceress eventually has to come in for. Right? So the longer it stays very long distance, the more it favors GVN. Either lock with Blizz, but you get hit if you stand still, or predict the Blizz. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you have max block, and which certainly Doombringer does have a setup for max block. I think if you have max block, I would be happy to just walk and stay on the inside, right? Like, sure, you might take some arrows. You're certainly going to take some arrows, right? But basically, my strategy would be get obnoxiously close, right? Force the Amazon to teleport away. Because much like when you're playing against a VT, if you're forcing the Amazon to teleport away, that's when they're most weak. That is their moment of weakness. So like right there, when he's teleporting away, he's very weak. And that's an opportunity where Doombringer could go, oh my god, what a back and forth! That's what I mean, boys! That's exactly what Doombringer needs to do. He needs to not be afraid to get on the inside and just go toe-to-toe. Like, you're gonna take some arrows, right? But as long as that, like, if the Zon stays there, right, they're gonna take a lot bigger hits than you are. And even if you have it set so that, you know, you got, maybe you're walking down, you're not running, you get your max block set up, you're walking down, and they start shooting these, like, strafes, you could just walk out of the way and drop a Blizz. Walk, Blizz, walk, Blizz. Force the Amazon to run away. And that's exactly what Doombringer did right there, and it really paid off for him. Very close duel, though. He did go to 1. GVN could have had that, but now evened up the score here. We got a 1-1 back and forth duel. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't use it versus Blizz. I think in that instance, though, to be completely honest, in that instance where you know you're just going to sit there and you're going to test your opponent's block, especially if your opponent's not moving, I don't think that was a bad call from GVN. A strafe there was probably not a bad call. Like, it's all situational. I certainly wouldn't use it trying to catch him. Like, when Doombringer's doing this and trying to come in, I certainly wouldn't use strafe to try to catch him. Because you got to figure what Doombringer wants to do is catch you standing still. So he can drop a Blizz down on you, right? Catch you standing still, hit you with that AoE Blizz so that you have to get out of there, right? Like, you have to move. And then when you move, he's going to try to follow you. See, like, right here, strafe is fine. Strafe is perfect right here. And there it is, man. Dodge, avoid, evade for the win. Now 2-1 in favor of GVN. I think that was a perfect use of strafe right there. When the Sorceress doesn't move, when they're in close range and they're not moving, perfect. Because it blasts through their oak, it tests their block so much, it tests their block rate, which is something, you know, very important in this duel. Yeah, that was nuts. You gotta love RNG duels. Yeah, I mean, that's... Dude, that's the power of the Zon, man. It's the power of the Zon. Most underutilized build, but I think most powerful. But it also just has some hard deaths, right? Like, you just can't beat a VT. You could have dumbass Coooley on a VT and probably won't lose to a good Zon, right? Like, it's just... It's too good. You know, they just have some straight matchups where, unlike Polytheist, it's very hard for them to adapt, right? Like, Polytheist has some tough matchups, such as versus Sin, right? But he can adapt. He just had one of the most savage back and forth close matches we've seen in a very long time, right? The Zon doesn't have the ability necessarily to adapt so easily to her bad matchups, which I think is really only the Paladin. Maybe ES Fireballer. Maybe ES Max Block ES Fireballer would be tough too. Bone Necro. Bone Necro is actually a savagely bad matchup for a Zon. I guess unless you're on Teleboa duty, and then in which case you got to be a good Necro. No need max block when you can hit the house with your mana pool. Does he have a mana pool in the house, or is that a mana pool for GVN? Yeah, technically Doombringer can't use a mana pool unless they've agreed. Unless they've agreed that they're gonna waive that rule. Right now, the way that the mana pool's set up, we adjusted it a little bit. I think it's probably in the healthiest spot right now. It just blocks the classes that are most powerful from using it, and the classes that can easily abuse it, such as a Sorceress that just naturally has warmth. ES Sorceress cannot use mana pots. Doesn't matter the ES percent. Oh yeah, instead of the jabs? Yeah, for the open wounds? Probably not a bad idea. So what Fax is saying is if he has Malice on his offhand, right, instead of the jabs, if he has Malice, he can swap to that and have 100% open wounds. So that he can shoot arrows like this, swap, teleport away, and if any of those arrows hit, they're going to cut their opponent open. Because even though you swapped weapons, it will still count that open wounds. Not a horrible strategy. Probably better against an ES Fireballer than it is against a full Vitamax block. Especially one like Doom that's using Oak. But certainly a strategy. It can't hurt, right? Like, your jabs are probably never getting there. You're probably never staying close enough to use jab. There he is, GDN trying to catch him with that strafe there. See, that was a little dangerous. That was an opportunity for Doom to get in. And a nice chain from GDN. Very nice aggression from GVN. Both of these guys avoiding a lot of damage here. Doom actually landing some good shots with Blizzard. But luckily, GVN just dodging him. Yeah, it's applied on hit. Even Teleboa and uphill because lower damage Zon not breaking the bone armor very easily. Yeah, that's true. Yep, that's a good point, Abrasive. Moment of weakness here for GVN trying to rebow. Doombringer failing to deal a lot of damage to GVN here so far. I think he might have got one tick of Blizz in, but it was so long ago that he's just repped back so much life at this point. I really love Doom's use of Orb here, because Orb is going to proc that dodge, avoid, evade, and not only stop the Zon from teleporting away, but proc that dodge, avoid, and evade, and then allow him to drop that Blizz down if he stays close, if he stays on the inside. Is Doom using a mana pool in the house? I see him just slightly moving around. Is there a mana pool in there? I see him moving around. I don't know if he's picking it up or what. He can't be using mana pools. No proof, though. No proof. Yep. Yeah, good point, Kyle. I mean, it has to hit your opponent. Has to hit them. Yeah, hit means, like, not blocked. Like, actually hits the opponent. So, like, Smite isn't always hit, so that will always apply open wounds. Let's say you have 100% open wounds, it will always apply it, because it's always hit. You know, like Zeal, if you, or even Charge, let's say. If you charge and you miss because of their defense, or you charge and they block it, open wounds not applied. But if you actually connect. Obviously not applied to other spells, non-physical spells, not applied to even some physical spells such as Tornado. If you're a caster, it's probably not going to apply on those. Nice hit from Doombringer. Doombringer staying on the outside now. Smart, but still difficult. I think he kind of has to take a little bit of a risk in this duel. He's kind of right to some degree that it comes down to RNG, right? Like, it's going to come down to it. Look at this. GVN running low on arrows. Doombringer trying to walk him into some blizz. GVN getting very conservative with his arrows now. This is dangerous. I wonder if he actually stacked them more with any. He's hitting alt, looking for them. He's looking for arrows. This is Doom's opportunity, I think. This could be bad. Switches back to the jabs. Very intelligent. Now you see GVN only using those arrows opportunistically. Yeah, this is certainly Doombringer's opportunity to be aggressive. Nice chains from GVN, switching it up. And actually getting some damage in. Alright. So this is probably why he doesn't use, it's probably why he doesn't use Malice on the swap. Because you can run out of arrows. GVN showing off the chain skills here. Actually connected with a jab. Like a long distance, non-name locked jab. He's got to be careful not to run out of jabs though too. I don't know about throwing them randomly like this. Oh my god, dude. Doombringer very, very low. Oh my god. Smart move. Now he's going back to the bow to use multi-shot, knowing that Doombringer is so low. Methodical's on, man. Absolutely methodical. What a nail biter. You still feel like it could be a matter of time. Can Doombringer lead him into some blizzards here? I think he needs to... I don't know what he needs to do at this point. He's so low. He can't take too many jabs. He just needs to get in, stay close, stay mobile. Because you got to figure this too, right? Like, he has to hit you with jabs. So at this point, I think staying close, and just staying close but on the outside, right? Like, you stay close, you drop that blizz, especially now that his bow is out too. There's never been a better time for aggression. Like, stay in close, make it so that, like, he has to aim at you with his jabs, and then just make him miss, right? Walk, run. Yeah, I would even run at that point, right? And if he starts busting out his bow and shooting what he's got left for arrows, you just teleport away. Get in close, run, make him chase you. Man. Oh, wow. Do you see what GVN did? I'm learning all the tricks, boys. Raise your hand if you knew this was possible. I had no fucking idea. Apparently you can shoot magic arrow without having any arrows. Like, is that a thing? That's a thing? Fucking cheers to that, man. You learn something every day. I think you have to have one. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's so intelligent. That's so intelligent, dude. Can you imagine he finishes with magic arrow? Oh my god. Yeah, you can't leech life from it, but... Or maybe... Wait, can you not? Can you not leech life from it? I'm not actually sure. I've never seen anybody use magic arrow. That's so crazy. What a friggin' crazy duel. This is insane. My mind is blown. I'm deep in the tank now. The survivability on the Zon, even in the most dire situations, is being displayed here by GVN. Yeah, and he just fixed that too. Now he's running out of jabs. I almost feel like cutting the arena might be appropriate. I almost think it would be a favor for Doombringer. Oh, no way. I think he just broke his E-Rep jabs. Did they repair? Did they repair if they're completely broken? They didn't in LOD. Oh my god, dude. I hope they weren't like really GG rare jabs. They might repair though. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to give this a little bit. I'm going to join up on this game, and we might make this round go to decision. We're just going to pop in. We might make it go to decision. We'll see. I'll pop into it. We'll see how it goes. I have no idea the pass to this game. Can't get in on this game. Yeah, 300 life. Yeah, like both of them are so low. Yeah, I mean GVN's certainly on... He's certainly on magic arrow duty here. But like... I almost feel like Doombringer's just, I mean, it's, I'd like to see a little bit more action, a little bit more aggression here. There's been plenty of opportunities. Okay, no, his jabs don't completely break. That's good. That's actually good. I would feel bad about that. I think there's been plenty of opportunity for it. I mean, and even now, when he's one Blizz hit away, and he's on magic arrow duty, like, let's be real. Like, let's go. I mean, also using pools, which, I mean, they might have waived the rule, but I think we have to take it into consideration. All right. We might... Let's cut the arena. Let's cut the arena next round. I think it really saves Doom from himself. Breaks his jabs again. Where's Riz Root? Right, that's what I want to know, dude. Yeah. I mean, at this point, Doom's repped a ton of life. He should certainly go in and finish. Alright, we'll give this 2 minutes. If the clock hits, like, 59... then we're just going to stop it. We're going to stop this round. Well, at this point, what do you think? If the round stopped right now, who does it go to? And there it is. Yeah, I don't blame him. That was miserable. That was miserable. But then again, I mean, Doom's kind of had to do that at some point in the duel, but there's probably a point where he could have turned the corner. Tough to call, man. It's a very tough duel for the Sorceress, too. You got to figure that. I think this time, certainly, GVN will probably stock up with more arrows. I think that was probably the big... I think if he has a plethora of arrows at his disposal, Doombringer probably won't be able to do that again. What's the score right now? Is it, what is it? Is it 2-2? Is it 3-2? What's the score? I think it's 2-2.
Good day.
2-2. That's what I thought, Kyle. Yeah, Doom won one of those duels where it was just a toe-to-toe trade. I think GVN won the first round. Second round went to Doom. It was a toe-to-toe trade. And very, very close. Doom went to 1. And then GVN won the same style toe-to-toe trade in the next round. Like, didn't even get hit. And then Doombringer won that round. Yeah, so it's 2-2. Yeah, I think he did too. Like, he had it if he didn't run out of arrows there. I think that was the real thing. It's kind of hard to gauge the duel, how it went, because theoretically, Doombringer played how he should have. You know what I mean? Like, played how he needed to in the moment. Probably a little longer than he needed to at the end. But if GVN hadn't run out of arrows, I don't think it would have ever got there. Now he's certainly going to stack up on him. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Maybe he'll show it off at the end. Maybe we'll get a little show. Get a little show with this right here. We'll see. I would imagine he's probably swapped out some of his max AR lifers for cold lifers. That would be my guess. That's what a lot of Zons do, because it's really tough for a Zon to actually make up for their cold resist with items. I guess if you have a full Vita Sorceress that you're going up against, if you have a Helm with 20 cast, you can stack that up. But he might need Griffins to hit 99 cast with a certain setup, especially if you're going to use Raven and a bow. So, yeah, it's so tough. The Zon just has so much balance that it has to focus on. This has to focus on IAS, so she probably got IAS gloves, which take up the cast spot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Griffins just for the cast. All right, here we go. Next round, it's 2-2, all tied up here. Theoretically, the Zon can outlates the Sorceress. So, like, there we go. Just like that. Nice hits from GVN. So, like, I would say now that GVN has arrows, that's certainly something he can do. Like, if he senses the duel is turning into lates, one way that he can force Doombringer, like, literally force him to get aggressive, is just spam multi all across the map. Run from him and spam multi. Like, that will win the late duel all day. So, like, now that he has that trick up his sleeve, that will force Doombringer to get more aggressive, which I think is what he has to do. Again, the most ideal situation for Doombringer is a close-range duel where his opponent either accidentally clicks strafe or tries to approach him or throw jabs at him and just basically doesn't run away, right? Like, doesn't run away, tries to get his shots in, tries to get his licks in, which, based on the way the Doom's playing, it seems like that's what he's trying to set up, right? Like, he's trying to frustrate GVN to the point where he's happy to stay close to him because he's sick of looking for him, right? Seems like that would be the strategy. So that he gets in close and is happy to walk and shoot, right? Keep that 75% block up, but walk and shoot, walk, drop blizz, walk orb, walk blizz, walk orb, walk blizz. Like, you're just happy to be in that situation, and you try to frustrate the Zon so much that they're happy to be there. Like, you trick them into being happy to be there. Dude, fuck it. I would too, honestly, if I was GVN. Like, I would too. He's definitely at least got one Poison Charm, I think we know from other matchups. But then again, like, in this matchup where you have to give up so much damage for cold resist in your inventory, dude, fuck it, I would too. Like, hands down would do it. When I build my Zon, you best believe I'm using all of those 451s that I have. They're going all, I might even buy more. Nah, he's been hit a few times. He can't have more than 40 rep. Yeah. I think there needs to be something. Like, I almost... Like, when we saw, for example, in the last matchup, right? Oh, my God, and there it is. Now 3-2. See, there it is. When he's got arrows, man. When he's got arrows. That's how it looks. Like, who was it that we saw in the last duel? That it was Polytheist and Tempest, right? You see what Tempest did? Both those guys kind of keeping the distance, right? Which is sort of how this duel goes. But the second Polytheist or Tempest saw their opportunity, they were on it. You know what I mean? Like, they recognized it. They knew what they were waiting for. I'm not sure if Doom knows what he's waiting for with this strategy yet, right? Like, I just think he inherently knows he needs to stay away from Azan, but doesn't immediately recognize that he has an insane setup for an end game here, right? Frustrate the shit out of GVN by keeping the distance and literally trick him into making a bad decision. Like, when you're finally there, he stays there. He's like, yep, happy to oblige. Let's get it over with. Let's get it done. And he sits there and he strafes. Maybe he guideds, which would probably be his best shot. Like, his best thing to do in that situation. But he just stays there. Like, that is what I would believe the setup would be here. Because you need to make him eat Blizz. You can't... I don't think if you're Doom, you can keep going in and out and eating multis the whole time. Especially with any amount of poison damage. Just stack up on arrows. Well, he could also drop a Blizz inside of the house on top of the arrows. Okay, so Doombringer swapped to SS. Interesting choice. Usually, Doombringer has a Monarch of Deflecting, like a Jeweler's Monarch of Deflecting, that he puts 4 5/5 facets in. That's his max block setup. It looks like for the first time in this duel, he switched to SS. That's interesting. So it's just, he's definitely on the defense plan. Like, he's not even trying to get close. He's trying to lure him in. Which I'm not sure, now that he's equipped with some arrows here, I'm not sure if that's the right thing. I'm not sure. Let me bring my Cold Sword. No Zon wins. No Bozon, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would think you sort of treat it like a Necro, right? I would think it's a similar strategy as a Necro, where you do what Drew G calls gaying them, right? Like, you stay way on the outside, and you recast all your shit as a Necro. Then you go in, you stay close, Bone Spirit, Spear, Spirit, get out. And then reset and do it again, right? Sort of similar with a Sorceress, is what I would imagine. You get on the outside, you recast your Oak, you get your pets up, right? You go on the inside, or if you're Doom, you frustrate him. You get on the inside, and you just do that. You Blizz, Orb, Blizz, Orb, Blizz, Orb, get out. And then reset, do it again. And if they start teleporting away, then you chain. Like, stay on top of them and chain. Because they're extremely weak. Now, granted, that's easier said than done, right? Like, I do know that from personal experience. Easier said than done with the chains. Oh, yeah. Could definitely do that, too. Drop decoy. Decoy is the most underrated skill in the game, dude. In PvP, anyway. Yep. It's physical. Guided arrow is straight physical. No magic damage on it. So it can also miss, and it can be on top of being blocked. It can miss, too. Yep. Guided arrow is straight physical, no magic, no auto hit. Doesn't ignore defense. Guided arrow ignores defense. Strafe doesn't ignore defense, though. It just shoots a lot. Strafe is sort of like multi. I'm sorry, yeah, you asked about guided. My bad. My head went into multi. But yeah, guided is magic arrow, always hit. Not always hit. Ignore target defense. So a magic arrow will ignore target defense. But it is physical damage. Yeah, whenever you see these arrows that are like lit up, that look like tracer rounds, those are magic arrows that will ignore defense. Big hits from Doom. Oh, big hits from Doom. GVN in a lot of trouble. Now GVN's going to be on his bike. I think that's probably where he wants to be. And Doombringer probably poisoned here. Most likely open wounded, too. Yeah, that was a big hit. I think there should be more of that, dude. Like, more Ice Blast, right? Instead of Orb, like when you're in these situations, do exactly what Doom did right there. That's the exact situation. Remember, we were just talking about this. This is exactly what you want if you're Doom. You want to frustrate the shit out of him to the point where he stays still when you come in. And that's exactly what happened, and he nearly killed him for that. Like, that's the exact situation. Doombringer needs to do it more often. That's exactly what he needs to implement. Like, his exact game plan the entire time. Because now GVN is sort of on the lates duty, if you want to call it that, right? Like, his job now is just to keep the distance and don't let him in. Make him CT cast. Keep him guessing. Dangerous with that strafe, though. Ooh, he actually hit him from far out. GVN with good aim on that guided. He might have hit him or a pet, but either way. GVN gonna have to rebattle order here. GVN is still on magic arrow for his left click. Interesting. Oh, no. Okay, because he has guided on right. I get it. I get it now. Yeah, this is intense. It's a very long distance duel. A little bit of a failed telly there from GVN. He hasn't implemented the no pickup command. And he got stuck on that mana pot trying to teleport away. Almost caught a blizz for his troubles. The reason GVN keeps hitting those arrows and re-upping is not only just to keep his arrows fresh, but it also resets the arrows on the ground. Makes it so that they don't poof. If an item is on the ground long enough, it will disappear. So the reason he keeps clicking those is because it resets the quantity, drops them as a new item, and resets them. Very smart, knowing that you're in it for a long duel. And there it is, a nice blizz from Doombringer, tying up the score. Holy shit, 3-3, boys, we got a duel. I gotta say, Doombringer's actually doing far better than I thought he would do in this duel.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call, honestly. Like, to just DQ someone for that or just say that they lose is just ignorant. Like, because you don't really know what your opponent's going to do. Like, you don't know what they're doing. They might be doing a different attack than you anticipated, right? They might be next level in you. They might be, you know, shooting strafe. So it's just like, instead of sitting there and setting up like you thought you were going to do, well, shit. Like, my opponent either accidentally or next level casted strafe here. Like, so now I got to reset. I got to keep him guessing. So that's kind of what Doom's trying to do. But I agree to some degree that I think Doom kind of needs to stay in the pocket. Especially when, especially in the instances where he has a lot of life, right? Like, early duel, I think it would probably be in his best advantage. Especially now, in the 7th round, right? In the 7th round, you frustrated the shit out of your opponent. He's ready. Like, he's ready to just be there. He's ready to be in the pocket. Sure, it could not go your way. But that's a risk you have to take. You know, just do the walk down strategy to hopefully get the block the guideds as much as possible, and especially now that we have that he has SS on, probably the best strategy. There he goes, and he just sort of he's coming in, dropping Blizz. He's probably gonna approach from a down angle now. Nope. You can never know. You never know with Doom. You never know. Impossible to predict. GVN trying to chain there. He's getting some licks in on Doombringer. Oh, some big hits. And a big hit from Doombringer. Oh my god. Back and forth, man. This could go either way. Very nice spread. That was actually a very nice spread of multi-shot from GVN. Firing in the direction that he just came from. Predicting that Doombringer would go that way. That no matter what angle he was coming from, he was probably headed there. That was very smart. Oh, for sure. But, like, I feel like that's just the risk that you have to take. Like, you have guided arrow pressure for sure, but at this point he's got a lot of DR, he's got max block. I think you walk, you stay in and force them to guided, right? If they guided, you stand still. This, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's just so many ifs in this situation. Like, if they guided, you stand still. And you just go toe-to-toe. If they strafe, that's when you walk, drop Blizz, shoot Ice Blast, do whatever you do. It's like, kind of has to be an uncomfortably close distance, but not too close. Like, it's strange the way that it works, but I just feel like in every exchange that we've seen that has gone significantly in Doombringer's favor, that's how it's been. It's been like, if you look at, you know, in-game meters away, he's probably been 8 to 10 in-game meters away. And, like, so that if his opponent strafes, he has enough time to notice that he's doing it. But if he guideds, he just stays there and shoots Ice Blast or Orb at a perfect distance. Like, basically the distance that Orb blows up at is where you want to be at, right? So that if your opponent does cast Guided and wants to get into that battle, you can cast Orb and Blizz and stand still. But if they go strafe, if they go multi, then, like, multi probably just stand still as well. But, like, if he starts casting strafe, that's when you do it. Like, you just go. He's basically playing it the best he can. Zons can, like, dodge and null at this point. Yeah, I mean, that's true, too. Like, but also you kind of have to figure, that it's in the rules for a Cold Sorceress to kind of aggress, and the Zon is clearly not going to aggress, right? So, like, at that point, if it comes down to, like, these ridiculously long duels, try something different. You know what I mean? Try something a little different. Especially when you have full life, or especially even, I would say, above half-life. Like, you're 75% health. Just get in there and try something different. Like, try that strategy. Because it's paid off for him so much in the past in this duel that it's almost something that I wouldn't want to not try in the duel. It's just, it's paid off so much. You might be right too, Serenity. You might be right. Especially if when they start trying to do this, when they start trying to keep the distance and shoot multi, and you just all in. Yeah. Like, but the thing is, you have to be really good on chains. You have to be really good at chasing your opponent. Their cast frames are so bad, though. That's the thing. The Zon's cast frames are so bad. So the Sorcerer should be able to catch them on a chain no matter what. I mean, it's single-handedly why the VT just smashes them, is because their cast frames are so bad that even the Paladins is better than them. You know, significantly, markedly better than them. So you just can't escape. Sorceress could even put that to shame. Like, if you really push it. Zon is actually stomping him, and he runs to the other side of the moor without even casting one offensive spell. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. And to some degree, I get it. You don't want to get stomped and strafed, right? Like, that would be pretty bad. But yeah, I think that it's hard to tell because I'm not an expert on a Cold Sorceress or a Zon yet. But I would just say, I mean, based on this duel and based on other duels we've seen, a lot of times Doombringer is his own worst enemy in these duels. Like, especially early on. Other Cold Sorceresses that we've seen in the DFC that had a lot of success, Z, for example, was that way. When he was high in life total, picture like an Elite style, like, remember how Elite was on the Necro? When he was high in life, he would just hyper-aggress with his Necro until you hit him and he was low. Then he would play a little bit of lates, right? A little bit of distance. Z would do the same thing, and he was slaughtering people with Cold Sorceresses. Slaughtering them. Like, all you need in most duels is just to land, like, a couple blizzes early on, and then the duel's just in your favor. You know? It's just suddenly tilted in your favor. But you see, this distance stuff has got Doombringer down so low. And I think he had a big lead early on. He landed a big hit. And now Doombringer's in trouble. I actually like GVN's strategy here, recognizing the style of Doombringer. He's actually just teleporting around and launching multis across the map to cover a very wide distance. Like, kind of forcing him to do something different or lose his oak, get poisoned, get cut open. Like, I kind of like that strategy. Oh yeah, Tempest. Actually, yeah, that's a good point too, Thelron. Tempest on Cold Sorc is also hyper aggressive, and it's oh my god, big hits from GVN, and he finishes it 4-3. Good duels, man. Holy shit, is that it? They're not saying good duels, so is that it? I'm pretty sure that's it. I think it's 4-3. Holy shit, what a duel. He's checking right now. 3-3. And there it is, 4-3. Good duels. Good duels. Holy hell. Boys, what an absolute night. Yo, GVN, show off this build if you can hear us. Hold up, I'm going to pop in. No, he's all deafened and stuff. That was interesting. I think, you know, honestly, it's Doombringer's style to kind of keep the distance, be opportunistic. He's one of the most frustrating Cold Sorceresses, that's for sure. You know, but at the same time, deadly. Like, deadly. Deadly opportunistic. So, and also the type of player that will switch up his cold sword quite a bit. Even mid-duel we saw it here, switching to SS and changing it up to go more DR, which I'm not sure if it was the best idea. Like, I think it's a good idea if you do what we were talking about, right? Like, if to go full DR and max block is really good if you stay in the pocket and you're just happy to be close. I think with Doombringer's strategy, I wonder if it was better to go with the facets. Knowing that, like, you're just going to be in and out dropping blizz. I wonder if it was better to go with the facets. Make it hurt a little more when you come in. But this is the setup right here, man. This is what he's got. He's got the old perfect, absolutely 100% perfect Faith Shadow Bow. They don't come much better than that. I wonder if it was Griffin's or if it was some other diadem that he's using. My guess would be Griffin's, right? Like, it kind of has to be. No. He had a 20 cast helm. Okay, so 20 cast with cold resist and IAS jewels. Interesting. Very interesting. I like that setup, dude. This is really cool. So he's got a perfect Faith Shadow Bow, and against the Cold Sork, he has a Artisans of Cast with 15 IAS. Oh, look at this, and a 220 amulet with resist. Interesting. 100% perfect Enigma Mage Plate. GVN. Decked out, bro. Perfect roll on the Gore Riders. Not upped. He probably can't wear them if they're up because they're like 163 strength or something. And a solid 5.5. No, this is a 6-point ring. Solid 6-pointer right here. The dexterity is a little low, but I think just enough to give it a point. So that's a 6-point ring right there. That's actually solid, specifically for this matchup too. I mean, in general, it's pretty good. But look at that. That's a beautiful ring. My only gripe is that the resistances and attack rating didn't roll 100 and resistances 10. Can you imagine? Like all perfect 1-0 rolls, basically. Perfect Arachnid. 100% perfect Raven. You gotta switch that up for one that matches. Yeah, solid 6 points. Ooh, beautiful gloves. Passive, knockback, IAS, dex, and cold resist. You couldn't ask for better gloves in this matchup. That's insane. I love seeing this for the Cold Sorceress matchup in particular. Okay, those were the javs that broke right there. They were really good GG javelins. So fortunately in D2R they fixed it. Back in LOD, when his javs broke mid-duel, they would never repair in LOD. Even if they had self-repair, they'd be permanently broken. I'm happy to see that they fixed that in D2R. I didn't know that. I'd never seen somebody run out of javs, but those things are beautiful. Swordback hold for open wounds. Interesting. And he's got enhanced damage. He's got an enhanced damage 9 dex jewel in that. It also looks like it has maybe defense and something else. Perfect 2020 torch. Probably a perfect 2020 Annie. 2020-10 Annie for the style points. And what were these charms, man? This is what everybody was wondering. This is the big thing. How many got swapped out? So we have one 451 at least. Just the one. And then he's got 3 XX20s. Okay. 3 1820s. How many were cold, I wonder? That's the big question. So he did keep a lot of the 3 XX20s, which is very honorable, I would say. Very honorable. I think a lot of people probably would have gone with some poison. But, okay, so it looks like he probably put about 12 in there. He put about 12 in this inventory. 12 2011s and 1 2010. Absolutely beautiful. And in his cube, he's got... yeah, he's got the demon limb in the CTA. Probably some SOJs and Maras for the bow as well. Yep. Genius. I love it, man. Great setup, and it actually worked. Yep, 345 cold res. with the Raven. So he was actually, oh yeah, 360 on the swap. Yep, perfect. That's why he went with the 2010. 360 on the swap. Wow. Insane. Is Riz dueling? No fucking way. Hey, bro, thanks for showing that off, GVN. That's a cool setup, bro. I fucking love it. Always love seeing a breakdown of these characters, too. Glad we got to see it. Bro, is Riz dueling? Is the king back? The king is back, bros. They're setting up. This will probably be the last duel of the night. I gotta say, out here in the tavern, figured we'd have more of this stuff, but I gotta stock up. We just bought this tavern for $50. Might have got scammed, didn't get a deed. But you know what? We're gonna treat it like our own until they kick us out of here. Thank you guys tonight for obeying the one rule that we have here. Let me know if we should have some more. Right now, I think this one rule is probably good enough. But you never know. Regardless, I'm ready, boys. I'm ready to see the Kang, the previous DFC champion that sort of walked away from the crown. Went weeks without seeing this guy, and finally, Riz is back. And he's back with a vengeance. Tonight, he's going up against Root. This is the match. Knowing that we weren't going to see Joby versus Sound tonight, this is the match I was most looking forward to. I wouldn't miss this for nothing. This is going to be insane. I wouldn't be surprised if there was strategic shit-talking going on in this match. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of heat, a lot of shit to be slung, if you know what I mean. And luckily, we're going to get to see this tonight. Riz's Ghost is back, going up against Root's ES Fireballer, I believe. Maybe he went full Vita. Curious to see what sorceress he's actually coming in with. Maybe it's a cold sorceress. You never know with Root. He has both. We're going to find out. We're going to see if he has what it takes to take down the previous DFC champion, Root being a previous DFC champion himself. I think regardless of how this goes, the winner is probably next in line. Doom, nice job, by the way, dude. It's a frustrating duel. You certainly didn't have match advantage, I wouldn't say there. And for not having that, that was close. That was close. Yeah, it's hard to do the walk down strategy. I think you have to mix it up a bit. But the times that you did, we were actually talking about that. That's where you saw so much success. If you go back and watch round 6, I think is what it was. Or the final win that you had. The damage you did when you came in and did this like walk down strategy where you dropped the Blizz and either launched Ice Blast or some shit. I was like, he just needs to do that the entire time. Like, right there. It was so devastating. It was like an 80% hit on his life. It was so crazy. Like, that shit was good. That was a good hit. The Broken Din Inn. The Broke Din Inn. Sounds like, it kind of sounds a little too close to Brokeback Mountain for my taste. But I mean, we'll vote. We'll have to vote on it. The Broke Din Inn. BDI. I kind of like it. Yeah. I gotta say, I don't know. The matchmaker, I don't know what they were thinking, putting the two most frustrating distance dueling chars together tonight. Some might call him a masochist. I figured it would be good, though. I figured it would be a duel that, like, would be long, but kind of fun to watch. Dude, that duel where GVN ran out of arrows was so interesting. Ran out of arrows and jabs. I've never seen that. I shouldn't say I've never seen it. I haven't seen it since the days of LOD. That shit was insane. And still was able to fight. Dude switched to magic arrow. That was so impressive. Yeah, this has been a great night of duels. Yeah, I think so too. Like, it was... When you see such distance dueling sometimes, I think it's so easy to impulsively want to hurry it along. But just like in the Polytheist Tempest matchup, sometimes it's just necessary. You know what I mean? It's necessary. Like, technically, GVN has an answer to closing the distance, and it's definitely not in his best interest to close the distance either. You know, so it's like, it just kind of has to be that way. But here we go, boys. This is Riz going up against Root. How will it go? The king has returned. The king is back. The king that never lost his crown physically, violently, technically is back. But can he take on Root? One of the most frustrating... You think Doom, GVN, Polytheist, Tempest are frustrating to duel against? You think they will demoralize you? You just wait till you see Root in the arena here. Gonna make Riz chase him. Gonna try to lead him into these Hydras. These devastating meteors coming down. But can he do it? He is on the ES Fireballer is what it looks like. Very interesting. They weren't even fucking hostile. Good duel. Go. We now have a DFC, boys. I was wondering if we was going to see it tonight. I was wondering. At least they noticed. You know, before like 20 minutes into the duel, you know? Exactly. It's not DFC if it doesn't happen once. We don't have officially an event until that happens. Nice lock from Riz, but unable to capitalize on it. Look at this insane CT casting on behalf of Riz. What an incredible ghost. One of the best, if technically, according to the DFC, and really the world, he is indeed the top tier best ghost player on the planet. This guy right here. They don't come much better than this, guys. This guy's CT casting, the absolute bee's knees of what you need to be if you want to be a ghost. Let's check over in on Root, see how this is going. Not as much sound on this end, but that's okay. Look at this. Look at these chains. Okay, so in my experience, when you see an ES Fireballer doing fireball chains like a Necro, it's typically a sign that they're having trouble figuring out their opponent. It's kind of like I'm not going to call it a tongue-in-cheek strategy, but this is exactly what he wants to do. You see what he's doing right there? Setting up the meteors and setting up the Hydras. That's exactly what he wants to do. Because these fireballs are not worth the risk most of the time, right? Like, they're probably going to get claw blocked. And it gives Riz an opportunity to get in, grab a name lock, and hit for some serious damage. You really want to be pinging down with the Hydra. You want to make him sit in it. You want to really frustrate him, hit him with the meteor. Usually, it's a sign that they're having trouble figuring their opponent out. But with Root, I almost think this might be a way to feel out his opponent. Because you notice now, he's getting a little more comfortable casting these Hydras. Getting a little bit more comfortable setting up, right? I think he's feeling out his opponent, seeing what he's made of. Yeah, Cloak of Shadows would never have thought. Oh, to lower the defense. Did Bowie stop playing, by the way? He was always pretty nuts ghost, I thought. Yeah, Bowie was a hybrid. He wasn't a ghost. He was a hybrid Sin. But I haven't seen him in a long time. Last I knew, he and I were actually pretty heavy into D4 PvP, especially on the Necro. I was happy to have a friend that was heavy into PvP that chose the same class as me. So we did a lot of theory crafting and testing and stuff. We were pretty heavy into that. I'm not sure if he's still into it, still playing it. I haven't seen him in D2 in a while, though. He also played LLD for a while. Believe it or not, Bowie was on a Fire Sorceress in LLD, which, come to find out, Not a lot of people like the Fire Sorceress in LLD, and I can't blame them. It's probably the best, most powerful class. Nothing really beats it easily, in my opinion. Nice hits from Riz, but also, or I should say, nice angle from Riz. Good catch. Didn't land any solid hits. And unfortunately, I think Root might have. Root being a little more comfortable now. Again, setting up these meteors, setting up those Hydras. He's getting a little more comfortable setting up shop. And especially now that he escaped without taking any real significant damage in that exchange, I think you're going to see him do it a lot more now. Now he's kind of felt him out. He knows what he's up against. He knows what Riz is trying to do. I think you're going to see him set up some more of these traps. Because theoretically, he wins the distance battle, right? But all it's going to take is a big hit from Riz. Oh, man. Good hit from the previous champ, Root. And he might be out of, he possibly is out of Oak Sage charges here. He hasn't casted it again. Yeah, it looks like he might be out of them. That's only good for Riz right there. The Oak Sage is extremely good at blocking whirlwind shots. Ooh. Yeah, Root goes by the rules. Root's ES, I would probably guess, might not even be at 88%, which is what he's allowed, because he has a max block setup. It might be. He might have retokened for this particular matchup in particular, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually not even 88%. He's going to have to recast out, though, now. This could be another banger. All right, let's check in on Riz, see how he's doing, man. Riz at about a little over half life here. I would say about 60%. Doing pretty well. All it's going to take is him just finding his opportunity. I also wouldn't be surprised if Riz really switches it up and tries to focus a little more on open moves. Nice juke. Nice juke and dodge there, and actually a huge payoff from Riz. He just landed some big damage on Root by the looks. Let's check it out. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That's all it takes, baby. Root is in a lot of trouble now. 10% health is what he's got. 20% health, sorry. Did he go all in on this mana? I think he might have gone all in, dude. He got wonned pretty quick, dude. Not wonned, but very close to it. The hit that Riz delivered was actually only like a 40%, 35-40% hit. And by the time we switched over to Root's screen, he was almost dead. Like, he only has 1100 life. I'll tell you from experience on a hybrid ES Fireballer, or not hybrid ES Fireballer, but an ES Fireballer that actually puts points into Vitality as well, you should have somewhere around 1800 maybe on a low life hybrid Vita energy setup. I think he went full energy, which I think that's probably a mistake versus a Ghost. Yeah, he's definitely no joke. I think he probably has open wounds. There's no shot that he doesn't have open wounds. Riz definitely has open wounds. Like, we've seen his setup before, and he focuses pretty heavily on not just the physical damage, but you always want to... He naturally will have open wounds, I think, because of Chaos. So he at least has that, but I think he also has some setups where he focuses on it more. How would you negate open wounds on Sin? You can't. The only thing you can really do is implement the strategy that Root is implementing here. And that is just have a lot of DR so that when your life does get very low, I mean, especially with his setup in particular. Oh, nice meteor from Root. Let's see if it connected. Nope, it was claw blocked. Fucking weapon blocked, most broken skill ever. Meteor coming down from somewhere out in the cosmos, smashing into the planet. Just tink! Tink! No problem, man. Yeah, that's what we do, assassins, baby! That shit is nuts. That shit is nuts. Yeah, that's what I think. That's where I was going with it, Kyle. Is I think the only way that you can negate it, really, especially with Root's setup, is you have to just avoid it. And when you do get hit, you have to have the most amount of DR that you can possibly stack up, so that you don't get Mind Blast PK'd with 80% ES, and then just hope to rep it back. Right? Go 40 rep and just hope to rep it back. And let's see how he is on that front. Let's see how much he's repped back. He is very low. Not much, man. He's not Mind Blast PK because he's got a full mana orb. But oh, dude, his ES is out. He needs to recast ES. He actually might be Mind Blast PK. Not now. He did recast it. Just in time. Oh my god. Riz was on him. Yeah, that's true. He might actually have an Open Wounds belt. I can't imagine he would give up too much cast, though. He would probably want all the cast that he can get to chase a Sorceress, especially when you're a Ghost Sin and you have to catch the Sorceress. Let's see how he does it. Let's switch over to Riz. Almost had him there. Very close. Waiting for that Shadow Bay to get that Mind Blast lock. Just that Mind Blast hit. Look at this insane name-grabbing CT casting. What a savage Riz is. Ooh. I don't know if he claw blocked that meteor too, but holy shit, that was close. And Root repping back that life, trying to make him run into these meteors. I seriously think that is the best way to do it. Ooh, big hits from Riz again. I think he's probably going to stay on him now. I think he's probably going to stay on him. Hope to get that, maybe a Mind Blast PK. Now, if you can actually one Root, you can probably kill him with Mind Blast. Because it can't... The Mana Shield, I don't believe, takes all of it. Unless Root has some sort of setup that he's stacked up physical damage reduction, and in which case, next level GG. That's probably how he's gonna negate being one-shotted here. Oh, another big hit from Riz, man. He's just having trouble finishing. He's so quick on it, dude. Usually it takes people a little while to realize that they've actually caught or that they're on top of someone. Doesn't take Root that long at all, or I'm sorry, Riz that long at all. Like, he is just right on top of it. He knows when he's got you. He knows when you're right there. Yeah, none of them going through, dude. That's just insane. Ooh, and he hits him again. All right, Root's got to be one, right? Let's check it out. Root's got to be one. Yeah, Root's one. Root's one. Can he finish with Mind Blast? That's what I would want to know. Shadow Bay Mind Blast didn't do it. Oh, I would agree, dude. I hate weapon block. I love how Root is always arguing for 95% ES. He's been 1 to like 7 times with probably 88.
I am overburdened.
No shot. I've actually considered lowering ES. But then again, to be fair, ES Fireballer is a tougher matchup for a Ghost, I think. Just naturally because of that ES absorbing so much. Because you find yourself in this situation where you can one your opponent, and it's actually hard to finish them. Way harder than it is to finish any other opponent that you've won. Like, because you can't Mind Blast BKM. Right? You need something else. Oh, man, I thought that was it. I wonder. Yeah, you can't even finish with the Fire Blast trap, with Fire Blast or with the other Fire Trap, can you? Because they just don't do enough to get through the energy shield. Dude, god damn, that's rough. Oh my god. And there it is! Riz gets there like a champ! Dude, most people would have given up. I would have been so demoralized. I'd have been so demoralized, wanting him so much and not finish him. But dude, Riz don't give up, man. He don't give up. He's on you. Oh my god.
Yes?
Holy shit, man.
Greetings.
This is the king, boys. This is the king that never physically lost his crown. Only temporarily
Yes?
cleared the way for other people to have fun, too. This is the king. Riz. Best Ghost in the game. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I actually think Root played very well there. Like, there was a couple of times he kind of had to back off. Like, he was on the train plan at the end to try to rep back life, but Riz just wasn't letting him do it. He does. Riz does have an open wounds belt. You were right about that. Yeah, but he landed a couple of meteors that hit very nicely. Like, hit clean. But they just got weapon blocked. Like, clean. You couldn't have asked for a better setup. He sat there waiting for it. He knew it was going to happen. He sat there, was ready to take some whirlwinds because he knew it was going to happen. He's like, yep, you're going to get hit by this meteor. Boom, nothing. Weapon blocked. It's so annoying. I don't think they should, like, weapon blocked blocks too much shit. Rumor has it, and I'm not 100% sure because I haven't really grinded on a Sin in PvP, and I haven't experienced it. It'd probably be easy enough to test, but rumor has it that it can block Smite sometimes. I'm not 100% sure how true that is, but if so, that's certainly not supposed to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Very tanky characters here. Isn't it so crazy seeing a game where you don't need to build up, like, fucking fortify and a barrier to be able to tank shit? Otherwise, you just get one-shot by everything. They need to design all Diablos like this right here. This is just so good. Dude, rogue opinion, I was thinking about this on the shitter today. Alright? Why don't they just make it so that games like Diablo 4 or really any ARPG, they don't need to have nerfed damage for PvP. You just design damage properly and make it like so that you do lower amounts of damage, right? But bosses and shit just have more life. Right? Like, is that... Am I missing something? Like, make it so you don't have to, like, nerf shit for PvP? I mean, D2 could probably do that too, but, I mean, their 1/6 rule just kind of works. But you could also, the alternative is you could just reduce all monster life totals by 82%. That could also work, right? Or no, I'm sorry, increase monster life totals by, or I don't know, however it shakes out. Like, that was, they've probably fucked it up far beyond repair at this point, but at the time they made that decision, I mean, like, they could have just done that. Yeah, Riz is so good, dude. Riz is probably one of the most aggressive players on Battle.net that has ever been on Battle.net. Old and new, dude. Like, the level of aggression this guy has, the ability that he to see through his own CTs is insane. Like, seeing through your own CTs and realizing when you've caught your opponent is something that's like next level aggression right there. Like, most people can only hope to have a perfect hit, like a perfect drop name lock off of a CT. Riz just, he don't give a shit, dude. He gets it all the time and he knows he does. Like, dude's a savage. Yeah, it can't block ground-based stuff. That's the only thing weapon block can't block, is ground-based stuff. So, like, it can't block a molten boulder. It can't block a fissure. It can't block an aura, because that's technically ground. But everything else it can block, I'm pretty sure. Except it's up in the air about Smite. I don't think it can block Smite. But some people have told me that. I'm not sure if I believe it. Could have sworn Sin blocks Smite confirmed. They make the sound, right? Here's the thing. My only experience with a Sin blocking Smite is me smiting the Sin. So, they make the sound, and they even did that in LOD. Like, their claw block will make the sound and go off, but it doesn't actually work. Or it didn't in LOD. And with the glitch in D2R, that the life total doesn't always immediately update, it makes it hard to see if that's the case. But after many, many times of smiting Sins, I will say, I personally don't believe it blocks Smite. I think that if it looks like it blocks it, it's just because you have the life total glitch and it didn't update. Like, it actually hit. In my experience. Yeah, I might have to test it out. It's probably be easy enough to test out. Just like smite 100 times and see how many were blocked. If any were blocked, it's possible. Yeah, it looks like it, though. That's the thing. When I first started playing D2R, when it first came out, and I smited a Sin, and their life total didn't change, and they made the claw block sound, I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I think I even went on a rant about, like, the devs not understanding how fucking weak the Paladin is. Like, because everybody thinks it's the best class in the game, because all they do is go fucking kill Mephisto and Chaos Sanctuary, so they think Paladin is just king. But, like, really it's not. Especially now that other classes have been buffed, it's really not. Nice hits from Riz and Root. A nice trade there in that exchange. Interesting. Now he's going to switch. He's got him cut open. He's practically won-ed him, so he switched his claws to do more damage, possibly Dragon Flight? Not 100% sure about the switch. Not 100% sure why. I would guess probably because he's attempting to use Dragonflight here. It blocks Molten. It does block Molten? You're shitting me. Oh, because Molten is naturally blockable. Yeah, okay, that's why it blocks Molten. Molten is actually naturally blockable. Much like Tornado, it's naturally blockable. So yeah, I guess that's probably why it's an exception. But any unblockable ground-based attack. I guess is how I should clarify. Any unblockable ground-based attack, it cannot run. Fisher blockable, pretty sure? Really? Are you sure? Holy shit. Well, that's even more busted then. It's definitely not supposed to work like that. I didn't think that was the case. The explosion of Boulder is the unblockable part. Yep. Wow. Interesting if that's the case. Fucked up, too. Weapon block, silent killer. He might switch his claws again here, noticing that Root is no longer wand. Root got some heavy licks in this duel, though. Yep, there he goes. Switches back to his claws, noticing that Root's not wand. So that was what it was. I think probably he was going for, like, the Dragon Flight, possibly, or that there's some advantage to the damage having his Chaos on his main hand. Probably the magic damage. That might have been what it was, actually, now that I slow it down and think about this. They have magic damage on them. So, there's got to be some attack that he's using, whether it's Dragonflight, whether it's Kick, whether it's Whirlwind or something, where like that magic damage is going to hit first, and when he's wand, it just automatically kills him. And there it is. Root gets the second round, making it 1-1. Firestorm? Wait a minute. Firestorm like the... Oh, yeah, the ground-based Firestorm. Wow. That's blockable by... No fucking way. Let's look this shit up. Let's look this shit right up. All these guys prepare for the next round here. No fucking way. What can weapon block? Blocks incoming attacks with claw weapons instead of shields. Yeah, I know, but... Weapon block.
Yes?
Round. Okay. The only skills that weapon block will not block are those that arise from or travel along the ground. Blaze, Firewall, Fissure, and Molten Boulder. So that's wrong. Weapon block will not work when running or walking. It will only work when standing still, teleporting, or attacking. So are we to assume that the Diablo Archive fandom is wrong? Or is this LOD? Huh. Yeah, you definitely have to be standing still. That's not a surprise. Like, you have to be standing still. Walking comes as a surprise, though. I thought you could be able to weapon block walking. But, yeah, walking or running. But whirlwinding you can weapon block. You can weapon block while whirlwinding because it's attacking. Teleporting, standing still. Technically, teleporting would count as an attack. Yeah, JSP says one thing, Wiki says another. Yeah, worth testing, for sure. Yeah, I'd be very curious. We might have to do this. Next chill live stream where we're not DFCing it. Just test it out. I'll just load up 2 accounts and just smash on a Sin. Someone on Sin bring to this. Oh shit. Holly gonna test it out. Fuck yeah. This is good to know. Gotta keep me posted. This is gonna be good to know. Shit, maybe we'll pop in and maybe we'll have to pop in and test some smites. I have to test them out. Grindy duel. Root trying to do his thing. Make Riz chase him. Dude, Root not to be underestimated, dude. This guy also previous DFC champion, absolute savage on this ES Fireballer, way less predictable than you would think. This guy can frustrate, make you chase him, make you get tired, turn the corner. Absolutely aggressive when you least expect it. Guy knows for what opportunities look like. It isn't afraid of taking them. This guy, absolute savage. Like I said, previous DFC champion. I would say second most hated, only next to Elite. Everybody wanted to see Elite go down. He was too dominant of a champion. For some reason, some people didn't like Root. I don't know why. I think both of these guys hold a special place in my heart. I think they're both fucking gold, man. Root is just a savage. I learned a lot from this guy. Used to duel a lot with him too back on LOD, and this guy just knows. He's one of the dudes that we talk about all the time that can just adapt on the fly, knows what to do. Knows what you're going to do, learns from your playstyle, just like he did in that second round right there. Learns from Riz's playstyle, makes him get the locks, makes him finish with it, and figures out how to lead him in to meteors through his aggression instead of just waiting there. Leads him into these meteors through his aggression. Look at that, near miss right there. And another near miss. This is what I mean, boys. You see all of these meteors coming down almost right where Root wants them to. Boom! Again, dude. This is what I mean. If you look at how Root's playing right now, he's not technically winning. These are getting weapon blocked, and the Sin is really, Riz is really getting away with it here. These are some pretty forgiving weapon block here. He's getting the better of Root. But you know how it works. As soon as he gets Root down real low, he's going to have to finish. And Root knows that. Root knows all he's got to do is keep up these insane predictions of where Riz is going to be. Yeah. I mean, and honestly, it's just good to know that shit, right? Yeah, like we want to know what to do. I think, in my experience, Smite works pretty well. If you get the opportunity to take a Smite, you take it on a Paladin versus the Sin. They're harder to get though. It's very punishing if you miss. I would be very curious to know if they can block them, because that changes my game plan and my strategy. Like, it really does. I don't think anything should be able to block Smite. Like, I mean, that's how it was in LOD. And again, I think that there's a lot of PVM babies that see the Smiter and how it was like the only class that could Uber for the longest time, but they have no respect for PvP or no understanding of it. But also, if that's the only thing a Smiter was ever good for in PVM, which is probably true, why not just let him have that, right? Like, just let him have it. Is it just so OP and so overpowered that we need to nerf it because it's good at something finally? Like, in PvP, dude, it requires you to be, on a Smiter, you have to be an absolutely savage Paladin player. You have to be aggressive. You have to chase opponents who are teleporting away from you, who are hard to catch. You have to know all of the tricks inside and out to actually get kills on a Smiter. If you don't, not so OP now, is it? Again, nice hits from Riz, but Root repping back that life, man. Let's check it out from his standpoint. Let's look and see. Let's look and see how it's looking. Let's get the doctor to check out these wounds. Oh, he's life total bugged. Bros, he's life total bugged. This is what I mean. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, he's actually 10%, but on Riz's screen, he looks like he's 90. That or he just got 10%ed instantly. Holy shit, man. Fix your game, Blizz. Yeah, it could be. It doesn't really make any sense for it to block Smite anyway. Like, there's just... Like, Smite is so not powerful that, like... Or I should say situationally powerful. That, like, it shouldn't be able to be blocked. So, but yeah, we'll know soon enough, right? Now we got people on this. Might have to log in, test this out tomorrow. Do some Gold Find Friday. Check it out. Smash on some sins. Test out the smite. Test out some other skills too. Ooh, long whirlwind from Riz there. All right. Now he's won. Now Root is won. Can Riz finish? He might swap his claws here yet again. Go for that magic damage on his chaos. I would assume that's what he's doing it for. I would assume there's some sort of attack, which, I mean, he's really only using Whirlwind here. I don't see him using, yeah, there he goes. He's now got Chaos on his main hand. Max might know the answer to this. It's too bad. Max, not around when you need him here for these high-level Sin questions. But there's some sort of advantage to having Chaos on his main. Nice hit from Root. I would assume it's that when his Whirlwind goes off, that there's more of a chance he's going to hit with Chaos. That's what I'm assuming. There's more of a chance. On the first frame, both claws hit, both weapons hit. On the second hit, probably first weapon hits. So that's why he's switching to that. There's a better chance that he's going to hit with magic damage. It slows down his IES breakpoint for Whirlwind, but, you know, it's worth it. Worth it because of that magic damage. Almost gets cleaned out by a Meteor right there. That's insane. Now Root has regained a little bit of life, at least is what it looks like on Riz's screen. Well, let's see what it looks like on Root's screen. It does. It agrees. He's probably at about 15% life here. Not wand. So Firewall Blaze isn't blockable by Claw Block, no. That's what, according to that site, it's technically not blockable. Smite was literally the most broken skill in the game. Define broken. Because it could beat Ubers. Because it ignored the target's defense and was always hit. Okay. It has no AoE. So how many people were like mass farming and leveling with a smiter? They probably weren't. It was good for one thing in PvM. Ubers. In PvP, it requires insane skill to actually connect on your opponent, to like actually catch and punish your opponent with it. You have to be an insanely good paladin, insanely good with smite. It's a powerful skill. I'm not saying it's a bad skill. It's a powerful skill. I don't think it's broken or overpowered. I think it works as intended and how it should. Fisher should be unblockable according to Wiki, but no. Only Firestorm, Fire Trail from Boulder. No shit. Okay. Just tested it. Interesting. Fisher should be unblockable according to Wiki, but it is not. Firestorm is unblockable. So when your Firestorm triggers go off, they can't block that. Interesting. What's the score at the moment? It is 1-1. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. So Firestorm versus Sin, new idea to focus for sure. Good to know, dude. See, I thought Fisher was unblockable too. That's why when we saw you reaching for that Fisher and the Volcano and stuff, try Volcano, dude. Did you try that? Is that blockable? Can they claw block that? I know they could probably claw block the shit that comes off of it, but can they, or I guess the Volcano doesn't do any damage coming up, does it? Yeah, they can probably block Volcano. If all it is it just shoots the stuff from the sky, they can definitely block it. Yeah. It blocks Kano. Okay. Word. Yeah, it makes sense too, because I guess Kano shoots stuff into the sky. It seems like it comes from underneath, but it's attacking from the sky. So yeah, that would make sense. Fisher's not blockable with shield. Yep, it's blockable with claw block. That's so stupid. Regular block and claw block both work versus Kano. Oh, do they really? Didn't know regular block worked with it. Word. Oh, big meteor hit. Do we need to ban widescreen dueling? Is it that broken? Or is it just cringy? I haven't seen any compelling evidence to ban it. Nothing really that just blows my mind that says, oh my god, this is busted. You know what I mean? I mean, it's obviously an advantage in some situations, for sure. Okay. So is having, like, you know, an LOD, like a mouse that could spam scroll. Okay. Like, fine. It wasn't such a huge advantage. Widescreen is like perma CT. Yeah, but I mean, the people that are CTing, like, is it... I think Doom and I actually tested this once. Like, he had a widescreen that he activated and was casting spells, and I was trying to cast it through a glitch. And his distance was slightly larger than mine, but my CTs were pretty close. Like, again, I'm not saying it's not an advantage. I'm just not convinced it's a devastating one. Riz's life is at 500 now. You'll go further than CT on reg. Yeah, you definitely will.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I think that if we see compelling evidence to say that it's so much of an advantage that it, like, I'm not saying it's not an advantage. Like, I concede that point, but I don't think it's a devastating one. There it is, man. Root gets there again, making it 2-1. Holy shit, it's hard to finish this guy, man. It's hard to finish Root. Yeah, Riz clearly frustrated. In search of map restriction. What do we think? If we did, it probably can't be a huge one. Because I think Root still, he needs room to get away. Like, you can't stand there. You know what I mean? Like, hold on, let's see what the map looks like. I would be in favor of it, but I don't think it's really been a huge issue yet. Let me check. It's tough because you kind of do need to give Root room to get away. And this is a fine map. Well, kinda. Alright, why don't we do this? Just for now, just cut it here. Like, it's still a huge fucking map. But, like, yeah. Alright, we'll cut it, like, diagonally this way. Does that make sense for everybody? It's still huge, so but it's kind of a square map. So Root still has to be able to get away, but there's certainly no reason. Yeah, I was gonna say, and it seems like that's really what they have been doing. But I mean, just to make it official, you know, yeah. Like, I would say that's fine. Like, Root, just try to stay, like, above this. I don't think you have ever gone below this. But I mean, there still needs to be room to get away. If it's too small, it just so favors the ghost. Like, but yeah, we'll be here for now. If we see too much latesing or something, then we'll see. Too much fireball spamming and running will probably cut it, but I think Root's done well so far. Like, I think his strategy is just perfect. So far, it's been, like, every once in a while, he'll have to run away. Like, you got to do it. You know what I mean? You got to force the ghost to catch you. But he's set up meteors. He's had Riz. He's landed them very well on Riz at some points. Some that, not 60% of are being claw blocked, but he's landed them. I think he's doing well so far. Like, I mean, we'll cut it here though, because I agree. Like, if he starts going, or y'all can't see my screen, but yeah, sorry about that. Like, this is what I was showing, just like cutting it here, so Root can't go past this. But I don't think they really have done that either way. But we'll do that. We'll just keep an eye on it. Like, keep it in the square, like on the upper square. There's certainly no reason to go below there. Like, there's certainly no reason to go down below that. That's too much. That's too much run. I mean, you guys know me. I fucking hate the blood more anyway, but this is why we need dueling arenas in D2. Give us a dueling arena. If y'all want to, I mean, you could continue it another time too after this round. I get it, because it's like midnight. Perfectly fine by me. Ooh, big hit from Root. I think, at least, unless that was claw blocked. Let's check it out. Check out Riz's perspective. Claw blocked. Ain't no thing. Claw blocked.
I can't carry anymore.
Duel to the death, no discontinue. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think it's certainly an advantage, right? Like, it's certainly an advantage, and that's how I see it. But I mean, just think, like, okay, so the Sins can cast traps further, right? The most powerful class can cast traps further. The other most powerful classes don't really see much of a benefit from it besides CTing. All of those classes have been... Oh my god, bros! Riz got there quickly that time. Quickly that time. Now it's 2-2, boys. We've got ourselves a duel. We've got ourselves a duel. Yeah. I mean, I would say as competitive gamers, having a widescreen monitor is probably just what you would assume a competitive gamer would have anyway. That's how I would see it. I think there has been a number of champions in the past, Elite included, the most dominant reigning defending DFC champion of all time. I don't believe there's ever been a champion besides Dirty, maybe, that used widescreen, and Dirty was champ for like a couple of duels. So like, that's also something to look at, is like the people that are rising to the top, do they have widescreens? 90%, 95 maybe. No. So I don't know. There's, like I said, I'm not saying it's not an advantage. It's certainly an advantage, but I'm not convinced it's a devastating one. I'm not convinced it's like so godly and provides like so much of an advantage that like if you don't have it, you're just dead in the water. There's just no reason to make a rule against it. Yeah, I would do it. I would do it, dude. But then again, as soon as somebody breaks it and proves it, then maybe we'll do it. But good thing is, if you have a widescreen monitor, you can like always adjust it. Like if the rule does change, you can just adjust it back. Like so, I say it's allowed. Break it. I actually recently upgraded my monitors, had the option to get widescreens and just didn't. It's just like, I don't really need them. Like, it's not. And for someone that lates as much as I do, I would think that would be a big advantage. I can get guided name locks even further. Like, oh my god. Guided name locks, shit. But still. I can't believe this is 2-2 right now, man. I would expect no less from these Titans. Yeah, exactly. Good way to put it too, Doom. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, dude. This is the most impressive thing. The reason why Riz is probably one of my favorite duelers ever, because the pressure is always on the Ghost Sin to finish, right? Like, you can't late. Like, no matter how close the duel is, no matter how close your opponent is to death, you have to know what to do against them. Like, you always have to push the pressure. You always have to finish. You have to be the one, right? This build is the epitome. Like, if you're good, if you ever have done the things that Riz has done on a Ghost Sin, achieved DFC gold, defended it multiple times, proven yourself against some of the most vicious builds out there, you have to be the man. You have to be the guy. You know, you have to finish aggressively. You have to know your build. It is the epitome of skillful PvP. You know, like, it doesn't get much better than that. It can't late. You have one attack style, aggro. It's one of the only classes I know, if not the only class that I know. Maybe Barb too. Like, you have to be aggro. And in a world where defense oftentimes pays off more than it doesn't, a straight aggro style is hard. Like, it's hard to play. BRB, boys. I gotta blow my snout.
I can't carry anymore.
Me in this, both players 50-50, 50% health, half done. Who's gonna get the third win? It could technically be a tie. What if that happens? Then it's 3-3. Comes down to it. It's the last round that can be a tie. This is getting intense. Yeah, Riz is on fire, dude. He's also frozen. Very interesting. Very interesting.
I can't carry anymore.
If Root like next leveled and used frozen armor here, so that when Riz gets in and whirlwinds, he actually freezes him. That was weird. I'm not sure exactly how that happened.
Was that his Shadow Master that was frozen? Was I not seeing something correctly there? No shot he got frozen, right? You just always have cannot be frozen on a build like this. Yeah, that's what I thought, Control Z. Like, I didn't think I was misseeing that. Maybe Sin is your ticket to learn an aggro? Yeah, Ghost Sin. I think I made one right before D2R came out. It was, we had this challenge on stream, on Twitch, and if people donated enough channel points, I would build a new character, and then they selected Ghost Sin, and I built one. But then D2R came out, and I didn't play LOD as much. But I did have one built. And technically, I have most of the stuff for a Ghost Sin on D2R, but I'm missing the most important things, like the claws, which are so expensive. I think I'll have to find them before I'm never going to be able to afford them. Like, and you really, if you're going to be a competitive Sin, you have to have good Ghost Sin claws. Like, you've just got to have them. Like, I ain't paying like $500,000 for them gold for fucking claws, dude. Like, no fucking way, no shot. Nah, don't worry about that, dude. I'm pretty sure I say it all the time. It's like a different meaning. It's a different meaning. At least that is my current thought and understanding of it. I used to drop it around my gay friends. They wouldn't give a shit. I had a lot of gay friends in Atlanta. Go figure, the city, you know. But they dropped it. They didn't give a shit. It's like a different meaning. As the great Joe Rogan once said, that's fine if you don't want us to use the word gay, but you need to find a way for us to describe gay shit. Yeah, exactly, right? That could be true, actually, Perplexity. Perplexityzy. He could be using the 160, 102 setup to catch up with the, I wouldn't be surprised if he was. But even then, or I guess he would probably have an IS jewel in his helm for Whirlwind. But do you need it? Yeah, you do, because you have Fade on. If you go that route, does he have... Yeah, he has Fade, right? No, he has Burst of Speed. He's not faded right now. Yeah, he's got Burst of Speed. You don't need it. Yeah, no reason. He should definitely have a Cham in that helm, right? Knowing Riz, he probably has, much like... Remember Dazer? How he had, like, 16 different fucking Griffins? One with, like, a Cham, one with a Bear, one with a Dole rune in it, I think, for rep life. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Riz has the same thing. Like, a Griffin's to hit 102 with a bunch of different swaps on it. Now he's got Riz low, and he's going to try to finish here, swapping those claws for that magic damage. Ooh, using traps, too. Tricky. Let's see if it's life total glitch here. And if Root is actually wonned, or if he's actually like 10%. Oh, yeah, he's wonned now. He's wonned. He's wonned. It's very, very close. He's wonned. Riz gonna do it. Riz gonna try to get it. Riz gonna give it to you. Riz gonna give it to you, baby. Riz gonna try to give it to you. Ooh, nice meteor from Root. Just misses. Oh, and another big hit. Nice hit from Root. Dude, and the funny thing is, this dude, Dazer had all perfect Griffins, like 2015 Griffins, back before they changed the rules to make it so that, or the game to make it so that there was actually a point to doing it on a sin. He actually had all perfect Griffins with all of those setups. Before they changed any of the rules, before they changed the negative enemy light res and the bump to lightning damage. Like, dude was way ahead of the curve on that. And there it is. Riz gets there again, making it 3-2. Riz is a savage.
Good day.
He's caught on to Root. He's got his number now. Oh, he's still 65? Saw the open wound belt? Wow. Yeah, yep, he definitely is. He's on that 65 setup. He's on that 65 setup, so in which case, he probably has Trang gloves, a 2 caster rings, putting him at 40, an amulet. The amulet is questionable. He could have a Griffin's, and therefore go with a deadly strike on his amulet, or he could have a caster amulet with stats, and have a 220 helm with like 40 ED jewels in it. Hard telling what his exact setup is, but if he's going with a 65 cast, those are, I think, the 2 options there. Caster amulet with nasty damage in the helm, which I wouldn't be surprised if Root did that with a 65 setup. I don't think you switch to the 65 setup without having a 220 helm with nasty jewels in it as a ghost. I don't think you would. I think he would certainly go with a 220 helm. That would be my guess, and he has a caster handy. I don't think the deadly strike is worth it here, because especially with when you see his and consider his strategy of swapping the claws, I certainly don't think he has a deadly strike amulet, because he's relying on that magic damage to finish it off after the open wounds. So yeah, most likely it's a 220 helm then. It's not a Griffin's, which would explain why he was frozen and he didn't have the cannot be frozen, because he has damage jewels in his 220 helm and a caster ammy. Look, we figured it out, boys. Be smart. We had to slow it down. We had to break it down. Make some logical deductions about his potential gear. Yeah, probably, I would guess 4015s, because when you get a really GG ghost helm, those are really hard to come by, so you probably just inherently put IAS jewels in them to make sure that you hit your whirlwind breakpoint with Fade, which would explain why he kept those for this particular matchup and got frozen. It would explain it all. We figured it out. We've deducted. My guess is probably 220 helm with dexterity, maybe strength. Doubtful on the strength though. But 220 helm with dexterity, possibly life or maybe mana. Certainly resistances. Caster ammy with maybe strength and dex. Yeah, I'd love to see it. He might show it off, dude. He might show it off. Riz, if you hear us, show off your helm. And your ammy. See if our logical deductions were correct. Riz hits the skill shrine. He's gonna let it wear off with Fade. Yep. Nah, dude, I haven't been to the gym in a long time. I'm too lazy for the gym, so I just try to, like, eat less. And then wear shirts that make me look like I'm fit. That's my secret. Don't tell anybody though. It's like, I'll look all good until you take this shirt off, and then it's like, oh. She'd be thinking, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I gotta get out of here. I'm done with this. All right, boys, here we go. Potentially the last round, unless Root wins. And then we got another one. But if Riz can finish, Riz is getting tired too. He's getting tired of what he calls a snooze fest. I told you, strategic shit talking. Would not be surprised if this happens. He's trying to get Root to play quicker. Trying to get Root to play. But in my experience, it doesn't work with Root. But hey, it's worth a shot. Nice grab on the oak there. Almost paid off for Riz. And look at this, dude. Just perfectly. Telly's up. Didn't quite have the name log, but knew what to do. Telly's in. Whirlwinds immediately. Knew that his cursor would be right there. Look at this. Is this guy Canadian? I see his ping dropped to 15 there, dude. That was fucking insane. This guy must be Canadian. That's the only explanation. We don't get ping like that in America. There ain't no ping like that. That don't exist down here. It's all Spectrum Monopoly shit, dude. If he's using Griff, what's his amulet? That would be my question. If he's using Griff, how come he's not using Griff with Cham? And what's his amulet?
I can't carry him.
Like, why would you use High Lords, which would probably be the only thing? Did we get to see it? When he swapped out, I'm sure if we're like quick, when he swaps out his amulet for bow, yeah, he's got a 220 rep life. Okay, yeah. So there's no point to using Griffins. Griffins would be a mistake. You get 1 to skills and 5 casts. Is basically all you would get from Griffins with this setup. So therefore, I'm fully convinced. I'm 99.9 on the fact. Betting odds, it's a 222 open socket. 99.9 on that now. Especially if we confirmed that when he swapped out for his amulet for bow that it's a 220. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, I've seen some bad ping in Australia too. Usually, you can tell when Australian people make a game and you join, like they make a duel game and you join it. The ping is like 300. It's so bad. It's so bad, dude. Yeah. That's surprising too, dude. A ping of like in Texas of like 100 to 140. Big state, like anti-government control, anti-monopoly. I'm surprised. Like if Texas can't do it, no one can.
Not in town.
Bangkok, a ping of 420. LOL. Yeah, crafted Amion swap. Yep. So he's got a 220 helm with probably, ideally, I would think with a ghost, your best 220 helm would be 220 dexed, and can you get enhanced damage there too? So enhanced damage is deadly, and that would be a prefix. So you would have +2 to skills would be a prefix. Yeah, you technically could, right? 20 dex, is that a prefix? That's the only thing I don't know. If it's a suffix, yeah, it is. It's a suffix. It's of precision. Yeah, so you can definitely get it. So it would be 220, 2 open socket with dexed and enhanced damage. Because then you could put 40% enhanced damage jewels in it with IAS and do massive damage. How is it not considered camping by the Paladin? Or 220 Viz, yeah, actually, that's smart. There's no sense in having a 230 20 on a Sin, on a Ghost Sin especially. I don't think there is anyway. Does faster run walk do anything for Whirlwind? Probably doesn't do much, right? You probably want Whirlwind to be a little bit slower. You know, even if it did. I don't think 230-20 is intelligent for a Ghost Sin. I could be wrong. It doesn't seem like it has much benefit. Yeah, but you're probably not using kick. If anything, you're probably using claws. You're probably hitting with your claws. Kicking is a mistake on a Ghost Sin because your claw damage doesn't get factored in. And that's all of what your build is. So you're not efficiently playing if you're kicking.
I am overburdened.
I'm just saying, I mean, you could have it. It probably wouldn't be a bad helm to have. I just don't think it's the best. Yeah, you certainly don't need a Vizzo versus a Sorceress. I was just thinking, like, in general. Probably in general. But even when Dazer was kind of breaking down his build, you really only need Vizzo and, like, a huge boost to attack rating versus certain characters. And most of the time, you can get that with charms, and you don't actually need the Vizzo. It helps to have the Vizzo, but you can actually get it with 36 20s. So, like, you go 36 AR 20 life charms instead of 320 20s, and you can actually get your attack rating that way. I think you want to go above 10k. What was it, like a 9k or more, I guess, for like barbs and shit, but you're probably not winning against a barb anyway on a ghost, so like doesn't really make sense there. You're probably Paladin is also a pretty hard matchup for you, but even then, in that specific instance, you'd probably like 9 to 10k would be enough. So yeah, it's certainly. I don't think Vizzo is as needed, like, as needed as, like, just more damage. Like, enhanced damage all the way. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure needs the fire stack. It's hard telling. I don't think... Hold on, we could actually check en route to see. I don't think he has Phoenix. Like, I don't actually think he rips much resistances away. Yeah, no, he doesn't have Phoenix. He's got SS for this matchup. He's not worried about ripping any resistances away, so he doesn't really need to stack. Like, Riz doesn't really need to stack too much fire res. Interesting use of the traps there. I think he's doing that for stun. Recasting that ES, man. They didn't seem to do a lot of damage to Root's mana, but it could have just been a low roll. I mean, they're all going to be kind of low rolls anyway, because he doesn't have many points into him. But yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Yep, you're right. You're right. That's true. Yeah, he's probably stacking it up because of burst speed. Yep. Bust out the caffeine for this. How about the nicotine, man? How about that nicotine?
I can't carry anymore.
A quick cheers. A puff cheers for Kyle. Bro, thanks so much for the dono, bro. Big nicotine cheers to you, bro. We are going long. Oh, my battery's dead. That's not good. Hold on. Oh, we got just the thing. We got just the thing. Had to unplug the mouse. There we go, baby. Can't go without it.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, it feels good when it's actually charged. I think that's why I was like coughing so much. It was like hitting my throat weird, but probably because the battery was dead and I'm just sucking in shit. Without Fade or Res on Ring Ami, you'll have negative 30 fire res on Sin. His ring has some, but not Ami, so needs 75 plus. Yep, that's true. Do we know his boots, too? his boots very well could be... They're probably dancers, right? I would guess probably dancers. Would make sense if they were. For the big dex boost, faster hit recovery, shadow, yeah. Those are probably dancers. So in which case, yeah, he would need 75 plus fire res. Interesting. Good assessment. Is there any matchup where hybrid Sin does better than a pure trap Sin nowadays? Probably, that's a good question. Let me think about that. Not really. I don't think so. I think Trapper just wins in all of the matchups after they changed things. So after they made it so that negative enemy lightning resist and positive bumps to lightning damage, like percent bumps to lightning damage, work with traps, I don't think there's any reason to go hybrid in GM dueling anymore. Possibly in BM dueling, it's a good idea to just stack the open wounds, cut them open, finish. But GM dueling, I think Trapper wins hands down. Does better versus Druid. You just beat Druid anyway, so it does, like, it just does slightly better, I guess. Like, because the Trapper beats the Druid anyway. Yeah, so it makes an already good matchup slightly better. And that is arguable, because if you're close in the distance and whirlwinding a Druid, it's actually dangerous for you. So it's kind of arguable, I think, if it makes that matchup better. ES Sorceress, hard no on that one. You can, I guess maybe if you cut them open and they're like full ES, and you get some like open wounds damage. But believe it or not, like, it's just better to set the traps up, and because it not only rips away the mana faster, but can actually hurt substantially through ES. Like, pure Trapsin is one of the only characters that could so easily kill my Immortal Sorceress, especially now after the changes. My Immortal Sorceress, like, they just have they hit so hard with traps that, like, it's a nightmare for an ES Sorceress. Your mana is almost immediately gone with one trap. Like, it's so bad.
I can't carry it.
But ES Sword, I could see. Because there's probably an advantage to cutting them open early on. Like, and reducing their initial life total early on. I could get behind that one. Druid, I can't really get behind. Like, maybe Shaman? Maybe versus Shaman Druid? We saw Tempest do a little bit of that today, and that actually paid off. That paid some dividends. So versus Shaman, better to have a hybrid. Not a lot of shamans out there, especially very good shamans like Polly though. So even if you are, you better be really confident on it. Yeah, I would say it's fine. Like, I would say it's fine. It would be one thing if Root was latesing, but he's really not. Like, he's doing what he needs to do. Like, look at him lighting the map on fire and staying there. Like, the reason it looks that way is because we're watching it from Riz's standpoint, and Riz has to approach from, he has to go way out and approach from angles that Root isn't expecting. Because Root is actually standing his ground. Like, here, we can watch it from Root's standpoint and you can see. Like, he's not really flying too far around the map. Like, Riz is just trying to come in from angles that Root doesn't expect. See, like, Root is staying in this area. This might as well be a box map right by the bridge, because that's where Root is. It's Riz trying to, going all the way out, watching it from that perspective, trying to approach from angles, and force Root out of this. But yeah. Here it is. Just root right in this area. This is where he's very rarely running from it. He wants Riz to come down here and get hit by meteors, get hit by hydras. That's what he wants. Root looking really good, though. Really high life total. See, every once in a while he'll run. Like, and then he's right back. Like, this is Root figuring out his opponent. And didn't we say this right in the beginning? He was feeling out with those big chains of fireballs. That's when, in my opinion, it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek defense when you have nothing else. Like, or in that case, we were right. He was feeling out his opponent. He was feeling out Riz's playstyle, his ability to catch him in locks, and just with the hope of punishing him with a fireball here and there. But now, he's lighting this map on fire, and he's trying to get Riz to come in on him. He knows Riz has to come in. He's going to light this map on fire, and he's going to try to dance in it. Yeah. Yep, I think this is a great duel. Like, there's no need to cut the map. I think this is great. And having a bigger map is actually, in this particular situation, better for Riz. Because Riz can actually pick an angle, you know, and try to trick Root. And he's getting better at it. You see what he's doing? And now we have... Oh, I thought he was switching it up, but it just looks like he's going down here to bow. Yeah, he's just going down here to bow. Loses his entire map of fire. But he'll set it up again. Now he's looking for Riz. Where Riz at? Where Riz at? Riz at about half life. Really looking to get that finish. Root back to lighting this map on fire. Ooh, big hits from Riz. That's gonna take a ton of life. Okay, so that was the hit that Riz was waiting on right there. Let's see how far it takes down Root. Okay, so he's stabilized somewhere around 500 life here. He's stabilized, but look at this. Doesn't go off the game plan. I gotta say, you can learn a lot from watching how Riz plays, or how Root plays. Like, he's not off of his game plan. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to hit him. He's got to light this map on fire, punish him for the whirlwinds. He's doing an incredible job of it, dude. Just misses again. Doesn't get cut open. Let's cut over to Riz, see this action. And Riz is healing back here as well. He's kind of gone a while without being directly hit. So he's been able to rep back quite a bit of life. Probably at about 75% life total here. But that's good because he was finally able to turn the tide and connect on Root, bringing his life total down quite a bit too. Now, as you guys know, even though he's low, even though he gets Root low, it's still an uphill battle. He needs to get him to 1. He needs to get him to 1 so that these whirlwinds really count. But, I mean, in the meantime, all he's got to do is tag him a couple of times, and that will bring him to 1.
I can't carry anymore.
Is it the, I can only imagine that Shadow Bay setting up traps, huh? I didn't see if that was him setting it up. Wow, it's so quick, dude, with that telestomp whirl. Oh my god, that's so quick on Riz's part. He's so slick with it. Score is currently 3-2 in favor of Riz.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, I think he's kind of Riz right now is just looking for a hit. He just knows that he has to connect on Root. So that's why he's just happy to go in with these wild off-screen whirls sometimes, just like that. You see what I mean? He's just trying to get a hit, just trying to lower his life total, get him down to a manageable life total. And usually when he connects, that's what he does. Like, you know, he'll connect, he'll cut him open, rip that mana away. He's only going to really push it in aggro if the opportunity presents itself. But right now, Root's doing a great job of playing defense here, lighting the map on fire and trying to dance in it. Yeah, and now Riz thinking twice before he's going into that. Root pushing the pressure a little bit. Yeah, I could see that, facts. I can see it a little bit. It's also pretty late for him, too. Yeah, I mean, that's what I say, too. I think there's a difference in watching a long duel like this and watching a long duel like Trapsin versus Bone Necro, right? Like, I think there's definitely a difference. Even Doombringer, who, like, that was a long duel with GVN, and actually very fun to watch. Like, it was a defensive duel that was perfectly understandable and still fun to watch. Like, it was just cool. There's so many moments in it where you're just like, oh, wow, GVN's out of arrows. What's he going to do? Then you learn something. He breaks his jabs. You learn something else. Like, I feel like I learned so much just from this one event, dude. There was so much that has happened. Dude, I have collected some facts of, like, things that are different in D2R. I feel like I need to write that down, dude. Like, there's been some that I figured out tonight, like the breaking the jabs. I gotta write it down. That's a good one. Didn't know that.
I can't carry anymore.
There's been so many times where I've almost broken my F Titans, and I like swapped them out because I figured, oh shit, I don't want to break these. They never repair. Like in LOD, if you happen to break armor that was E-Rep, or you broke E-Rep weapons, they would never repair. Even if they would literally replenish their quantity and be unusable. Like, they would just have that red tag on them. Yeah, I think so too, Thelron. Like, it's for a while, I think there was big hate on, like, long duels that would take a while, and I think it led to all of this stuff about, oh, Enigma's just so bad. Dude, what the fuck do you want? You know what I mean? Like, what do you want from a duel? I feel like everybody who ever has said any of that is just stuck in the 09 days when they would take their zealot, step outside of the bridge in the Blood Moor, and click some other zealot's name and hold their cursor down. Like, that's the only explanation I can find for it, is that they're just stuck mentally in patch 1.09 when zealots and life leech were a thing. And you could click and hold, and you could, like, sip your coffee or your beer or whatnot, and, like, no real skill was involved. It was just all RNG luck. You know, that's the only conclusion I've come to. Because, like, even some of these long duels, they're very enjoyable, skillful. You learn something from them. Like, oh, geez, learn something from it, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I would say so too. Like, but then again, even then, hot take on this. I loved watching Elite duel, even in his lates duels, because, like, here's the story of Elite, right? Here's, like, the thing you can learn about Elite is you can learn about someone who is the most passionate, one of the most passionate, committed PvP players that likely the game has ever seen, right? And you can see how on a class that's technically mid-tier now, right? And was even worse when he was on it, because he was just so good, he made it look good, right? Made it look impossible. you can see how someone with sort of one of these mid-tier dueling classes survives and defends a title however many times it was. 11 times, I think, or something like that. Against all odds, right? When we're literally stacking matches against him, trying to get him killed. So when he was in these like long drawn out late duels, I would secretly be rooting for him. Like, how are you gonna do this? How are you gonna pull this off? And sometimes, yeah, the option was kick back and lates a little bit. Like, it's the only way to do it. You know, that's the only way for him to win. His back is on the ropes, and someone that's ultra competitive, this is how they do it. So, like, even then, we have a piece of history where we can learn what it takes from one of the top tier duelers to win and to pull that off. You know, I'm so glad to have seen that and to, like, been a part of it. You know, sure, it's not the funnest to watch, but it's like, it's something that you can learn from at the highest tier of competition, which is hard to come by, right? That's also something you have to figure. It's like, you're not going to get that in a pub. You're not going to get that just watching likely some random tournament, right? Like, it comes up once in a while, and it's so good to observe it and to see it. To see what it takes. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It was good. I got close to beating Vamp once, but then he went into Vamp the Champ mode, which is like, he has phases. We used to like, we would joke about it all the time. He has phases where like, phase 1 is when he's just like super nice, and you know, he's just like, there's no nicer person in Diablo 2. This phase 1, right? Phase 2 is he'll complain about something, or he'll start suggesting pieces about your build or questioning it or whatnot. Is phase 2, right? Phase 3 is like insults and shit. And phase 4, this is phase 4. Absolutely no aggression at any point in the duel. Like, all the other phases, he would at least aggress until he couldn't, until he was low on life. That was usually his style. Phase 4 is like, you've pissed this guy off. There's no shot he's giving you any chance of fucking winning. The duel is probably close. Like, that was phase 4. It was just right from the get-go. Mushroom-style bone spirit trains from across the map. Like, wasn't giving you shit, dude. Yeah, Vamp phases were... It was fun to see it happen and break it down. Yeah, it was crazy. I think Run is coming into Pool, that's very good. Appreciate that. Oh my god, big hits from Riz. Oh my god! Oh my god, it was so close. Holy shit, that was close. I thought Riz was going to take that. Boys, it's now 3-3.
I can't carry anymore.
Wow, right there up until the end, dude. He had him cornered. Riz had him like pushed up against the wall, and Root was just firing away. Root made took a calculated risk there, at risk of losing the duel, and you know, was just like, okay, I've got 40% health. He's one fireball. I'm gonna sit here before he gets his pull, and I'm just gonna chuck fireballs and hope one of them connects and doesn't get claw blocked.
The order welcomes you.
And he was successful. Dude, yeah, this is a long time. How long we been going? Oh shit, almost 7 hours, bro. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is why we do it on the Utes. We can always go back to this gold. Dude, back before I started making any content, you want to know one of the reasons why I ever wanted to in the first place? Is because when I was going to sleep, I wanted to like be able to watch some like hours worth of Diablo 2 dueling. I was just like looking for something to fall asleep to, and I was like, dude, nobody makes this kind of content. Nobody makes hours long dueling content. So that was originally my goal. I was just gonna make these like compilations of hours long dueling. But then we got the DFC. And we get it. And we can, there's, thanks to us and all of our work in this community coming together like this, that will be a problem that the world no longer has. There will always be hours of Diablo 2 dueling content that you almost never run out of, dude.
Yes?
Yep. Oh yeah, dude. Well, that's the thing too about like, I mean, if someone's too annoying or I'm too loud or something, they could always just mute it and like, and the duels are always still watchable. You know what I mean? They're always still there. You know, you still kind of get the general gist. Like that's the thing, you know. But I suppose probably still with speedrunning you could do the same thing. But yeah. Dude, you know what games I started watching videos on and like brushing back up on though, because it comes out in 2 months now and I'm fucking super excited about it. You know what game I've been watching speedruns on? Super Mario RPG, dude. I can't even begin to explain how excited I am for this remake. Like, that is some childhood memory shit. People always say they hate turn-based attack games, dude. I love them. And, like, one of the reasons why I love them is because Super Mario RPG was the first ever turn-based attack game I played, and I loved it. It was the first and arguably the best one I've ever played. The fact that you had timed hits, you could block shit if you timed your button presses right, is something I've never seen in any other turn-based attack game. Shit was insane. By the way, my dude, let's go to this real quick. I see it coming in. Kyle, my dude. You're damn straight, man. Hit that like button if you haven't. Look, I got nothing left, but you know what? After this, not only are we tipping the hat for that, man. That's a huge dono, bro. We're gonna have to fill this up. Because that was super generous. To everybody who came out and is kicking ass with us tonight, we appreciate you. And a big cheers to Kyle. If you're sipping on anything, tip one back. Boys, I gotta go fill this up for Kyle because that was super nice, man. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Here, I'm switching this. I don't want to miss anything. Riz can finish these duels so quick. I don't want to miss anything. I'm gonna rush out for this. This is gonna be a rush. All right, BRB.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
All right, it's not over. Good. I didn't miss it. Dude, so it's very likely that whoever wins this match right here will be the next in line for a title shot. And I think
I am overburdened.
both of them could be problematic for whoever is the champion, but whether it be Sound or Joby, whoever's the champion next. If it's Sound and he goes on his murder day, I think he has a chance versus Riz. I think he could beat Riz. I think he can beat Root, but Root is certainly harder versus the murder day. If he goes on his VT, I think Riz has a chance. I think Root smashes the VT. But if either one of these guys go up against Joby, now that's interesting. We'd probably put Joby on VT, right? Like, make sure he doesn't like mage it up to have an easy win against Riz. But if it's Riz versus VT, who wins that one? Is that? I mean, I would think the advantage is Joby, but I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure on that. I think both destroy Ghost. Yeah. I think Riz is probably on the losing odds there. Like he's the underdog. Joby smashes them both? I don't know, dude. I think if I was betting, I might bet a jaw rune for someone if this happens. If Root wins this and Root goes up against Joby, I would bet on Root. I would bet on Root. I might bet a jaw rune with somebody. Pally kills Ghost. Even a smiter? Even a smiter? I guess if you have a smiter like Joby, probably. Like someone who's going to be opportunistic, who can be aggressive, but like also uses his FOH. Like, I think that's deadly for a Sin. For any Sin. Ghost Sin in particular. Yeah. But I don't know. I think Riz could do it. That's the thing. I think Riz could. He has the potential to do it against Joby on a VT. I think there is a non-zero chance he can pull it off. It's like a legitimate non-zero chance. Not saying it's highly probable. Just saying it's possible. FOH spam would destroy his mana. Oh, for Root, yeah, but for Riz, like if Riz goes against Joby on a Ghost, yeah, like I think there's a non-zero chance. However, I would have a hard bet on Root versus Joby, like hard bet. I think he gets there. Bros,
I can't carry him.
I kill Joby on Santiana. Okay. I kill Joby on Santiana. I just want to point it out. Riz is far better on ES Fireballer than I am on an ES Fireballer. I think Root gets it
I can't carry him.
versus Joby. And I think there's a non-zero chance Riz gets it. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, is like, Joby probably isn't FOHing much, because if he's sitting on the outside FOHing, especially with the way that Root plays, Root is going to have Hydras up, Root's going to have Fireballs up. Like, the payoff for FOH from the outside is not good. And if he does that, he stays on the outside, Root just keeps Meteor on him, waiting for the stomp, keeps the Blaze up for the run, and then just shoots him. Is happy to engage FOH from the outside. That's what I think. That's what I would do. Or in particular with Joby, once you figure out his style, here's probably the reason I beat Joby sometimes, or I would say a good amount of time on Santiana, is because I know his play style. Oh my god, big hits from Root. So like, I know particularly that I can lure him. I know how to lure him into meteors, which is exactly what I'm trying to do versus him. I particularly know how to do it. Like, I can kind of put myself in his mind, like, oh, he thinks I'm going to do this, so he's going to charge. Or, like, oh, he thinks I'm going to teleport away, so, no, I'm just going to teleport to this meteor. Like, you know, I can, like, get in his head a little bit. It takes a bit, but Root can adapt pretty quickly, too. So that's why, like, even if he has no idea how to dual Joby on it, I bet he can figure it out. Oh, yeah, good observation, Control Z. Yeah, he just did it. Oh my god, that meteor. Good look on Riz there, not teleporting in, realizing that there was probably a meteor waiting for him there. Oh, and another one.
I can't carry anymore.
Now, technically, things ain't looking good for Riz, but it could turn around very quickly. I love that Root has just turned it up here. Just turned the corner. Saw him down there, turned around, started chucking those fireballs. All right, let's check it out. Let's see how Root's looking, man. Oh my god, he's almost full life now. He's almost rep to full. This ain't looking good. That means Riz is going to have to probably score some big hit. One big hit with open wounds or a couple small hits that trigger open wounds. And that's the... I think that's his out. Like, he needs one big hit that triggers open wounds. Then get away. Let it happen. Or... he's going to have to play the long game, and he's run out of life to do it.
I am overburdened.
He's got 1,200 life, which probably tells me he can take about 2 to 3 fireballs. 2 fireballs, maybe. He's using Gladbane? Oh, good question. Let's look. Look and see what it looks like. He might be. I would doubt it, though. Because... oh, he is! He is! Oh, shit! He is! Good call, man. He flashes it, shows it off. Fuck yeah. What a guy. He is using it. So he's using Gladbane? Is that SS? Yeah, SS, Gladbane. So he's using... how is he hitting his breakpoint? So he's using Hodo gloves for 60, the helm for 80, rings for 100, and Ami. Yep. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Dude is using Gladsbane. Oh my god. Yeah, basically Mind Blast does nothing. I mean, it's kind of how it's been the entire duel. Riz has had to finish with Whirlwind. But that's also why we've seen him swap claws a lot in the duel, is because also that magic damage. But if he has Gladsbane, the magic damage isn't necessarily going to matter as much now. Like, it can still get through, because I believe Chaos does a pretty considerable amount of magic damage. That's the thing. It actually does quite a bit. All right, so he gets in. No open wounds, though. He connected, but no open wounds. Damn, that's like demoralizing. What's Riz looking like? Riz is about 1,000 life, about 25%. And some good angles from Riz, though. Like, absolutely incredible angles. I've always said, dude, the biggest test of PvP, right, is your attrition. And even now, through this, like, very long duel, Riz has kept his wits about him and still is able to grab these, like, quick locks, quick angles.
I can't carry him.
Like, it's just... it's impressive, man. Like, being able to duel for so long. It's like back in the days when we were playing Magic the Gathering, or still do, right? You go to a big tournament. It's not about how well you play your deck. It's about how well you can play your deck all day. You know? Like, can you not make a mistake all day? That's the real test. Right? And especially with an aggro build like this, that's a big test. Riz at 222 life in this back and forth 3-3 matchup right here. Root trying to push the pressure and finish. Okay, Root is going to really push the pressure now. Root is going to do just what he did last time, where he has quite a good life total, and he's probably going to teleport in and, yep, just chuck the fireballs just like that. Just like that, boys. Let's see if we can get in. See if we can get in on Root. Now he got cut. Now he got cut. Getting aggressive, man. He got cut open pretty good. Now he's at about half life. Okay, that's exactly what Riz wanted. Even at 200 life, man, he's surviving with massive aggro. Still wasn't able to finish. So now probably what Root's going to do is back off a little bit, try to rep back some of that life, and then rinse and repeat. And there it is. There it is. He did get the open wounds. Probably won him here, but just not quickly enough, man. GG's. GG's. Long duel, but holy shit, man. Props to both of these guys for pulling it off. Yeah, it was insane. Name locking is hard. It really is, man. It really is. Root, show off that gear, dude. That shit. We gotta see it. We gotta see it real quick. Just flash us them beautiful sork titties real quick, man. What's this bitch rocking? You gotta show us. All the kids are in bed, right, guys? You get all your kids in bed. This is Coooley After Hours right here. Oh man, beautiful. All you need is 15 on the Ami, man. Gotta say, gotta respect the hustle. Nice boots. Poison and poison length reduced. Beautiful belt. Ooh, look at that. Not even lifers, dude. This guy went all in on that mana. I'm a little disappointed he went all in on that mana, though, because those 27s or 2017s are practically useless. This guy is the closest thing to an Immortal Sorceress that we have right here, right? Closest thing to an Immortal Sorceress in DFC. Those things should be Dex, Strength. A little disappointed. Just kidding, man. Those are, that's friggin' sick. What a duel. What a duel, boys. And what an incredible night. It's been quite a night of fights, boys. Can't thank you enough, Kyle. Kyle, Jeff, Eduardo, Javier, Carter, Brute. Can't forget about our boy Brute. Benj, Leroy. All you guys. All of this stuff wouldn't be possible without you. The juckfuckery continues, and like I said, we're solving life's true problems here, now in the tavern. From the tavern to the spaceship to solving the world's problems and not having enough D2 PvP content out there at the highest tier, the highest level of competition, with the most savage duelers that you will ever see on the planet. We solved that problem, boys, and we here now. Thanks so much for joining me this week, guys. Good duels. Cheers to you. Tipping one back, the final one for tonight. Remember, you're always welcome in the tavern. Just obey the rules on the signs. Right? This ain't a place to be mounting up. Keep your horse out. Bros, have a great night. We'll see you guys all very soon. Take care of yourselves. Peace.